Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath our waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting
watching, running, riding all night long. I've been thinking about the places I belong. Am I going tonight? Never gonna think twice. Never gonna think twice. I'm a queen, not a soldier. Got something to fight for. I'm losing my mind, my mind, my mind. I'm a queen, not a soldier. Relentless and chosen. I'm fighting a war tonight, tonight. I'm a queen right here. I've been plucking out these strings for 7
And we're ready!
This or that!
Welcome to the live episode of This or That, where every slide is sponsored by U.GG. The whole show is U.GG slides. Are you ready, Captain Flowers?
I was born ready, Mr. Kobe. Let's go for slide number 1.
Try it again.
Number
ready,
1.
Slide number 1.
Okay.
Boom. All right, we guessed it. Who's going to win? Is it CLG or Clutch Gaming? Woo. The first guy that yelled the answer was a Clutch guy.
I mean, I can't help but agree with that guy. I think Clutch Gaming, after what they showed us against Team Liquid in their best of 5, is the kind of team that can walk away with a win here. Like I said, I thought CLG played better for most of Summer Split, but now that we're here, where it counts, when it matters, yeehaw.
I think Clutch Gaming are coming in with a lot of fire, but like I said on the dive, I think the extra time CLG are going to use it really well, and I'm going with this slide, CLG.
Hey, he got the side right. That's...
All right, next one. Slide number 2.
Oh.
More hype matchup. Is it Jensen versus Niski or Impact versus Licorice? You a top lane or a mid lane type of guy?
Oh, I'm more mid lane. More mid lane. Especially because I watched our teaser promo that we did for the finals. And probably about a solid minute of it is just these two talking trash, getting ready to go. Niski talking about how Jensen never even achieved that much. Jensen saying that's a lot of trash to be talking for somebody who didn't do anything either. This is great.
Yeah.
These guys are out for blood.
I'm more excited for this one as well. I like that they recorded Niski's trash talk and then let Jensen hear it before he got to respond to his too.
That's the seniority bonus. Jensen's been around longer. You get to hear the trash and respond.
All right, so we're both in agreement. Slide number 3, what do we got? Who will have a longer career? Oh! 2 of our longest standing AD carries.
There was a glare on the screen, and I didn't see that they put the aging thing on them at first, and I was like, okay.
Who looks better as an old? I don't know. I think Sneaky still got it. Yeah, Sneaky still got it.
I'm hearing a lot of Sneakies.
But I think that Double F will have the longer career, though. Sneaky's going to transition into cosplay or something.
Yeah, Sneaky's already got the cosplay avenue set up. He's got that transition built up. Double F, though, I mean, this guy is just synonymous with North American League of Legends. He's been part of everything for so long. He's just a staple, I guess, is the way I want to put it. Like, double lifts, I feel like you're not going to have in a League of Legends without double lift.
All right, next slide. U.GG slide number 4. Who will go further at Worlds? Cloud9 or Team Liquid? Team Cloud9, it seems like they always go further.
Yeah.
It's hard to argue.
Cloud9 has the history, and I think if you would have asked this question at any point before this year's MSI, it would have been Cloud9 99-1, and the 1 would have been double lift. Now, however, we got to see Team Liquid actually take down IG at MSI, which is a huge thing. I mean, everybody from EU likes to meme, they're like, oh, you lose to G2, whatever. We beat IG for them. That's the only reason they won.
True.
So, since Team Liquid was able to do that, now I think this is a really interesting conversation, but I'm going to say that I agree with what you said, where it's hard to make an argument against the team that has done it again and again and again and again. The biggest thing I'm looking at, though, this is the first time in their org's history that Cloud9 doesn't have to go into the play-ins. Will that affect them?
I don't think it's going to affect them too much. I think they can use that time because C9 is one of the teams that has a really good academy team, too, to practice secret stuff with. And one of the things for international competition that's so important is teams' flexibility. And Cloud9 have always been really flexible. Reaper, as the head of the coaching staff, embraces a lot of changes very quickly. And I think that's one of the secrets to their success at international competition. Next slide. More contested pick in CLG versus Clutch. Today, is it going to be Rumble or Kiana? I think they're both getting permanent.
Yeah. These are. I don't think you see either of these champions in the series.
Yeah, the whole time. That being said, if you want to go into like splitting hairs, this is a champion that both teams would possibly use. I don't see CLG running Rumble.
Yeah, this definitely feels more of like the Huni special and Huni alone to me. Whereas, and that's one of the discussion points that we had after watching the Clutch versus Liquid series, right? Is Clutch versus Liquid, you had Kiana being this point where Team Liquid had to ban it away, but Clutch versus CLG, now both teams have to consider, wait, can we afford to give this to the other side if they're on blue? I think the answer is no, and you always ban it out. I'm going with that.
So Kiana then. All right, next slide. Who would win? All right, now we got to look at this glare on this. Hanser, Spence, Garen, Briggs, double Bob Frost. This is the TSM that everyone loved, by the way.
This, you know what this is? This is...
Oh, they want to bring him back. Or is it Team Liquid's team
The vote
right
is
now?
50-50. Literally split.
Oh, my goodness.
Holy.
That's the online.
This is...
Honestly, Core JJ is really damn good. Core JJ is a pretty good add-on.
This is like alternate universes of double.
This was also Bjergsen playing at his prime, I feel like. Bjergsen was really on point with this team. Honestly, I'm going to go with old TSM. I want the old TSM back.
I'm going to have to disagree. I think this is absolutely just one of the most incredible rosters that we have seen in a long time for Western League of Legends in general, especially for North America, just because of what they were able to accomplish taking down IG and what I was talking about for MSI. Also, now they're on track to potentially be the fourth team, or the only team to get 4 wins in a row.
There's a lot of fours in there.
There's a lot of 4s for Team Liquid, but I think the only number they're looking at in this one is number 1. My faith is on that.
All right, next slide. What we got? On-screen tears. Oh, who's more likely to cry, basically? Hurts so good. I can't really adjust Hurts. What is this slide?
Yeah, I don't know what this one means.
I don't really know what this means. And we don't have inners. Usually our producer will be like, yeah, you know, this one is about X thing. This doesn't really make that much sense to me.
I know that...
Oh, okay. So when you see people cry after the game, on-screen tears, do you think that it hurts so good? Is it a good thing when you see them cry? Do you get emotionally involved? Or is it just sad? It's sad.
Dude, it's real sad. Like,
it's super sad.
Seeing Huni's reaction after the semifinals to getting so close to taking down Liquid, but then not being able to win that final game, that was like the emotional investment that man had in that series, and the outcome of it was just absolutely
That's why the crowd started chanting his name. Everyone relates with these players. You know, losses are super tough to deal with. Next slide. More likely, Team Liquid 4-peats or Cloud9 first title in 5 years and 4 months. Basically, prediction slide.
Prediction. Yep.
On the dive, I said Team Liquid. And I get to change.
Are you going to be a flip-flopper?
So I'm going to change to Cloud9.
All right. Mr. Flip-flopper over here. I think the 4-peat's going to happen. I'm throwing my vote in on this. Not nearly as many cheers for that. There's a lot of Cloud9s and a lot of Cloud9 fans in the audience today.
People like upsets. People like new champions. Next slide.
They do.
More slides right this summer. Oh, they might have the answer to this afterwards.
I'm pretty sure.
Last time and I beat chat.
This guy looks pretty, or that guy looks pretty smart. I'm gonna go with him. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Kobe. You know, Kobe's
What do you mean?
The reigning champion. He had more than Jat.
He says this when he means that. The man's brain is crisscrossed.
Do we get the answer? Next slide. Okay, that's the last
58%.
slide.
I'll take that as a win.
All right, well, they always answer it on Reddit anyways. They tune in. They're like, you know what? Captain Flowers had 100% correct, and Kobe had actually 0, so...
So we average out 50-50. Perfect balance.
Perfect.
That's the duo.
All right, that's going to do it for the live episode of This or That. Thank you to our sponsor, U.GG. We have our own link. You can go to U.GG/TOT to be able to hit us up there as well. Enjoy the games today, everybody.
It should be a hell of a show. Have a fantastic time, y'all. Thanks for coming out.
All right, we got to go to rehearsal. We're going to get ready.
See ya.
Well, diamond
So, are you nervous?
When I found out that we were going to be opening for Detroit, I was a little bit nervous.
So, is this the height of your career?
You think playing Detroit is the height of my career?
Mark! What PR, man! Those are our fans you're talking about! We love them. We love them.
So, what does it mean to perform before your fans?
Oh, it is all about the fans. I mean, at the end of the
Being the lead vocalist, it's very important that I warm my voice up before playing such a big venue like this, so I gotta take care of that.
One other thing about all of that is that
Guys, we've done it. We've gone this far. IDK, world sensations. We're about to deliver to the fans what they want to see. They want to see us dance. They want to see us move. They want to hear us sing. We're pop stars. We're about there to go out there. We're going to go out there.
Performance, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's rock. Let's rock.
Let's go rock. IDK in 3. 1, 2, 3.
IDK! Let's go.
All right, yeah, make sure you hit that hard there, Mark. Let's keep our spacing correct.
Let's go to rehearsal. We got rehearsal.
Yeah, we're rehearsing. That's why we're here. We're here in place for the opening ceremony.
Like countdown, you know, like our show.
Well, right, no, like it's a package deal. You know? It's like a whole.
The whole reason we're in Detroit is the IDK performance.
Yeah.
We have like a band, like you know.
Finals. Am I right, guys?
Every pocket pick, skill shot, smite, and TP has paved the way for the 2019 Summer Finals presented by Rocket Mortgage, where the Fan Day event was an absolute blast filled with games, cosplayers, and free swag. Today, Cloud9 Team Liquid, they met with fans ahead of the battle for third place between Clutch and Counter Logic Gaming. We had the Dive Live, this or that. We had it all. We had the cosplay contest, 70 cosplayers down to 5 talented ones, and a winner selected today who will be joining us for the World Championships over there in Europe. The fans, though, have gathered here in Detroit as the teams look to put on a show. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LCS Summer Final Weekend presented by Rocket Mortgage, where we're previewing the third place match, and we check in on the action in Detroit until the timer reaches 0, and we jump into Champions Select. Now today, earlier, the Little Caesars Arena played host to the State Farm Cosplay Contest, where I was lucky enough to be one of the judges. We had 5 talented finalists here who made it out of 70 original cosplayers. Here you see some of them now, Arcade Sono. We had the Project Yaso, the Kazakhs as well, the Gun Goddess Misfortune, and the Vi as to top it all off.
Yeah, as Ale and I were actually watching in the crowd, when the gun started spinning and the smoke was coming out of the Vi gloves, it was actually super insane looking.
Yeah.
You got the animation down.
Oh, it was an absolute blast. I got completely schooled on what it actually takes to make some of these cosplays a reality. Had the opportunity to meet each of these cosplayers. Gun Goddess Misfortune was our ultimate winner from the cosplay contest, $5,000 and a round-trip ticket to World Finals in Paris. But there was also the Meet the Pros event, which was always a hit, of course, at the finals. Even Doublelift got his chance to meet some of his favorite players. Here you see him with the runners-up.
That picture is going to age really well. if
You
things don't
gotta
go his
love
way.
the trash talk we've had coming in the finals.
It's brilliant. If you haven't seen the Cloud9 response, I recommend jumping into that thread. It's quite phenomenal. Tomorrow's festivities, though, they include the LCS opening ceremony presented by MasterCard, where Jax Anderson will be performing live right here. If you're not acquainted with their music, you better be. But FlyQuest mid laner Pobelter actually gave us a little bit of a primer ahead of tomorrow. Take a look. Gotcha. Go check it out on YouTube. I know. I know. Now just wait. We whet your appetite. No, me. That wasn't my choice. But
You're the representation.
Yeah,
You're the convenient boo.
You're all curious now, though. So if you want to hear all of that played out in its entirety, thank you to Poe Belter, and go check it out on the FlyQuest YouTube page to see that full cover of Jax Anderson. Queen is the name of the song on their YouTube channel. Now, earlier in the week, the Honda MVP was announced, and I want to formally congratulate Cloud9 Sven Skaren on earning that title.
Felt like this was a long time coming. We saw a number of pros always talking about how impressive Sven Skaren was. We had people on the desk, and every time during a C9 game, everyone would be raving about how good his engages were, how good his ganks were.
Yeah, no matter what the state of the game is, Sven Skaren is always making things happen for Cloud9. He is the focal point of their team, so proactive in the early game, finding critical engages in the late game, and a very deserving MVP.
And you know, my favorite thing about that is that the runner-up, Corey JJ, now you can't vote for your own team, but he recognized the talent that Sven Skaren showed this split and voted for him, which was actually the deciding vote to get him over the line.
Big congratulations to him. He's played a huge role in Cloud9's success so far. We'll have to put up similar performances tomorrow if they want to take the win. But we will hear from Sven Skaren tomorrow ahead of their series in that MVP interview. The LCS Summer postseason, though, had its fair share of surprises with last-minute roster moves and no team entering the finals weekend unscathed. Counterlogic Gaming, they 3-0'd a surging Optic in the quarters, then took Cloud9 to 4 before falling short in their quest for the title. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, Clutch Gaming knocked TSM out and took the reigning champions to 5 games in what would have been one of the most unprecedented upsets to ever grace the LCS.
Yeah, and the fact that both these teams went this far really shows a testament to how the league has upgraded at the very tail end of playoffs. It was really competitive. It felt like CLG almost had the ability to take Cloud9 into the reverse sweep, but they were just so lucky that Niski found those flanks at the very end.
Yeah, it's cool that they also have such different styles. It's always these kind of seemingly fast-paced teams versus these more control-oriented teams, and you always get to see a style clash.
Well, to hear what it's like to play in a semifinal, let's go to today's mic check. Clutch versus Team Liquid edition.
Best fingers in LA? Sure. Big brain, guys. Big brain. We have 5 damn good reasons to win today. They don't have any. Okay, do it for each other.
We lose it in early, just like keep 1-3 on. Really good.
Yeah. Look AD. Silence no flash.
One HP silence in that
bush. Silence no flash. Silence no flash. Nice.
Yeah.
Good job.
I only have Q.
Can I ult here?
Yeah.
I'm down.
Oh.
Renekton.
They me? I'm going. I'm kiting. They're looking me.
I'm dead. Stay alive.
Silence the turn.
Can you look?
Yes and go. I'm right behind them. Yeah. Keep right behind them. Nice. Chip.
Baron.
Fight on here. Sums?
Catch no sums.
No sums too.
Yeah. I like that. Go to Baron.
If they tear it out, it could be our best chance to win.
Kiana go.
No ulti Kiana.
Engage. Yeah.
Have some push here.
I use third.
Slowly. Party first.
Tower.
I'm gonna Junya.
Okay, I got
Finish tower.
Tower.
Kali.
So hard.
There's no flash.
Low.
They don't have damage. Yeah, end the game.
Watch out. TP.
He cannot use it.
Run. Okay. Slowly. Yeah, I'm looking. Thank you, last. I got 2
Nice.
Holy shit.
I'm alive. I'm out tank. One tank too. Chilling.
Game is over.
She's joining. Also no words. Don't take your hair. We've got a series on our hands. Poggers.
Game 5. Nice.
Tank is no flash. Have no flash, can you?
I'm going. Oh, you cannot damage. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Tank it.
Sancho's looking pro.
I'm going. Shield the flash. I'm going top.
Get him, boys.
We get it.
No, guys. Why Sona? What the fuck?
You know, that was pretty extensive, but my favorite part about that was actually the beginning speech that Clutch gave to the players saying, you got 5 damn good reasons to win. It's play for each other. Like, that change in mentality, I think, has really done so much to get Clutch Gaming to where they are now.
It was so close of a series, too. You heard in some of those fights, Smithy being like, oh, we lost this one, guys.
Right.
And this massive combo of damage comes in. So no one quite knew how those fights were going to play out. That's when, league's being played at a really high level.
I don't think TL expected to be pushed that hard in their semifinal series. Now, I know you'll be tuning into Worlds in just a few short months, but what's better than watching finals from home? being there live in Paris. This year, MasterCard is collaborating with Riot Games to award one lucky fan and a guest with a once-in-a-lifetime trip to the 2019 World Championship Finals. From August 23rd to September 22nd, any player from the United States and Canada, with the exception of Quebec, who uses and saves their MasterCard for purchases in the League client will automatically be eligible for a chance to win the sweepstakes. You can find additional rules and details about the promotion at riot.com/LCSMC. Now tune into the start of Worlds with the play-in stage October 2nd at watch.lollysports.com and cheer on TL and C9 as they make their push towards the Summoners Cup. We do have to step away for just a moment, but as we do, we look at the bout between Clutch and Counterlogic Gaming. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
At Rocket Mortgage, we get that a home is more than a house. It's your escape, your fortress, your arena. So we'll be here when you need us, handling house so you can do home. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage lender of Esports.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say. It's about what you do.
Welcome back to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. During the semifinal match of Clutch Gaming versus Team Liquid, Clutch's Demonte was caught out in mid, or so Team Liquid thought. Diving deeper into enemy territory, Demonte unleashed Aurelia's ultimate onto the members of Team Liquid. Dashing 3 times back to safety, Demonte's escape was a success, but Clutch was not content with just getting their man out alive. In the blink of an eye, Cody Sun flashed forward and secured the kill onto Xmithy, putting the final stamp on the fight.
From start to the finish, I'm in it. They say that I'm two-tunnel vision, 'cause all I see is you.
Clutch to me, they were like a team that we 2-0 during the regular split. Didn't really ever think much of them. It's like, oh, it's just Clutch Gaming, like it's a free win. And then they actually started doing really well come like playoffs. Now I think they're actually like a threat to look out for.
Oh, wow, what a shutdown! Clutch Gaming are proving they came here to play.
Being able to go toe-to-toe with possibly the best team in history in North America, in Team Liquid. And going into stage, we're going to be really confident. And I think we're the kind of team that when we're confident, we're just going to take every fight and then win every fight.
Jensen's nearly going to be taken down. FLICKR for the ball. The sun itself denies his escape.
I think versus Clutch will have a pretty easy time, personally. I think it'll just be a ball difference.
It's up to 6A. Trying to do it by himself.
Playing against 6A and Battlefrost is going to be a bit of a step down from playing versus Doublelift and CLG, and I think we did pretty well playing against them. I don't want to say we'll smash them, but I think we'll do good versus CLG.
I'm pretty hyped to play on a big stage again. You know, for us, it's so important to win for the Gauntlet seeding, and just for everyone who shows up for us, we still want to put on a good show for them.
Well, it's going to be my first time playing on such a big stage. I don't want to be on that stage and lose.
Welcome back to the LCS Summer Finals weekend presented by Rocket Mortgage, where we're gearing up for the third place match, Clutch Gaming versus Counter Logic Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, it has arrived. Today's match has championship point implications, which will seed into the regional qualifiers in just 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, and TSM is already the final boss of the Gauntlet. FlyQuest is the beginning opponent, and so it's really just battling for that seeding of who fights FlyQuest first.
And I think whoever wins here today is the favorite to win the Gauntlet and be that third seed for North America at Worlds. These teams have been performing at a very high level, and I think are going to have that momentum coming out of today.
Yeah, Gauntlet is really just the alternative if you didn't make it the first time, so you don't have the feel-good of qualifying any other way.
You also have no fallbacks, right? So if they don't do it here, that's their last opportunity to get it done. With that in mind, let's go ahead and turn our attention to today's series, Clutch Gaming and CLG.
Yeah, and both these teams, like we covered earlier, had really good showings against the finalists, but the fact that both these teams got to get their practice in against the former teams that are in finals, who are kind of like a big brother step up, because the style of Clutch Gaming is so similar to the style of Cloud9 in that they're very aggressive, they have these picks and like to take fights early, whereas CLG, very calm and collected, is very methodical, more defensive, and so it feels like they got to practice against the stronger opponent, so both teams feel really confident in this match.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, listening to the players and talking to the coaches and everything, you hear these players and they're like, well, Vulcan's saying, oh, well, it's not Doublelift and Core JJ. Why don't we have to be worried? And CLG is thinking the same, having gone up against C9, who is this proactive team, similar to Clutch.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what I love to hear. Both teams confident coming into the series itself.
And I think that actually means that the first match is going to matter so much more because of the swing that happens if you're overconfident and then you get smashed game one. You just get yanked right back to reality.
Well, one person that exceeded preseason expectations, or rather pre-series expectations, was Demonte, who basically kept that series alive with his Kiana play.
Yeah, and this was someone who, in multiple shots by other pro players, you heard them saying that they felt like he was the weakest mid laner left in playoffs, but he made a ton of huge plays and helped carry Clutch in their wins that they did find versus Team Liquid, especially on the Kiana. And this is someone who is going to be a huge factor in this game because he does look for those more aggressive picks, also playing a lot of Silas and things like that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it makes side selection that much more important, right? Because if you are trying to deny some of these key bans, if you are on red side, there are some of the more considered mandatory bans, things they have to take out, like Yuumi has been kind of always one of those bans. And when Kiana and Rumble and some of these picks are so important for Clutch, being on blue side can free up bans and free up the flexibility to kind of play more to comfort.
I think it's also interesting that it was Cloud9 that took the very solid bans of Corki and Azir constantly against CLG and worked really well. There they are. Don't ban Rumble Kiana. Well, he said it. Oh, wait a minute.
His own advice, though.
The players are very aware of the importance of some of these picks to their team's success.
And hopefully this means that they have prepped things for when this situation occurs. Everyone knows that these are such clear bans for them. You have to start thinking about the next obvious step. But this is why I think the fact that CLG has side selection in this series is super important because you get to have more freedom on the blue side to actually ban those things that are bothering you, and then as you go through the series, knowing which of those things you're going to need to change up.
And they get it 1-3-5 if they want it. LCR, though, is also performing at what feels like his old Envy days, which should, or rather could really prove to be a test for CLG's Wiggly.
I mean, if you don't remember LCR on Envy, he was the first All-Pro team on a team that was in last place. He was such an amazing standout, and Wiggly had a very rough performance against Cloud9, very indecisive with his pathing. It cost the team a lot of momentum in the early game, but he did have a strong showing in the quarterfinals against Optic Gaming. So we already have seen that he can overcome those nerves. It's just a matter of doing it now on a much more large stage.
And that's what's interesting is Vulcan and Wiggly being probably the two most untested guys in this series, Demonte as well, potentially. There's a couple more on Clutch Gaming side. And even if the nerves don't quite factor into it, at least the venue itself is so different from anywhere than a lot of these guys have played so far.
Yeah, certainly the case. And you've got to give some, credit over to Svenskeren in making Wiggly have that rough time. To be fair, yeah, he had a rough time in the semifinals. He's going up against the MVP of the league in the jungle, which does make things a little bit more difficult.
Right, so can LCR put up a Svenskeren-like performance? We will have to see. Ahead of his matchup, though, Stixxay has the utmost confidence that they have the upper hand.
So I think Clutch is most comparable to a team like Cloud9, where they kind of just force on the windows they know they have to force on, and they're good at it. But I do think they have a bit worse players than Cloud9. I think, I don't know, personally I think their bot lane is actually the weaker part of their team, despite people thinking that, Cody Pog is the new meme. But yeah, I think versus Clutch will have a pretty easy time, personally. I think it'll just be a bot difference, so.
Big words. I was going to say, I feel like Doublelift was saying similar things before they went to 5 games against Cody Sun and Vulcan in the bot lane.
Yeah, they ride off of that underestimating factor about Clutch Gaming because really up until recently, they weren't even in contention. We'd even give him a car, a vehicle to play out.
That's true.
They actually made it here.
The rides to Detroit.
Yeah, and Cody had a good series versus kind of his kryptonite thus far in Doublelift, who almost always seemed to smash him in lane. Doublelift did still win a lot of those laning phases, but Cody had some fantastic performances. And on the flip side, I wasn't super impressed with what we saw out of CLG's second all-pro bot lane in their series. It felt like it was more matchup dependent than it should have been when they were supposed to be the strong point on the map.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see if they can actually remedy that here today, because they have been such a point of strength for CLG throughout most of the season, but based off of the playoff performances, it doesn't feel so lopsided. And, I have to give a lot of credit to Cody Sun, to Vulcan. They have really helped to transform Clutch because, yes, we know about Huni, we know about Demonte, these kind of sources of aggression and really, playmaking, but they always have Cody Sun as this essentially, backup plan for the late game, this insurance for that team fight stage where he is so consistent and very rarely dies.
Right, I think the matchups in that bot lane are going to be very interesting. Anything from the Leona over on the side of Vulcan just looking to kill, and then maybe some of those range supports coming out from Biofrost.
I mean, we're not just in playoffs here in NA. The whole world is in playoffs, and when this time comes around, everybody's looking to the best teams everywhere, trying to see what they can copy and innovate. And there is so much stuff coming out of other regions. You have Volibear support, Garen bottom with Yuumi. Hopefully we don't see that here. But there is a lot of room for innovation here. So the teams that can actually harness that advantage in the bottom, and I think will come out ahead. And I think that Vulcan has a really good champion pool for those aggressive, tankier supports like the Volibear. But then Biofrost is busting out the mages. He's got the Morgana down, and who knows, he might get his hands on Yuumi, and that's pretty much a free win.
That plus Caitlyn. We've seen Caitlyn's priority going up and up in the playoffs, and it's not quite a Cody Sun champion. While he likes late game safe, it's usually Sivir and Xayah more so than it is a Caitlyn.
Or the Tristana is popping in there. All right, gentlemen, it is that time of the day. In front of the crowd here at the Little Caesars Arena, who do you believe will claim the series here in Detroit? Crumbs, we're going to start with you.
All right, so I think that coming into playoffs, Clutch Gaming is the team that has the most momentum out of all the teams. From where they started at the beginning to where they are now, they clearly have that. And I think that that's going to take them the whole way through. I think that Clutch Gaming is going to win this one 3-1.
Woo!
And, there is a saying that innovation is no match for preparation. But innovation can take you a whole long way.
All right, there it is. A prediction for Clutch Gaming. Azale, where do you fall?
I'm actually sitting on the other side of the table here. I think that Clutch has improved vastly, and that is why I think this will be a really close series. I am going to take CLG in 5, but to me, it's about the formula that Clutch has shown us throughout playoffs. They have been so incredibly dependent upon Qiyana and Rumble, as much of a kind of meme as it is. We see the players tweeting about it. That is where all their playoff wins have come from. I don't think they should see either of those champions here today, and I think it will be hard for them to piece together 3 wins without them.
Got a split desk, Mark. I'm going Clutch. I'm joining Crumbs. Nice. And I think the thing for me, while it is so obvious, they have had a ton of time to hopefully find some other answers, and their coaching staff, since they've joined them in the middle of the split, have done a great job of helping prepare the team. And so I think they'll find some more opportunities. I liked what I saw of them versus Team Liquid. Being able to go to objectives, force fights, and then outplay Team Liquid makes me very hopeful against CLG.
Those are 3 very solid predictions. But there's one prediction that I think everybody really cares about, and that would be one PA Joel. Joel, get in here. Help me out. Who's taking this series here in Detroit, Clutch or CLG?
That's a CLG 3-2. We're going to be here for a long time.
CLG 3-2, there it is. There's no prep, there's no reasoning that needs to be thrown out. He just knows what he's talking about.
And now that we have the expert on my side, we know that these two
Right, we can throw it.
You gotta come over here. I need to get away from me.
This is my man right here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the analysts have made their predictions. Detroit, do me the honor of welcoming the starting lineups for today's games. On the blue side, we have CLG. In the top lane, it's Ruin. Jungle is Wiggly. In the mid lane, we've got Power of Evil stepping up to try and make it happen. And in the bot lane at 80 carry, we have Stixay. Big words for his opponent here today. And at support, we're looking at Biofrost. On the red side, their opponents. Let's take a look at the challengers, Clutch Gaming. In the top lane, he's a crowd favorite everywhere he goes. It's Hooney. In the jungle, the man behind him, Lyra. In the mid lane, Demonte, the last hope for NA Miz. Let's go.
It's Tanner time.
Tanner time, baby. And in the bot lane, the duo looking to bring the action. Cody Sun at the AD carry. And Vulcan at support. Now to get the series underway, we're going to send it over to Freak, Jat, and Kobe for game 1.
Thank you very much, Dash. Welcome to the caster desk. I am Freak with Kobe and Jat, and we've got an exciting match here for you today. 3rd place match here at the LCS Finals weekend. CLG and Clutch Gaming, 2 teams that I gotta say, for this split, have stepped up a lot. CLG missed playoffs 3 times in a row. They're back in top 4 right now. Clutch Gaming, a huge upgrade for them as well. It seems they've turned it on and now make it top 4. Also really impressive.
And there's definitely got to be a little bit of disappointment from these teams, especially Clutch, because they were 1 game away from the finals, but this is definitely an opportunity to play on a huge stage and build confidence towards that world championship. If we're comparing the confidence levels of these 2 teams or the swagger that they could be carrying coming into this game, I gotta say Clutch is riding that high of confidence. They took the 3-time defending champions to that 5th game and are looking to carry it through here against CLG.
And you saw the predictions coming into the day as well. You had people like Crumbs saying, hey, you know what? I think it's actually Clutch 3-1. This is a squad that won a single game against 1 playoff team in Optic who got slaughtered in the quarters. Otherwise, they were 0-2 against every single team here. You heard Stixay talk about it. Oh, yeah, we 2-0'd them. We thought they were a free win all throughout the regular season. But this is a team that has stepped up at the best possible time. There is a lot of hope for Clutch Gaming here. Starting game 1 on the red side, of course, CLG narrowly had that bye heading into the playoffs now and can take a win here.
And I think we're going to see slightly different versions of these teams. We saw the 2 teams memeing on Twitter against each other. Give us Rumble, Qiyana, and give us Azir, Corki. Rumble and Qiyana are the 2 most successful picks for Clutch, and Azir and Corki, even though they weren't the most season successful picks for PoE, were banned against him in every game of the semifinal where Cloud9 nearly swept them. So there's the Azir ban, there's the Rumble ban. Don't be too shocked if we also see Qiyana and Corki banned.
Yeah, expecting those for the last few bans right here. Of course, the Akali ban, another really good, flexible, aggressive champion. Melee magic damage. That, of course, Clutch Gaming likes to use a whole lot. And Clutch Gaming on the red side, banning Yuumi away. Of course, still 9.15 here. Yuumi still incredibly powerful and banned almost every single time. So is it going to be time for the Qiyana ban out of CLG? Is that going to drop off? Or, keep in mind, they did play it in their 1 win against Cloud9 that went to the mid laner Power of Evil. This can be contested here.
Yeah, it could be a bold move to try and make a denial pick there. Kiana is definitely a pick that a lot of teams were willing to let slide through the first phase of picks, and then it would end up getting banned in phase 2. But I would say in the past week or so, we've seen the presence spike fairly hard. So it would, I think, be a first pick here. If it's not, I wouldn't be too surprised to see it picked by Clutch, and it's the first pick for PoE.
It's the first pick right away, and with Corky still up there on the pool as well, I wonder if it's going to be a pick for Demonte here as well. And Demonte has not put any games on Corky this split so far, but you never know. Huni plays marksman up there, so there's always a possibility that happens, but it is one of the picks that Clutch had left up on the table. Kind of expecting, I would assume, that Kiana first pick to come through.
Yeah, I also wonder, since Demonte was the player who had the most games on it, what he would decide to lane against it. And if they end up locking in this Renekton, which they do now, there's a decent chance that that Renekton goes mid. As far as the things that Kiana can be weaker against, it is that fighter, skirmisher type champ that is burst resistant to Kiana and then has larger DPS. So definitely a flex pick Renekton coming in here from Clutch.
And of course, no surprise as well to see Lyra bring in the Skarner. It's been a very popular pick for Clutch specifically. It's going to be his 8th play of the split, most played champion for Skarner. With all the other jungles left up, it's a priority for Clutch Gaming.
I really like Skarner too in answer to a lot of these melee assassins, like Kiana, because the ultimate can be such a good answer to any champion that has to hard commit to melee range to a fight.
Speaking of melee range champions, Aatrox, Power of Evil, locking in Gragas now as well for the squad. This is CLG putting a lot of very aggressive melee heavy champions, a lot of crowd control, a lot of burst here on the CLG side.
Yeah, I do think that the bottom lane for CLG will now be left to counter picks, and Clutch Gaming is going to be throwing a lot of bans towards that direction. As far as overall focus, Cody Sun and Vulcan were actually pretty happy with how they did against Doublelift and Corjager, and they're saying, okay, we think Stixxay and Biofrost are a step down from that. So now they're put in an opportunity where they can pick a late game hyper carry like Kai'Sa and then try and ban out the other dual lane options for CLG. Clutch might be fairly comfortable in that position.
Yeah, I actually like how this champ select is shaping up so far. We saw already FLICKR for SKT played the Renekton mid. You play that into Kiana, try and be a very oppressive lane matchup, and then have answers later on in the game too. But on the side of CLG, Gragas is one of the best junglers to pair with this champion. Being able to flash body slam is very potent early on in the game. Plus, Gragas right now does provide a very good AP threat for later on.
And what I'm really interested in, since we know the Kiana in this situation is going mid lane, and that means the Aatrox to be going top lane, how's Huni's Camille feeling? Because Ruin was pretty much the only player to play Camille as an Aatrox counterpick. Kai'Sa has enough magic damage that it would be okay to have Camille and Renekton as your soul laners, and we're also thinking that Renekton is going to be a decently strong pick into Kiana. That's a lot of ifs, but that's what you have to deal with in today's champ selects.
It's definitely something I've been harping on for North America for a while, is how come more top laners haven't really embraced the Camille pick, and it's gone through the second phase of bans here too, so definitely a possibility for Clutch Gaming.
All right, well, time to make some final choices right now. You know the CLG solos. You do not know their bottom lane yet, but you can steal away a support pick right now before Biofrost gets his chance. One thing I am a little surprised by is the Tahm Kench ban. Despite being Biofrost's most played support, it's something like 1 and 5 in the champion. There's the Gangplank for the top end. It is going to be Renekton mid. It seems like now with all this being sorted out right here, GP has been one of the most typical counterpicks to Aatrox.
Yeah, and it's something that Huni has carried many games on. It will be okay in the early laning phase. It's actually winnable, especially because it's Huni on there, but we're not going to get to see the spicy Camille like we hope for. Instead, we get a Huni Classic.
Yeah, it's funny because there are 3 champions that all pro players, pretty much from scrims, all cite as Huni champions. Yeah. It is the Rumble, it is the Gangplank, and it is the Cassiopeia. He has gotten one of those here. The hover over for the Volibear. Now, Volibear and LCK, very popular supports. So a bit of a shout out there from Biofrost to some fan favorite support champions.
Do the Bard. Do the Biofrost special.
Lock in Brad Biofrost. You've got Ezreal there for Stixxay. Rakan is going to be the one coming alongside that one, though. So more engage options. Ezreal, about 30% magic damage here as well, which you might need a little bit with the Aatrox Kiana solo lane. So some pretty good damage type diversity here on the CLG side. They've got both the Gragas and the Rakan for hard engage.
Yeah, and Biofrost's Rakan is clean. especially on the big stage. It's one of the champions he used last time he was an LCS champion. And we get Leona on the other side.
Yeah, Leona, super common counter pick here into the Rakan. Very tanky, looks for that initiation, looks for the big punishes. And Clutch are definitely going to have a lot of forms of initiation for themselves too. Leona, long range stun, can set people up for Skarner pulls. So both teams have very, very good ways to initiate if they get ahead. So much of this game is going to be about which team can actually utilize those tools effectively.
Yeah, which team can get control of mid lane as well to try and stop or enable the Qiyana roams. And even looking further forward into this game, there's a lot of health on the side of Clutch Gaming, and the targets for Qiyana to actually assassinate are pretty slim, especially with how safe Cody Sun plays in the mid to late game. So I think it's going to be a very difficult game for Power of Evil to execute on Qiyana. One of the things that happens when you first pick that champion, I think Clutch has been very cognizant of the composition they put together so they don't get punished by Qiyana.
Well, let's see if they can put that one together. The 14th unique champion of the split for Damonte. Renekton coming in as the counter pick. He prepared for the Qiyana first pick. They saw it in the draft phase, said that's okay. We didn't demand Corki, you're taking Qiyana. No problem there. Renekton as our answer. And you're gonna hope that prepping for this best of 5, it was what they wanted. Counter Logic Gaming, the highest he come into this one. Still a successful split for them, make it to the top 4, and Clutch Gaming surging so far in summer, hoping they can take a 3rd place here themselves. As we will have a quick pause on screen. Vulcan on your screen right there. First time he's been in a stage this big, and he's got to make sure nerves don't get to him, and he plays as well as he did in the semifinal.
Yeah, a lot of these players super excited to be on this stage in Detroit. It's been an amazing crowd so far. Early on in the fan day outside, we had so many Clutch and CLG fans show up to a lot of the booths. Here we're gonna have a little bit of a pause right before getting into the game, but I also like how there's more that goes with this game 1 than just the start of the series. Kind of the rights to Qiyana have been thrown down here. Clutch, you know that they are very willing to pick this champion, even on blue side, and they've thrown down saying, okay, CLG, if you can't win with Qiyana, then they're gonna have full control of this pivotal champion for all of Champ Select.
Yeah, I completely agree. And calling back to when PoE did play it, it was in that game 3 against Cloud9 of the semifinals, the only game that CLG was able to win. But it wasn't your typical Qiyana victory. It wasn't winning lane with gank assist and then snowballing through the side lanes and winning quickly. It was a come from behind victory with some very clutch flanks. In my opinion, not a very reliable way to win with Qiyana, more like, okay, PoE is serviceable with this champion, which does kind of call into question, and I think validates the gamble that Clutch is taking on this Qiyana. So to Kobe's point, this is kind of the game to prove whether or not Clutch has to ban it going forward, or if this is just purely a CLG Champ Select burden.
Well, we'll see what happens right here. It is good to see it in game 1, and if CLG can step up, or if Clutch continues to perform here in the summer split, 3rd place on the line, skipping the first opponent here in the regional qualifier for Worlds in 2 weeks' time. The mid laners squaring off, both with oversized hula hoops for weapons, PoE and Damonte.
Is that a hula hoop?
It's half a hula hoop.
Okay.
Also,
a crescent moon is still the moon.
That is also an accurately sized hula hoop, by the way. That is the correct proportion for a hula hoop. They are big, and you need the extra room to get the full rotation. Now, we've had a really interesting discussion for both of these teams throughout the summer split, by the way.
Yeah.
But both of them have been very focused on objectives, but fairly different objectives, different sides of the map. CLG, one of the best teams at controlling the dragon side of the map on the lower half of the map. Clutch Gaming, one of the best, actually the best, at controlling the Rift Herald top side of the map as far as objectives go. And we are going to have split camps here as they start off on red buffs for both junglers.
And also thinking about the jungle matchup, Wiggly was held down fairly substantially by Svenskeren in the semifinals and had a very off series. Looking at the champions that they're playing in this game, Lear is going to be heavily focused on getting up to level 6, where he can then start making plays around that Rift Herald we just talked about. But in the early game, I wonder where Wiggly's going to look, because he will want to pull off some successful ganks. Generally, CLG is a bot or top-focused team, depending on the game, and rarely focuses mid, yet they have picked a composition that wants to focus around mid with the Gragas and Qiyana. So again, playing a little bit off of their norm with these picks and this stuff.
And you look a little bit further into the game. Is Gragas able to get a good Predator gank on either mid or towards the bottom half of the map? Kiana's so good at using the ultimate, post level 6 in those dragon fights. Gets to blow up basically and explode on water as well as any sort of terrain around there. So Power Vivo might tend towards that half of the map.
We're waiting and seeing as the trades come forward. Perfect CS allowed for Damonte here, 19-19 on the first 3 waves. Practice that one at home, but a good start so far in his laning phase for sure. PoE's gonna have to lose some of this one.
I always like watching mid laners play Renekton because I feel like sometimes they pilot him a little bit differently than top laners do. It's much more spell focused and you'll charge up his rage a fair bit, but here is that Gragas gank we talked about wanting to get that kill.
They're gonna have empowered stun already burned right there, rooted again by the water version. Damonte burning down, running towards his squad. Skarner not too far away. He's gonna wait for the squad to come around and find another route. There's the body slam flash. He's gonna get back over the wall. Heals a little bit, but it's not gonna be enough. First blood comes through, but the re-engage is here. Huni there with Lyra. A lot of damage towards Quigley. No flash on that character. They could kill him. In comes Vulcan. The trade kill is in. Now Ruin's there as well. The whole squad coming across as now Huni's still in the front line. Damage on a Ruin. Damonte's back into the action, but cannot find a stun. A 1-for-1 kill comes through to the mid laner of CLG.
If there was a question of whether or not these teams are willing to play around mid lane, it was just answered. The 5-man mid, 3 minutes and 30 seconds in. A little bit of a strange looking chase towards the river where Power Vivo triple hits the water blade, so actually lowering his damage for the CC, and then Clutch goes down. They might burn his flash or kill him.
Ruin has flash, but he's taking a lot of damage, and the flash means nothing. Damonte's Q gets the kill picked up. He's massively winning his matchup now.
Oh, that's so bad for Ruin. Flash blown. One side of the Renekton Q just to get to the other side. It still dies. Also giving up the summoner spell. I believe too, if you look at the top wave right now, pushing away from him, so he's gonna lose out on extra maintenance. Now, you can never get away from Kiana by running to the river, because she will just pull another water element, as you see there. Power Vivo able to get it. Wiggly flashing too in the bottom lane.
Zigzag flashing as well.
Hey, sometimes when players come on to a bigger stage for the first time, they end up playing more passively. That is not what is happening here, although I think there could definitely be some jitters at work here. The fact that Damonte didn't retreat towards his turret when he had Slice, Dice, and Flash up, but instead retreated down, or the fact that Ruin then sloppily died in the top river with his flash being burned at the very end. I think it'll take a little bit of time for these guys to settle in, but early on, everything is showing up clutch.
Yeah, that play in the mid lane was definitely CLG advantage at the beginning. Yet because they have the later teleport, they are not quite as coordinated in the roams up. It is Clutch Gaming with the early lead in this game.
And I want to call the attention towards topside, Kobe, where after we saw Ruin die, the wave was in a really bad spot. It actually got froze in front of Huni's turret for about 2 or 3 waves. So you can see now 35 CS to 17. Huni has a level advantage as well as 3 charges of that corrupting potion. So Ruin will be able to pick up some of that CS once it crashes against his turret, but Huni definitely in a powerful position right now in the lane.
As we cited in Champion Select, this is one of the holy trinity of Huni champions that he can hard carry games on. The Gangplank has definitely been one that he has performed very well on. You can already see Wiggly coming up to the top side, trying to allow Ruin some extra control here with the minion wave well positioned now in front of his tower.
Yeah, and Ruin has a bit of an opportunity to try and zone Huni off the wave, but the ward there by Huni was incredibly well timed to stop Wiggly. Lyra is 6 and has flash.
It's going to be safety enough, though, for Biofrost able to jump away. Vulcan not going to find the Rudo stun either. Attempted gank, not found.
Now, again, with these Predator junglers on the roam now, you have to keep track of all these flashes. Everybody except Power Vivo on the side of CLG had blown theirs, so Clutch Gaming used that presence on this bottom half of the map to earn themselves the dragon. And this is a very big pickup because Rifthailed has not even spawned, so there is nothing that CLG can pick up in answer to this. There is no cost here for Clutch Gaming. They just happily gain the first objective.
And I think CLG is going to be quite concerned about the opening to this game. During the regular season, they were near the top of the league in Dragon Control because Stixxay and Biofrost usually had control of that lane, or got control thanks to Wiggly ganks. That's how they're able to have such good drain control. But as you mentioned, the fact that Clutch is actually winning bot lane, the fact that Damonte doesn't seem burstable by Power of Evil, and the fact that Huni's on one of his champions are all advantages to Clutch, where they actually have bot pressure before transitioning to Rift Herald, and now they're looking for something bottom lane. Wiggly is waiting, but they are outnumbered.
Okay, 4 versus 3 down here on this side as Biofrost is under the turret, and Predator's popped as well, but there's still no push onto the gank. Demolish not used either. Called off.
One of the big tendencies of these two mid laners is kind of on display as well. We've seen multiple roams by Damonte down to different areas of the map. You got the kill up on Ruin in the top half of the river. Now multiple passes towards bottom as well. And Power of Evil trying to push back. Now Power of Evil's got the upgraded mobility boots though, which should incentivize him to start to make plays around the map. She has access to the level 6, so one of those big combinations is available for Qiyana.
Yeah, however, in order to use the mobility boots, he has to find ways to get out of his lane. So I wonder if Damonte is going to give him these windows. If Damonte consistently pushes up the mid lane, it will be much more difficult for PoE to go and find roam. So now that Clutch is playing against Qiyana, with Clutch being the most experienced Qiyana team, I like how they are playing around it and really respecting where PoE can go and not letting him get ahead.
Yeah, something I want to keep dragging for sure. We're 8.5 minutes in, and right now PoE's one kill has been the gank he received, which of course was smart, but the backhand of it was played really well. Clutch up 1,500 gold right now. CS leads in every single one of their roles down the line, all 5. It's going to be a good start for them right here, as they are still the ones pushing it pretty nicely.
Plus also the gold that has been spent. Mobility boots are an investment in playmaking.
Yeah.
Mobility boots do not give you combat power. So we'll see if Power of Evil can actually make use of the mobility, because right now it's been Damonte shoving every wave in and being the first one with an open map. Whenever you shove a wave versus the enemy mid laner, it gives them a job. They have to respond to that wave before following up on whatever play you want to create. It gives you about 10 seconds of a lead time.
Speaking of lead times right here, as they fight over the top lane right now, there's a big lead time in sight stones as well. Vulcan has his sight stone completed. Biofrost is at 200 gold earned. We keep seeing Rakans in hard matchups go for spell thieves and not earn any money, not get their wards online. So even if he wanted to track Damonte or Cody Sun or Vulcan leaving lane, doesn't have the wards to do so. And until that comes online, it's a darker map for CLG.
Yeah, and pay attention to where Vulcan and Cody Sun go from here, because throughout the playoffs and also throughout the regular season, Clutch had a pattern of recalling their bottom lane around 10 minutes and moving up for the Rift Herald. However, if they don't have to, they're not going to rotate up. But watch, look at the owner already running up.
And right now, the AD carries have teleport. Cody Suns is available. There's a small cooldown on stick saves, so it should be a Clutch Gaming objective. CLG moving into contest though.
Could be a big fight in the river, although Ruin is far over the wall since he got shoved in.
Flash E's gonna find the stun. Ult comes on top as well. Suppression in there as well. Looking for the flash, the burn down, and PoE's gonna drop down. A 1-for-0 to Clutch. Herald resets, but the kill was earned.
PoE doesn't even get his ult off. No flank to be had, and river control goes to Clutch.
We cited Skarner's ultimate, so good against these champions. And Lyra doesn't hesitate, flashes on in on the Skarner. CLG still around.
But they've already TP'd in their bottom laners. This is a 5v3. Why are you here? As Clutch Gaming comes across, they find the first stun. A tanky Vulcan still survives. The first kill comes through. 6 TPs in to another 3v5 that gets nothing done.
Clutch is dominating this early game, even though CLG tried to stop the Clutch classic Rift Herald play. Clutch was already ahead, right? They have the gold leads, they have the numbers advantage in every single one of those plays, and they are the ones who are pulling the trigger.
The important part here is not noticing the pattern. Oh, they always go to Rift Herald around 10 minutes.
Doing something about it.
Exactly. The important part is preparing for it and getting your advantage so that you can actually answer the play. But it feels like CLG a little bit too stubborn in trying to counter Clutch's playbook here. It cost them 2 kills, though they do technically stop the Rift Herald. Let's see, it has been both bottom lanes swapping up to the top side.
Sun's still juking away from the Biofrost knockups, able to do that without having to burn any summoner spells, just pressing
go
E.
in here, they have level advantage.
Would like to walk in, almost has ulti, nice! 6A waits long enough on his Arcane Shift to not get tagged there, but a step by Vulcan to preempt that one. Huni and Lyra, they're gonna go for this Infernal Drake, and despite being on a ward, this looks to be uncontested.
There are two things here. One is that, of course, Huni has his own lead in his 1v1 versus Ruin, but also Damonte, as we mentioned, continually pushing up this mid wave. So we had both solo laners push up their waves and then roam into the Dragon, and because the bottom lane swapped over, that was another objective here to Clutch Gaming, retaining control.
Just look at the game state once again. You still see this greater than 2,000 gold lead. Both Drakes there as well, and all their champions seem to be in very good spots. A 3-kill Renekton is going to be very close to Spear of Shojin. Nearly has the combined gold right now. And as their bot laner comes back in, the Manamune is stacking up, and half the Rage Blade's done for Cody Sun.
Yeah, and it's just getting more and more difficult for CLG to find success in this game. As we mentioned during Champ Select, the targets for PoE are few and far between. He basically needs to get onto Cody Sun in order to assassinate him because everyone else is either too bruisey or can eat themselves out of the CC like Huni. So PoE can't find roams, and on that point, Wiggly is trying to gank a bunch of losing lanes, which is already a losing proposition against a level 6 Skarner. So huge shout out to Clutch for how they have controlled the first 13.5 minutes of this game.
And their step has been finally completed here to pick up the Rift Herald.
They might use this right away so they can get the plates.
Yep, smart choice right there. You can see he's hiding towards the back, make sure there's no Kragus CC, not gonna get it canceled. Mid-turn's gonna take a lot of damage, also push them back. PoE's gonna run away. Here comes the charge.
And look at the mini-map. They're just so more positioned than the rest of Clutch Gaming.
I'm trying, Dad! I'm sorry! You're check the NA mini-map, chat. We don't have that here. As the turret gets very, very low, it is going to be stopped down without that 5th plate falling, but it is still 3 more plates claimed, and it's still more going to Clutch Gaming's pockets.
Honestly, not a lot of answers from CLG. You can see, though, that both the side lanes were at least pushed in. Stixxay as well as Ruin trying to get something done while the mid lane was under siege there and got absolutely devastated. It doesn't reward them too much, but a little bit of tower damage is something.
And look at Huni's instincts right there, backing off of Ruin at the turret with no wards whatsoever. Let's see if this ends up being a caster curse as he steps back up with Wiggly still there, but he has been playing so smart, especially in these playoffs, and applying pressure when necessary, but also staying safe when he has it.
Oh, this could be a really good fight here for Clutch Gaming. Going to find a little bit of a damage output as the ults are coming around a little bit, but not getting any kills picked off. It's instead just the fight for the blue buff. That goes with the smite back over to Lyra, and that dive will turn into nothing, and nor will any kills show up.
All right, when we went over in Champion Select, the initiation tools that both teams have being so reliable, this really does help Clutch Gaming in this game 1 of the series as far as finishing it out, right? They have a very clear possibility of roaming out with the Leona plus Skarner combination. You can already see Vulcan and Lyra walking together. Wherever this combination goes, CLG have to give room.
Okay, Ruin, this time the ult is available, pulls him right back forward, running off a barrel of 12. They got now Vulcan for the stun. Up onto the top comes Kaisa. Cody Sun claims the kill.
And Vulcan did my favorite thing that Leonas can do there with Moby Boots and just walk up to them to press Q. Don't stop and do this E animation while Ruin has flash. Since he had the mobility, he walked up to him, pressed Q, that allowed Cody to ult, and a very easy kill secure for the team.
Yeah, it's extremely reliable CC here from Skarner and Leona. Very devastating duo to roam around the map, and the wards have been laid for Clutch Gaming. They get the kill, they get the tower damage afterwards, and I don't think we need to watch it again, but Lyra walks in, they're able to get that Skarner ultimate, pull him against the wall, nowhere for Ruin to run.
Comfort and reliability. You put Vulcan on Leona, which has the easier execution when he can walk up with Q, Lyra on Skarner, and you put Huni on one of the big 3 Huni champions. So knowing that the first game on a big stage like this can often be a little bit jarring, Clutch is doing everything just right.
It really does feel like that statement game, Clutch opening up with, just kind of laying down some fairly standard picks for themselves and telling CLG to outplay them.
He's got a real flash. I want to burn that one there. Hex Flash, I think he would have done it, but maybe he still goes for it. Has ulti available.
This would be pretty ambitious.
Well, Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds, so I don't think any big risks need to be taken by Clutch Gaming. They have a stranglehold on this game already. all they have to do is continue to control this vision behind the dragon. It's an Infernal Drake at that, so it will only further empower the snowball of this game.
And unless Wiggly can find a clean initiation, I don't know if CLG should actually contest this. Think about the last fight we saw in the river where PoE was completely bursted. That's what they're going for again, quick burst.
Wall locked down into Gragas. AP Gragas is gone already. Zyle comes out, not a whole lot being done. Demonte, so taking the front lines, is able to kite it away, but Ruin wants a little bit more. He's going to be found out. They pull him right back in. More time being bought by Vulcan, a 2-for-0 to Clutch, and once again, CLG forced to run away.
And that's just what we're talking about. CLG is contesting plays they have no business contesting. They don't have river vision, and they clump up in that small little choke point. They're not finding good uses for their initiation or their Qiyana ultimates, and Clutch just keeps winning fight after fight.
And we should give the alternatives. The other alternative there is to try and trade for an objective on the other side of the map. You cannot fight straight up 5-on-5 head-to-head because they're so far behind.
Yeah.
But the best that you can do is say, okay, we have to sacrifice that. We will overload the other side of the map and try and at least get this top tower back, maybe get some gold in the meantime. However, if you go fight head-to-head versus the advantaged opponent, you just continue to fall further and further behind.
Oh, nice
slow. Runs in, almost finds the shot as Vulcan, but PoE able to walk away.
And I think this is the other side of the Qiyana coin where PoE now has no lane where he can go safely. And we're going to see this fight one more time. Wiggly was hoping to find a fight, but they just didn't have the vision. As Wiggly places the controller, he gets bursted out. And then, yes, Biofrost does try a re-engage, but since they're not onto Cody's son, the one really killable person in that fight, they use all their damage into a fairly tanky person and don't get the kill. Now they're going for 2v1 on Demonte.
Here we go. CLG looking for the second kill of the game. Demonte double dashes back outwards, but he's going to get flashed onto. Has to get the Q back up. Doesn't find the knockback. Finds the kill. 1v2. Does get traded back, but that's still big for Demonte.
He turns and fights it out, trades one back there. Wiggly throwing the ultimate, thinking he was going to keep running away, but Demonte goes down fighting and gets a kill for himself. Meanwhile, Huni finishes that top secondary turret, and the rest of the team looks for a dive on Stixxay.
Nearly in range for that
go
one.
fast.
But he's still running forward towards Biofrost. Predator's still on.
No fast.
Not going to find that.
Not fast enough. He got about the first 1/8 of a second of the R animation onto Stixxay, but then he shifted away. You heard the audio start playing.
The shift had already started, so it completed before the cast of the Impale was done, but they're going right back in the mid lane. They've got lane pressure right now. Stixxay's wave clear not so good. He had to knock out the Biofrost. The flash over. Qiyana finds his stun, but Vulcan's very tanky. That could be death for him, but first, it is going to be the kill into the Qiyana. Turret's going to fall down as well. A 1-for-1 with the turret almost going down is still nearly a victory for Clutch Gaming here.
And even though Ruin does roam over, the control ward Clutch Gaming had in the river sees him, they back off in time. Good communication there. It's so hard for CLG to catch them off guard at this point because the map is lit up. Here's another look at Demonte going for the fight.
The great escape.
Just at the end.
Watch the Gragas cask. Doesn't quite get him.
So, yeah, he thought he was going to keep running away, but
turning and fighting was the only option there.
Yeah. High pressure moment, trying to come out of the turret, sadly misses that skill shot there. I mean, this is the first time Wiggly's been on a stage this big. This is his first playoffs run ever here in the LCS, and look, he was one of the biggest performers of CLG.
Yeah, especially as part of their resurgence. But Freak, the quarterfinals were very strong for Wiggly. The semifinals were definitely not. He was up against FLICKR, people were willing to say, okay, he's against FLICKR, what do you expect? But now, going up against Clutch Gaming, it's a time he really needs to perform. They're going to have nothing but high-pressure moments from here on out until the end of the season, really. So not a good start to game one. We'll need to pick it up as the series progresses.
Yeah, this is a best-of-5 series. CLG cannot get deflated after one game. They're still going for some plays. Vulcan might be the next.
Oh, nice side step there for Vulcan. Finds his stun, walking away, but they might still find the re-engage regardless. Vulcan's got no way out, and CLG find another kill.
Clutch very disorganized there, very slow in setting up the side lane pressure while Vulcan and Lyra were very vulnerable in mid lane, and it was good for CLG to recognize that and just kind of all in with 5 people, knowing there was nothing to be lost on the sides.
Definitely cannot back off at this point. Good to see CLG still looking for opportunities as well to fight back into this game.
I want to point out that with a 6,000 gold deficit, it certainly looks bad for CLG, but keep in mind, they came back from a 10,000 gold deficit just last weekend, so you never want to completely count them out.
The biggest comeback that we have had in the LCS, by the way.
Yeah, watching this one more time, Biofrost and Wiggly just saw the opportunity. They have so much movement with Gragas and the Predator. Unlucky that Wiggly missed that one, but the fact that they were still able to chase down the kill does give them the pressure back. And Freak, to your point, not only did CLG have that 10,000 gold comeback against C9, you also have to remember game 1 against Optic, where Optic had 4 Barons, 5 Drakes, and still lost. So yes, this has been a bad first 22 minutes by CLG against Clutch. If this was another Optic situation and CLG could turn it around, there is still so much left to be played.
I just want to touch on something. To be clear, that was an ironic unlucky, right? Because Wiggly continued overshooting these ultimates.
There's just nothing he could do.
They definitely need to keep track of the flashes.
Well, not as much Ruin can do as he gets found by a Renekton. The stun turns him next part of it.
Huni though.
But they do trade him to Huni, so 1-for-1. Top laners keep getting traded, and CLG continually find a 1-for-1 over and over and over again. Cash gonna shut down gold when it's there and keeping the game a bit tight. Now a knockup towards Vulcan, looking for round 2 of this fight, as they're gonna find a lot of CC. Vulcan very tanky, and Wiggly is not. So a 2-for-1, now this time going to Clutch Gaming. Maybe a re-engage towards PoE, the flash forward for the empowered stun. There is no way out, 3 kills for Clutch, and they're chasing for more. Demonte cannot quite find that stun, but it's still a team fight victory.
There's Baron and Infernal Drake up. Looks like Clutch opting for the Baron half of the map. They still have the DPS from Cody Sun, they can definitely do it.
And it's because Huni can still teleport in, but so can Ruin. If CLG wants to try and contest this one in a 3v5, it will be tough. No Aatrox ultimate, just Ezreal and Rakan.
It's going to be up how much damage they have, and Vulcan is on the flank. How does CLG get in? A flash forward. They get the knockup, but is enough damage with Baron on their side. Demonte's incredibly low. He's getting burned down. Huni finds the first in triumph. Keeps Clutch Gaming alive. Baron, though, is going to be stopped.
The continuation of this play is going to be very interesting because the Infernal Drake is still on the board and all of Clutch are caught in a recall. So while they thought it was a good Baron to get with 5 people, if all they get is a kill for the Infernal Drake, it may not be worth it.
All right, let's take another look because this is the play that set everything up. Wiggly flashing on Huni. Good ultimate from Wiggly this time around to complete on that pick. Now, this is Clutch Gaming, knowing they have the teleport. They also have Skarner who can just lock in a member, so they get the kill onto Wiggly, and Demonte's teleport finishes, meaning they can finish it up here onto Power Bevo, and then take the choice between the more risky Baron or the guaranteed Infernal Drake. Maybe they did not keep track of the teleport from Ruin's side, but during that replay, the Infernal Drake went over to CLG.
Yeah, so what happened is CLG rotated 6-0 to take Infernal, which actually slowed him down, meaning they lost the tempo. Clutch is back on Baron, and we're at it again.
All right, round 2 of this team fight as the ult comes across, a lot of CC, but Wiggly had the stopwatch. Stays alive for a few more seconds. The re-engage comes in now for Ruin as well. Plenty of damage to Demonte, and Clutch Gaming are running out of health. A 1-for-0, the stun gets found! Cody drops now as well, a 2-for-1. Here's 2-for-0, PoE stays alive, and now Lyra slowed down. The re-engage, and Cody Sun dives right back in, finds a kill. Lyra's gonna drop though, and CLG win the team fight.
Clutch continually playing with fire here, and CLG burned them at Baron. They stop it. Now they've turned on it for their own reward.
All right, let's see if Clutch tries to stop it. Cody is alive. Demonte has no ult. This would be nigh impossible to deny. CLG might get this Baron.
Gonna try, reveal of the wall, 3,000 health onto that one. Cody Sun, no ult, no way to jump the pit. He can put in a W, that's gonna get blocked. Wiggly stays alive, Demonte cannot get in there either. CLG not only win the fight, they take the Baron, they close the gap.
We just mentioned it 5 minutes ago, CLG can play from behind, but Clutch take so much damage from the Baron, and they miss both engaged attempts onto Wiggly, which leaves them without tools in the river. It allows CLG to chase after them. They do get finally a Kiana ult stun off onto Huni's Gangplank, and they clean house here. The ult in from Cody at the end was nice, but because he didn't continue on and risk dying, it does give away the Baron.
It was actually so sick by Cody, though. He lands the W onto the enemy support, uses the radius to jump over the wall to be in range of Power of Evil. That was actually super clever, but it's 1 kill picked up in a sea of CLG outplaying that fight, putting it now within 4,000 gold. There's still a comeback to be had, but they are clawing their way back in.
And even though CLG have gotten this Baron, they have to be wary of Clutch Gaming getting a flank on them. The problem with the last fight for Clutch is they had a desync engage there. It was fumbled by the combination of Vulcan and Damonte. Lyra didn't use the Skarner ultimate until they were retreating halfway back up the river, and that's how CLG takes a big victory in that team fight. Now that they can push up here, grouped as well, they will get a lot of gold back in their favor.
And Stixxay is so powerful right now. The poke onto turrets with this Ezreal has the same gold as Cody Sun, now sitting at 5-0. So while the initiation hasn't been great for CLG, if Clutch can't get that successful flank, Stixxay is now powered up enough to punish.
Okay. Deficit now only 4,000, about half of what it was at its peak, and still 1 minute 40 seconds of Baron buff left as Clutch Gaming look to regain some of the map, seeing some of the recalls come through. 1 health! Oh, it burned! Yeah, pretty sure that went to someone on... There we go, it's a CLG one. I just got the 1 damage, but it happened all the same. As then we wait for the next one to happen as Clutch move forward and knock down the mid lane wave, but still they're gonna be in the back foot. I think they're gonna have to wait out this Baron buff. It'll time out just about the time Cloud Drake respawns. We'll see when that one comes through.
And that team fight and ensuing Baron have done so much to change the state of the game. Not only has it allowed CLG a much stronger team fight themselves with all the extra gold, but it has righted the state of the map. Before, it was so hard for CLG to pull off a play because they had no vision to work with. But you see that defensive line of control wards, they've cleared out a lot of the deeper vision that Clutch had, and it allows CLG a lot more breathing room.
And pay attention to the side lanes as well. For most of the game, it's been Clutch pushing it up to well beyond the halfway point. But right now, these side lanes are pushing in the favor of CLG. So when Power of Evil is able to safely get those side lanes pushing, not only does it give them sideway pressure and turret killing, but mostly it enables him the windows to go through and flank.
Last 20 seconds of the Baron buff. You can see 2,600 gold's been earned off of that one. 1,500 from the Baron itself, another 1,100 from all the other stuff they've been doing, knocking down turrets, clawing this game closer and closer. And as that time's out, might see the standoff now for the Cloud Drake. With new item spikes coming in and a 5-kill Ezreal to be the primary carry. See if they can do it.
They also have a lot of value. Now that Kiana's level 16, we saw how big the stun can come in around these objectives. And with another dragon spawning, this might be an opportunity. There are a lot of these AoE things to look after.
This is the spot where Clutch has been able to find fights, though. That river control has been so critical, having Skarner on the Spire, and this time I think CLG smartly does not contest.
The second Cloud Drake gonna be handed over. An attempt, a very low-cost attempt to steal by Stixxay. Doesn't get it, but grabs its own red buff. No problem for him.
I think there would have been an argument for Clutch Gaming to delay that Dragon take by about 15 seconds, because that would have meant that the next Drake spawning would have been the Elder Dragon, but because they took it before 30 minutes, it's going to be yet another Drake, and it's going to be a Cloud for the 6th Drake spawn of the game.
Well, it'll at least empower the Elder Dragon spawn when it comes in, but that is going to be a 40-minute timer on that one. Yeah. So, yeah, the game-ending Elder push will be very late here, to your point, chat. See if it comes to it anyway in this game. As we wait and see the item pushes come through, a lot of lethality has been bought here by Power of Evil. 2 major items there.
And I mean, the offensive items are going to definitely go a long ways for CLG trying to win these team fights, but look at this. 3 QSSs picked up, as well as a Zhonya's and a stopwatch. Every member has a very big team fight impacting active ability here in inventory for Counter Logic Gaming now. Those things have to be tracked by Clutch for their next initiation, because so much of it relies on the Leona and Skarner combination to get themselves a number advantage.
4 major items done on Cody Sun now here as well. See if he can put out enough damage. He has been the, I would say, the primary late game carry for Clutch overall, continuing to give him big hyper scaling late game marksman has been, I think, his calling card for most of this split. I think he's been a huge upgrade over his replacement from earlier in the year, and Cody Sun, Deathless on a late game Kai'Sa can do a lot of work here.
Yeah, and even just as Clutch is thinking about trying to get some type of flank in the mid lane. Gonna have to watch to see if FLICKR or Vulcan can go for anything. As far as Cody's son is concerned, Freak, he actually is the all-time leader in damage per minute for LCS players in playoffs. And there's the fight!
Found and engage. A lot of CC bypass QS is the way they'll walk up. They find the stun. They might lock down Wiggly. Jumps to the wall, stays barely alive, but the re-engage comes in and Ruin goes down. Damonte walks in forward, 6 at half HP. The flash in for him. The exhaust to build space. They shut it down anyway. Kiana can't build the space. Biostras is so low, but just stays alive. 3 still up for CLG, but the mid lane push can continue.
Clutch is going to want to push here. The very close escapes might hold CLG in this game, but they may look to end here. If not, they pull for Baron.
4 versus 3 on the map as the resets come through, and Clutch Gaming looking forward. They're going for at least one Nexus turret. 4v3 push. The flash on PoE. QSS away. Damonte has tower aggro. The GA will almost certainly fall as Wiggly clears away some minions. No turrets drop.
That's too much damage taken from the towers. They have to retreat right now. CLG harrying them on the way out. There's a teleport available for Ruin. And look at these deep wards. There's a possibility CLG try and chase them down long enough for a deep teleport.
When he respawns in 2
there it
seconds
is.
right now as the flanks come through, he can TP in now as well. Gonna be a brief 5v4 as the squad comes around. There's the extra TP coming in for CLG. Cody's son kites backwards, gets away from Ruin. Not gonna be found, but the 1 kill comes through on a Vulcan already. PoE staying alive. The barrel comes in. Huni gets a kill. Ruin could be next. Tries to kill Cody. Can't quite do it. Instead, it's Wiggly who falls. 3 kills for Clutch at the cost of only their support. And back down mid lane they go.
Cody's son dodging pretty much everything from Ruin on the backside of that fight. So CLG takes their big swing with the TP flank, and it looks like Clutch will finally get their Baron.
Yeah, they're not going to try and go for the Nexus back-to-back plays here. They will take the Baron instead. Safer route for Clutch, and they have it back in their hands.
All right, 3-shot barrage gonna be a bit late, but at least he tried, and it is going to be the Baron now on Clutch Gaming's side with a 7,000 gold lead, making them feel pretty secure here.
CLG definitely making Clutch work for it. This looks like it was going to be a stomp earlier on in the game, but let's watch that flank again from Ruin. Doesn't land any of the Qs onto Cody, but does jump in to help with the execution of Vulcan. And as this fight continues, just watch Huni as well, kind of in the middle of everything, but able to get multiple barrel detonations off and pick up the double kill.
Yeah, Huni goes full offensive build with the Gangplank. Infinity Edge empowered crit coming through there.
And then still sits in the middle of the team.
You can see why he does it though. Gets the double kill for the team. Now they're pushing with Baron on the bottom half of the map. Everybody grouped up as 5 because they know super minions will do the work on the mid lane, and they don't want to give CLG an opening to take advantage of a split team.
All right, and we're also going to have to see if Clutch can get a clean initiation. All those QSSs, half of them have turned into Mercurial Scimitars. If Clutch has a dive go awry, it would be another way for CLG to extend this game.
Not going to just yet a GP ult to push them backwards. Those 6 stay down temporarily without the escape tools. The turret's going to take some damage. They will knock that one down. Inhibitor cracked open. That should be the sign for CLG to walk backwards and give this one away. Fighting out the turret going to be a little bit hard.
I think for CLG to be able to win one of these team fights, they have to have Wiggly punish Huni's positioning. Gragas is so good at punishing melee carries there. Huni has to watch out, not get too far up, and just use the barrel chains from safety.
And 6A can't get hit by Kaisa W's. That was 2 of them, took him to 1/3 health. The bits of poke that Clutch have been so effective. Huni has landed a few barrel chains coming up to these turrets, and Cody has landed W's. If enough of those land, COD can't even defend. And in inhibitor number 3, they got to fight.
Oh, a lot of damage comes across. Cody's on a pretty low HP, but the engage comes across. They might knock down Huni. The big stun comes in, and it's a 1-for-0. Now get it back as the support dies now as well. Damonte in the front line holding up, and Cody's son still able to free fire as Wiggly's going to be next to get picked off, and that's a triple kill already. This is a fight that Clutch Gaming are going to win, and Stixay, he's jumped on. Quadra kill in the 3rd place match. Cody's son takes the work into his own hands. An 8-0 game for the Kaisa, and Clutch Gaming will strike first here in Detroit, taking down CLG in game 1.
Good performance by Clutch Gaming in what we said was needing to be a statement game. It started out real well, got a little dicey in the middle, but then ended cleanly for Clutch, and they definitely padded some stats down the stretch there. The 8-0-10 for Cody's son is gonna look pretty good.
And look at the confidence that will do for you.
Yeah.
This team has been brimming with it all playoffs long. Demonte getting into the crowd. And this, honestly, goal number 1 of getting the victory, opening up the series with a W complete, but the secondary goal of also defeating Kiana in the hands of CLG, meaning it's a more potent tool for Clutch for all of Champ Select for the rest of this series, has also been completed.
I think especially the swagger of Demonte coming off
Yeah.
with the Renekton pick, saying like, it's not the pick, it's the player, in terms of that matchup going, because PoE was really a non-factor in that game. He actually got first blood on the Kiana, couldn't make it to side lanes. I do think a lot of Clutch Gaming's draft was revolving around not letting Kiana get going, from the flex picks to really the entire composition coming through and the rest of it. And Cody Sun also never made himself available. He was always way in the back until the fight was about to turn, knew exactly when to dash in.
Yeah, Clutch Gaming got to play Clutch Gaming style, even with their picks taken away.
Yeah.
Demonte playing his first Summer Nectin, 14th champion of the split. Like, the pool keeps growing, it keeps getting wider and wider every single time. And they made it work. You can ban the Rumble, you can take the Kiana. We'll ban the Zaya, don't worry about it. We still got a carry that we can grab Cody Sun, no problem. And there's a lot of threats that are making their own sort of skills work.
Yeah, I think that for CLG looking in game number 2, they need to clean up a little bit of their team play, especially early on, as well as some of the shot calling when they find themselves in a disadvantageous situation they can't continue to force.
Yeah, and I really think Ruin has to play better. Having the Aatrox there and going 1-8-3, he needs to be better.
Not a good start, but we'll see what else they can do. For more on that Clutch Gaming win, let's hear from the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. We have welcomed Prowley to the desk to help us break down that first game of our third place match. Clutch Gaming. They put up a statement game there, faltering once, yes, in the mid game, but overall, start to finish, that felt pretty dominant.
No, yeah, that felt like pretty normal Clutch even from last week. It was pretty much a normal thing where they're going to go do Herald, they're going to fight at Herald, get that advantage, and then pick around the map.
And you know, CLG was busy practicing the Kiana, picking it up, but Clutch Gaming was already one step ahead, figuring out what they need to play against it. And I need to remind you guys that when CLG beat Cloud9 with that Kiana pick, it wasn't a dominating victory. It was Cloud9 pretty much throwing the game at the very end, and then they picked up that win. So this champion, to me, still does not seem like a pick that CLG is comfortable with, and solely taken to put Clutch Gaming out of their comfort zone, which fell right into their
Yeah, but I have a way bigger problem with the bot lane pick. I hate Ezreal and Rakan paired together when this is supposed to be your strongest point on the map for CLG, your all-pro second-team bot lane, and that's what they're taking into you know, the other team getting last pick support, counter pick with Leona. I had a much bigger problem with that, I think, than the Kiana takeaway first. As well as just, you know, Clutch had also the intelligent early Renekton pick to kind of bait the Aatrox, then they still have the GP, which doesn't get banned out in the second phase because you're already showing your top laner.
How'd you feel that Bard hover? Did you like that more?
I wanted Bard.
That was fake. That was totally fake.
Yeah,
Come on.
Well, yeah, clearly they jump for the Rakan. It does not pay dividends, but I do want to take a look at this game, the very early action happening here. Both of these teams on the big stage, not shying away from the fight. Level 2, level 3, 3 minutes into the game, it will go in favor of Clutch Gaming.
And you know, this is the same thing that we saw in Game 2 from Clutch Gaming when they were bouncing back against Team Liquid. Their ability to collapse on their mid laner faster than the other team shows here once again, and it is Demonte being chased down. First of all, chasing these opportunities from the mid jungle is usually pretty risky, but Clutch Gaming already has the TP in, right? Aatrox, where is he? He's now getting in.
Yeah, and this is the problem with it, is you could have taken the 1-for-1 trade, understood that they blew a TP and taken advantage in the top side, but CLG react later, blow extra teleports from the top lane to get in there, and then that makes the second part of the play so much worse, where Rune kind of just contests Lyra on top of a Spire, and just kind of tries to walk through him, turns back around and fights this. He's going to die, and while this is happening in the top lane, his wave is pushing away from him, and he has no teleport. So this death screws his entire laning phase over.
Yeah, definitely a mistake there out of Rune, the top laner. We heard Jat saying he has to play better in the next game if CLG wants a chance in this series.
Top jungle for CLG ended up 1-15.
Yeah.
You really cannot play like this if you're trying to win against anybody.
A rough start. We'll come back to Wiggly because I have some thoughts about that and what we talked about with Nerves and the poor performance against Cloud9 in the semis. But now I want to jump over to you, probably, because you said it. Clutch, the identity of Clutch, 10-minute Rift Herald, they will be there, and you need to be prepared for that. They did it in this game. In CLG, they weren't set up.
So CLG was around Herald when they were doing the swap, so I like that they had some kind of inkling that they're going to do it because we've seen it so many times. One big disaster, I think, coming from CLG is even Stixay's interview. He's talking about, like, oh, we're going to win bot. And then they pick Ezreal Rakan. So the way Team Liquid actually was able to defeat it one time is picking this really strong bot lane and then not letting them do the Herald.
Do you think it was the Caitlyn ban then that Clutch Gaming dropped before the Ezreal was picked as one of the CLG pick to dominate the bottom lane?
Yeah, I think Caitlyn was the pick that they were going to pick, but then they kind of got screwed out once they had to find a new one.
And this is what I like about Clutch Gaming's playstyle is it is, you know, telegraphed and predictable. Everyone knows 10, 11 minutes they're going topside to take the Rift Herald. You still have to stop them. And so even though you know it's coming, you have to execute well because they're so practiced at that play. They've probably done it for 2 months in scrims now.
Right.
And you have to go up there and deal with it. And I think when they have the onus of the Leona to pick the fight, they have better turn. If you're sloppy in how you're approaching the Rift Herald, they will kill you. And I think while it is, you know, predictable and eventually exploitable if a team adapts to it like Team Liquid might have, CLG's not there yet.
They didn't even get the Rift Herald off that play, but they will take that one kill, that one small advantage, and they'll rinse, repeat that as many times as they can to build that lead.
I mean, they're just comfortable going there and then doing what they want to do. Because, yeah, that time they got there and they didn't just start the Herald instantly. They knew you're going to come or we're going to get Herald for free. So they kept putting themselves in that situation, and they're more comfortable in CLG doing that.
That said, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, CLG needs to stick down to what they were winning with, like strong team fights, strong bot lane, and be able to win the game that way.
Now, Clutch did have that one small misstep where they gave away a Baron after getting caught up around it, but able to claw their way back in. I think that's the thing we're looking at. We talked about this being a momentum-based series, and to have had that early lead and then to be able to close it out like this with a mid lane fight, that's going to do dividends.
And this is something I've noticed CLG have a problem with. They really don't do a good job tracking timers. Yes, they get the TP flank, but Huni was rezzing on the same timer as they were, and Damonte had TP, so once he finishes his back, he comes right back into the fight. This is essentially a 5v5. If CLG thought about it properly, you're just picking a 5v5 in the middle of the map down 7k gold. There's no advantage that you're taking other than Damonte has an 8-second window that he has to back before he comes back in. And that's such a narrow window to be like, we're going to exploit this, and I think that happened in the Clutch or the C9 series as well, where they tried to push after losing in the top lane, and they have to be way more conscious of other teams' teleports.
That fight started off of Clutch Gaming trying to end the game with a very aggressive flash play. Then as they retreat, CLG, instead of thinking, how do we set up our own play, they're just following up on Clutch's mistake, thinking that they could capitalize. And it looks to me that CLG is playing so reactive to what Clutch Gaming is doing. Clutch is clearly firing on all 5 members right now, and CLG needs to bring it together.
Even though Clutch got the victory here, they are opting to hop over to blue side for the second game of the series. Mark, you had said CLG with side selection in 1, 3, and 5 would possibly have the advantage here because of draft. Well, they dropped this first one. Clutch gets to go over to that coveted blue side. What would be the response here from CLG from red?
I think you can look at the Akali and Aurelia and say, well, they haven't beat anyone in playoffs with those. The GP got through. It was one of the 3 champs they found wins in the playoffs on, and they got it again. I'm surprised that happened.
All right, so we'll look for those answers in Champion Select Pro. Thank you so much for joining us here to break down that first game. As we go to break, you are getting an early look at the new Alienware Aurora R9 desktop. Alienware will be upgrading the LCS studios in Los Angeles with the R9 for the kickoff of the 2020 season. Game 2 of Clutch versus Counterlogic Gaming is coming up after this.
It's gonna be a hell of a story.
It's gonna be a hell of a story.
It's gonna be a hell of a story.
Shit, man. Can't say that anymore.
Really? Oh, come on. Yeah, we still can. It still is.
I think genuinely the redemption arc.
Ruin has flash, but he's taking a lot of damage, and the flash means nothing. Ruin wants a little bit more. He's gonna be found out. They pull him right back in. More time being bought by Vulcan. A 2-for-0 to Clutch.
Tipping him, let's fight.
Dragus. He has one, he's up.
We're good.
Play the Rector. We can Baron free. Baron free. Kill Cannon. He has no flash. Okay. Kill and then Baron's free. Nice. Push mid. Leona the flash.
Chase.
Go, GP.
Help Kiana.
Let's go, everyone.
The barrel comes in. Huni gets a kill. Ruin could be next. Tries to kill Cody. Can't quite do it. Cody's son still able to free fire. As Ruin's going to be next to get picked off. And that's a triple kill already. This is a fight that Clutch Gaming are going to win. And Stick say he's jumped up. Quadra kill in the 3rd place match. Cody's son takes the work into his own hands.
A great product can define the present, but it takes the unprecedented to define the future. To go beyond what's next and change the world of gaming. To make history break ground, and force the universe to take notice. The world's most powerful and most upgradable gaming laptop with Intel Core processors, the Area 51M, defines the future of gaming.
Congrats, Kim. You got your own car with your own insurance.
No more driving that old hand-me-down.
Did you trade it in?
My parents handed it down to my little brother.
You ready?
Yeah. Surprise! No, not Beige Betty. You guys can't do this to me. Seriously?
That car is like a rite of passage.
How do you expect me to drive this?
Just turn the key and yeah, it's just
Some of this?
It's automatic, dual cup holders.
Go with the one that's here to help life go right. State Farm.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back for Game 2 between Clutch Gaming and Counter Logic Gaming. Clutch has continued their surge at the very end of the summer split. We're here at the very end of the year. A squad that looked like they couldn't make playoffs and now up 1-0 in the third place match.
And that's a super nice spot down by the river, by the way. I went there earlier. It's a good place to go for a walk. But anyway, we are into Game 2, and I'm looking forward to see what happens if with the sides being swapped around and Clutch being on blue side.
Yeah, honestly, very, very dominating game number 1. Huni on your screen there. Super hard carry Gangplank performance, built full damage, did full damage.
He did a lot. He was very, very useful. Died a couple times, but what do you expect for a melee champion? It's not full tank, obviously. Demonte also, his Kiana got taken away, and he made CLG regret that one. Got first blood because of a nice gank, but never looked back afterwards. A great Renekton game for him.
Yeah, we'll see if there'll be any repercussions from the first game on game number 2 here, if they try and convert the strategy, because again, when people are talking about Clutch Gaming and pick ban, there were so many champions that are like, well, you just ban away, you know, Huni's carry champions, and you just ban away or take away Demonte's champions. That already looks to be a problem, and now that sides are reversed, it's much more difficult. Keep in mind that CLG also banned Akali on blue side. This signals that they do not want to play one of the most powerful picks in the entire game right now as a first pick. So that might even give more weight over to Clutch Gaming and pick ban.
Well, that means CLG's hands are tied, though, because every team bans Yuumi on red side. They've got to get rid of the Xayah somehow, the Akali somehow. They've already banned the Rumble. There are not enough options. Clutch is going to get something that CLG is afraid of.
Yeah, if I was CLG, the calculated risk would to be leaving Akali unbanned. It's not something Demonte has played in the playoffs thus far. It is something that Jensen did pick a lot against Demonte, and as far as your hands being tied behind your back, I think this last ban is probably Kiana, but we're going to have to see what CLG does.
I'm so scared right now if I'm CLG. Demonte has been a great Kiana. Also, you don't remember his Akali right when it came out? Like, he was one of the first players.
He's really good at it.
The hard carry with
You're right.
And she's broken.
There is one really good trade, though. Xayah Rakan is left up. That was one of the bans that was used last time around. This time it has the combo available. So with Renekton ban, with Akali banned away, there's not a lot of great Kiana answers, but it does give CLG a bot lane.
I think your mind is in the right place, Freak. Turning your eyes towards what is our strength rather than what is Clutch's strength, because they're not going to patch up all of the holes in the ship. You can't actually bail out all of that water. Go with your strength. Power of Evil here has been able to hold mid lane, but their wins have been around Stixay and Balfrost. Pushing lane, a winning lane, try and get an advantage in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and last game with Ezreal Rakan, they still ended up getting a fed Stixay. I do want to make a quick point, though, about, you can't give Clutch X champion. I feel like a lot of teams end up going through this, and when the list of champions becomes too large, that's when that team becomes good. That's when they're actually considered good, because you can't give them Kiana or Rumble or Gangplank or Kali or Aurelia or Sej. It's like, well, actually, they're going to beat you with a lot of different stuff, and Clutch is working towards that. This game, of course, they did get the Kiana, though, so we'll see if you can give them that now.
LCLG high priority on Aatrox still. They grabbed that one pretty early, and they're going to take this one no problem here. The Xayah is taken first. They are daring Clutch to take the Rakan solo. We'll see if that one does come through. Meanwhile, Clutch looking to take away the Gragas that Wiggly played last game.
Yeah, actually, if Clutch Gaming win with these reverse champion select here, it's such a demoralizing game for CLG, but for the same reasons that I applauded CLG for picking the Kiana Gragas combo in their game, same thing goes for Clutch here. Gragas comes in with a body slam flash, Kiana gets a kill basically. Like, that is such a high pressure duo for mid lane. Plus, it seems they are willing to split up the Xayah Rakan by taking just the Rakan half of it. Not a lot of teams are actually convinced of that right now. I know it's very popular in the LEC. In Europe, they do it all the time. But it is a little bit more different here.
And I like how CLG has set up the draft right now. I think they're happy to play Xayah and Nautilus in the bottom lane. What's nice, though, is they can protect this Aatrox right now. They have an extra ban. They can throw it the Gangplank. They can push Huni down, make him play another different matchup here, and still have a lot of room to find a mid laner that'll work for PUE. I think his pool is quite large. I think in a world where you're afraid of 18 different Clutch Gaming champions, this has been a good draft for CLG so far.
Yeah, and I also like the level of tankiness that CLG has with their picks locked so far, and the fact that they're banning out Cody Sun's most successful champions. Just in the playoffs in general, Cody Sun has played Sivir, Xayah, and Kai'Sa. Xayah is taken, Sivir and Kai'Sa are banned. Cody Sun at least pushed down a little bit onto his champion pool.
All right, maybe forcing Clutch's hand a little bit then, because it is going to leave the Gangplank up still that did do so well in the last game, and Ruin had a horrible time as the Aatrox in the matchup, as you're seeing Clutch Gaming remove just a couple more junglers here away from the CLG side as they took the Gragas themselves. Of course, Jarvan still available.
All right, I expect them to save their last pick for Power of Evil. They usually want to get him something as safe as possible that's going to be a big AP carry for them in team fights towards the mid game.
Ooh, so Sylas is going to be flexible, yeah. Can play jungle for Wiggly here, and you can steal away a Gragas ult, you can steal a Sylas ult for Condor. They're all good engage tools.
One of the biggest carry games that Wiggly had for CLG was on Sylas, right after the changes to the champion. He definitely has put a lot of time in on Sylas, one of the junglers that has actually mastered it. So I'm excited to see if he gets that in his hands and they give Power of Evil a longer range champion that CLG as a team seem to perform better when he's on that style.
Yeah, and I think staying away from Jarvan is smart against Qiyana. There's a little known interaction that if the Jarvan ult connects with an actual wall, the Qiyana ult just explodes all of it.
Yeah.
So if there's a Jarvan ult actually in the jungle, basically the entire jungle will explode and stun and damage people. So good to keep them away from that. But as far as Clutch's last two picks, this is a large departure from some of the things they've found success on. We're actually going to be seeing Huni likely going on the Karma unless they decided to move Qiyana top lane.
Yeah, top Karma going to be the look for him right there as the Ezreal comes through for Cody Sun. Definitely a much safer champion. Can have a good late game, and that's time running out.
Oh!
Diana! Diana in for Power of Evil as the counter pick into Qiyana.
Oh, Diana has so much burst damage. This is going to be a fight of who can burst the other one quicker. And I actually like how Diana, with the shield as well as the Moonfall, is going to be able to actually go toe-to-toe with who's going to get fed earlier, who can get the one shot.
So there was a small update to Qiyana about a month and a half ago where her Q ended up getting a little faster and was later nerfed back to the normal speed. During that time, PoE practiced a lot of Diana and actually drew Diana bans on that patch. So this to me is something that CLG prepped a while ago, never really got to use, but are pulling it out right here.
All right, in game number one, we saw Clutch's answer to Qiyana. Game number two, we get CLG's prepared answer. And I want to see it play out on the Rift.
You mentioned it was getting banned away. This has been a champ that PoE has yet to play in his competitive career. 0 recorded Diana games played for Power of Evil. Brings it out here, down 1 game in the best of 5. And this is going to be an exciting one, absolutely, here in Summer Finals weekend in Detroit. Clutch have looked good. They took game 1 and it was convincing. CLG had glimmers of hope, but it was not quite enough. Now here in game 2, they've got to step back up. They've got some veteran talent. They've got some rookie talent. We know they can step up and play well on the stage, and PoE's Diana going to be the cornerstone of this game.
And whenever I see a Diana in game, I always go to gank that lane, whether you're with it or against it. Mid lane this game should be a duo, basically. Both junglers are going to have to play heavily with their carry mid laners.
Yeah, even if Diana is a powerful champion, you are almost never going to see her in all pro games because a calling card of so many pro champions is having a good fallback pattern if something doesn't work. Diana generally doesn't have that fallback pattern. There is an in button, there is no out button for the Diana. Melee and laning phase does shove the wave occasionally if you're trying to be ahead, and then has no way out. So it really does have to be, as Kobe said, a hard focus around Diana.
Well, looking for some extra thoughts on this game. Avali is standing by with CLG's Coach Weldon.
Thanks, guys. Weldon, just a couple questions for you about the team in the series. What do you think went wrong in game 1?
Well, they had this comp where when they get ahead, it's really hard to face check into them. You know, it's hard to walk into a bush for Skarner and Leona. So once they got ahead, it was a back foot game. And I think the guys did pretty well playing from behind.
The crowd went absolutely crazy for that Diana pick. We know that Qiyana Damonte excels with her. So was this a pick that was specifically meant for him?
Yeah, we had to work up a couple options to play against Kiana, and this is one that we want to try.
All right, and I know that at the CLG offices in Santa Monica, you basically built out the LCS stage to kind of prepare players for the experience of playing on stage, but you can't fit this crowd and this audience into an office, so how do you prepare them for playing in a stadium?
I mean, the only thing that prepares people for stadiums is stadiums. So this is a great opportunity for us, thanks to Riot, for the 3rd and 4th place match to get this experience.
Well, then thank you and best of luck to you and the team. Back to you guys.
Well, he said himself, only thing that prepares you for a game like this is playing a game like this. And well, you look at the Clutch Gaming side, and I think Vulcan had a great one here, his first time on a stage this big, and hoping that CLG can step up to that same level of performance right now as the mid laners are trading back and forth, and FUE hoping that his Kiana counterpick will work well here.
And I love that stat you see there, 2015 Summer Split. Team Dragon Knights versus Enemy was the last time we saw Diana. That's a throwback, but as Weldon said, they were trying to prepare options against Kiana, and this is what they came out with.
Big damage in the bottom lane. Cody Sun rooted now as well. That is a very strong start in the bottom lane for CLG.
Yeah, that's what we were looking for in Champ Select. As you talked about, trying to play to your strengths, bottom lane, trying to get an aggressive one down there. You could see both mid lane and bottom lane had been pushing. Now Power Vivo playing a lot safer as there is a timing for a jungler here. No, at 2.5 minutes, Gragas can head around. And it's definitely a good game sense here and timing from Power Vivo. Backs off, lets Demonte push the minions to him.
Yeah, and how's the rest of this early game going to play out? Because Stixxay Biofrost have that full aggression down bottom lane with the early Xayah pick. Huni with Kleptomancy Karma is going to be looking to play as aggressively as possible against Ruin, and Demonte is going to have the early lane priority against Power Vivo. So Clutch Gaming has pushing mid and top side, and the question will be, how can they use those two pushing solo lanes to try and get their bottom lane through this laning phase?
Yeah, so objective number one, I think, for CLG should be vision just around this mid lane to try and get some space for the Diana to work with. And you can see the fight over Scuttle Crabs, they've actually traded them, and Wiggly got bottom side. So after first recall and a full power clear, he'll come back with a controller to try and get that set up. Meanwhile, down bottom side, Bao went in again, procs the Aftershock, forces Cody Sun back.
All right, now able to stay safe. Only a 2 CS difference across these two bottom laners as that melee minion goes down and the waves are back to equal here. No damage quite towards Stixxay, the W doing pretty much nothing there. You can see Vulcan, though, making a choice that I think is very smart, going coin in a matchup where he does not get the space to harass very much. That slice should be done on time here for the Clutch Gaming support. And that should help a lot as they get to about 10 minutes in.
Yeah, and looking again towards this mid lane, anytime the wave is at that middle point, the jungle actually has to kind of be there for support because the first kill can actually completely turn the complexion of this lane. Demonte does not have his jungler here, so PoE gets the shove.
Yeah, this is a term that some people have different names for. It's either shadowing or hovering, whatever you want to call it though. It's them setting up for possible offensive plays from their opponents. Power Vivo wants to get this wave all the way in, so Wiggly spends his entire time there waiting for a possible aggressive move from the opponent because they don't have enough vision this early on in the game. It's impossible to cover all areas that a Gragas can attack from.
I want to point out, if you look at this actually, now don't mind what the health bars look like right now. Demonte has an extra charge of his corrupting potion available, and he's up CS as well. So in the very early laning phase, Demonte is actually doing a very, very good job of actually winning in farm and trading efficiently.
Yeah, and the fact that Power Vivo took teleport and has already used it to go back to base, so when they hit a level 6, it could be a big fight. But here's a 2v2.
On to Stixxay, the jump to the side, damage comes across. First blood already in for the Clutch Gaming bottom lane. A beautiful start here.
This is going to change the entire game plan for CLG. If Cody Sun and Vulcan now gain control of bottom side and can push that in, once again, this is a First Dragon Infernal Drake, so there are huge rewards for whichever team can control this bottom side. Stixxay teleports right back out, so thankfully for him and for CLG, they won't lose out on experience and minion gold, but the first blood bonus, very significant, going over to Cody Sun, allowing him the dream buy on Ezreal of tier plus Sheen.
We have to watch this mid lane though, as Demonte's trying to get the experience for this wave and get 6. Wiggly is here. If he ever steps up, PoE would dash right onto him, and they're roaming up Biofrost.
Okay, turns invisible, now not anymore, jumps back to his squad, cannot quite be stunned, Demonte. I love it!
Spams the taunt, says I knew you were coming. 3v1, not enough.
Oh, playing with so much confidence, but that does probably give us a little bit of time to talk about that bottom lane. Kobe, if Cody, Sun, and Vulcan are getting 2v2 kills, Clutch is just gonna win around the rest of the map. The expectation here is that Stixxay and Biofrost would have the strong duo lane, but it's actually Clutch that goes for the all-in. They both aggressively flash forward, use 3 summoner spells to get that kill.
And if the spectator can be believed, no flash from Stixxay the whole time there.
Yeah.
Just a very good all-in from Vulcan and Cody Sun, and much needed, because up until that point, Stixxay and Bio had controlled the lane. They had a lead in CS, which they still actually have even after the reset, as well as pushing Cody and Vulcan under the tower, allowing more space for their jungler. But now it has completely been reversed. Control wards have gone down around this Inferno. It's an incredibly important early prize.
And we're back to a 1,500 gold lead at 7.5 minutes in Clutch Gaming's favor. Top lanes in 20 CS lead, not to mention Kleptomancy. Cody Sun is 500 gold above himself with the first blood, and the Kleptomancy coming in there as well. So across the board, you're seeing very big leads for Clutch.
Yeah, and speaking to that top lane matchup, that's how the Karma player wants it to be, but you do need to play fairly aggressively to get to that point. We've seen this matchup a little bit over in the LCK playoffs as well. Khan played the Aatrox side of this matchup and actually got multiple solo kills onto the Karma. So while it is an advantage lane for the Karma, you have to be able to avoid the Aatrox skill shots in that lane, otherwise he gets skill pressure. So Huni, again, coming up on the winning side of these top lane matchups.
Since we have some time, we can go into further detail on the mechanics of that lane too, because it is pretty interesting. Aatrox is so popular. Basically, when Aatrox makes an offensive move towards you, you can start your dodge before he actually uses one of the abilities. Both of Aatrox's initiation abilities are going to be straight lines. So you can start dodging perpendicular to Aatrox's advance very early, and it is always a good evasive pattern, because the long Q for Q1, you should always be able to get out from dodging perpendicular, as well as the follow-up Infernal Chain will very, very frequently be coming as a second follow-up.
All right, now Huni's been able to play this one pretty safely. Current 10 CS difference as they find a knockup down here. LCR wants to join in. Actually gets in the way of the hook as well, so Vulcan with a good start, but can't quite get anything gained. Now Huni's going to trade back with Ruin. He puts the shield on, finds a few auto attacks, and tries to make him pay for the aggression that he put forward, but Ruin now with a health lead.
Yeah, Huni's sitting on 3 biscuits though, so taking that trade fairly freely as long as he doesn't get completely chunked out. And the attention now draws towards the Infernal Drake more so. You can see how Clutch was so aggressively positioning. Even if they didn't get the blue, it did buy them time to be able to pick up this Scuttle Crab. And I'm going to be very curious to see if they prioritize this Infernal Drake, or if they try and just get enough pressure before going for a Rift Herald, which is very much how Clutch Gaming has been playing the rest of this series.
Oh, fight now in the bottom lane as Biofrost flash forward, cannot land the Q. Vulcan saw it coming and sidestepped away, but Wiggly wants back and finds some CC. LCR gets a kill on a Biofrost, and they walk away with another kill.
Did you see that combo? Gragas ult into the Rakan quickness. No ability for Biofrost to get out of that. Another just mechanical outplay there. The dodging at the start of it by Clutch, as well as collapsing in for the finish.
Yeah, very cleanly played right there. LCR is able to get the knockback under the low health member. Biofrost gets knocked back in, and it's another kill for the side of Clutch Gaming on the bottom half of the map. We can also go over the control wards that led to this, but look at that play. Really good dodges there from Vulcan. LCR, is looking for Biofrost getting back in. As you said, gets 100% 2-0'd in the CC chain that was passed over. And the kill goes over to the Gragas. This is a Runic Echoes early completion, plus the safety of a stopwatch for a dragon fight. These are just ideal tools for the junglers to use. You can see both junglers have been able to get to this point, so they're well positioned for the possibility of some fire over the Infernal.
Clutch Gaming really impressing so far in their playoff run as they continue to knock down CLG peg after peg, but the gold is getting a bit closer, only a 1,000 gold difference. You can see Ruin has turned the corner in his matchup, actually up in farm there.
And I would say CLG scale extremely well. So yes, Clutch Gaming getting this early lead is a super good first step for them. But CLG should not be feeling defeated already. It's only 11 minutes into the game, and they have yet to give over anything game-breaking. They're still very plentiful opportunities here. Wiggly on the Silas has been a huge playmaker for them in the past, and they do have a lot of tanky options as far as starting to push this one forward.
Yeah, and Ruin is actually completely caught up and surpassed Huni in CS in that top lane, even though he was at a 20 CS deficit earlier on in the game. So yes, impressive start by Clutch Gaming, but by no means is this game over.
And looking back at the bottom lane, that's been where all the action has been so far. All the kills down here. It's safe farm for Cody Sun. We're 12 minutes in, and somehow Clutch haven't gone for an early Herald.
Yeah.
Unheard of.
Honestly, I think they would go for an early Dragon. Look at the vision control.
Damage towards Cody Sun, or sorry, Power Vivo in the mid lane, still ignited. There's the burst damage, and Lyra claims the credit 3-0.
That should be Infernal Drake for sure. Look at the deep vision that they have set up. They have this entire area of the map controlled right now for the side of Clutch Gaming. Everything leading up to that Dragon. Plus they can defend on the Rift Herald. No answer from CLG. Wiggly gets pushed out of that area of the map. At the same time, Lyra is starting up that Infernal Dragon.
Picking this one up without anyone stopping him. The ward control has got to make sure he stays safe. Quick shot over the wall for Cody Sun, but they're going to let him just slowly take this one down as a few skill shots rain through.
If we can get a full vision toggle when we get back to live of the side of Clutch Gaming, they have actually just blanketed the map. This is a good roam from the bottom. Vulcan and Lyra combining to guarantee this gank for the mid lane here. Yes, they would have liked the money to go over to Damonte and get some more money on the Kiana. However, it going to Lyra, I think, is also quite good. The Gragas burst is very powerful. CLG, though, trying to answer that Infernal Drake with a reset of their own. Teleport from Stixay. They want to ensure a trade of objectives here and get the Rift Herald for some extra cash.
They could potentially burst down this Rift Herald, but it does seem like Clutch is willing to come for a fight. Cody could also teleport in. Looks like they're going to get the Herald.
Running it down. Looks like they're going to have the Ignite, the Smite in time. Picked up cleanly. Here's the engage. Goal comes across. Big stun comes through for Damonte. Over the top. 6-6 trying to stay alive. Explosive cast right back in, though. And they burn him down at 2-0. CLG's got to run, but they might have the re-engage. Look for the crowd control. Not going to find him. Herald goes over. No, can't even be picked up. Still on the screen. Just the 2-0 to Clutch.
You don't mess with Clutch's Rift Herald. They'll come for you, even if they're on the other side of the map. Oh no, it just goes so wrong for CLG.
Love it.
They all grouped up around that wall when trying to retreat from the river. CLG need to be the ones to fight first. They can't just get poked out like this.
They're passing off the duty to watch this Rift Herald die there. Vulcan's like tagging in Lyra. I'm done watching this thing. You finish it off. It does go into the dirt. No reward for CLG. Here's another look at the setup. Kiana in the river is insane. Big ultimate stuns 3 members up. It buys time for the teleport of Cody Sun to get in, as well as getting Wiggly extremely low, allowing Clutch Gaming to run CLG off after the fact. So even though they get the last hit on the Herald, it goes into the dirt, no reward there, and more kills over to Clutch.
Yeah, and CLG just needs to stop waiting for Clutch Gaming to fight them. CLG has Nautilus ult, Diana ult. They can steal Kiana ult for the river with Wiggly. They're not doing any of these things, and they're paying the price.
Oh, that was such a nice body slam. They can chase in for more. Wiggly has to burn the flash to stay alive, try to bring in his teammates, but the flash in, Hootie's gonna find another little bit of this one. More CZ, a double kill in for Lyra. Clutch can do no wrong.
That's what I like to see, a rich jungler. Lyra has 5 kills on the Gragas right now. Prepare yourselves for the one-shot combos.
500 gold bounty already, highest gold in the game. When that AP Gragas starts getting the last hits, those flash kills become instantly lethal. And that was the first time it felt like CLG actually started to get aggressive. Ruin was trying to posture to turret. It did not work.
Damonte posturing at Power of Evil says, nice counter pick, son. It's Tanner time. As Damonte takes him down, jumps right back out. A TP is coming, though. Can he escape this one? Looking around, jumping through. That's a knockup, though. Not going to find round 2. Gets the 3rd one, though, and Ruin takes him back out.
Yeah, quick end of that one. Ruin's going to bring him down and put a stop to the moonwalking. Mid lane, though.
Woo! Portions the ult out of Stixay, almost knocks down Biofrost. Might still do it, knocks him up at the very least. Here comes the Nautilus stun though, and Vulcan, his days are numbered, he's burning, he's barely staying alive. Biofrost almost dead as well.
Gotta wonder about Clutch Gaming when they have these big early leads. There was a little bit of transitional issues for Clutch in game 1. Don't want to run into those same things in game 2 towards going for a quick and decisive victory over CLG. I mean, these early games by Clutch have been incredible, and it's just about not making mistakes at this point and executing the right plays.
Beautiful there as Clutch pick up their second turret. The gold lead 6,000 at 16 minutes. Yeah.
Looks so good when you get the double dunk there. Body slam, knocking up 2. Huni's got flash, so they continue.
CLG didn't even see him. He started the body slam behind the wall, flashed over for the instant kill, and then the chase down was easy. Oh, no.
And it's rough stuff. 0-2 and 0 right now on the jungle. Silas Wiggly on the receiving end of a lot of pressure. Can't blame him for all of it, but it's certainly Clutch doing really well against him.
I think people have really started to latch on to the hype behind Clutch Gaming. They have made a late season resurgence at the end of summer and an extremely strong performance in playoffs as well. Let's see if they continue to actually push this one forward, because people are now looking for how cleanly can they finish off games. They're already theorizing into the future. What is this team going to look like on a bigger stage?
Yeah, I mean, think about where we came from even 3 weeks ago with Clutch, where they were 1-9 against playoff teams and could basically only beat teams that weren't in the playoffs. Since then, knock TSM out, win 2 of 3 against Team Liquid, and are 1.5 games up on CLG here at the third place match.
Clutch Gaming can only beat teams they're better than. Turns out that list is longer than we thought. A killing spree for Cody's son. The follow-up there for Lyra. Clutch continue to take names.
And once again, look at that roam path. They've got Vision laying the way all the way up to the top part of the map. Make it with the Rakan, with the Gragas. These quick and flashy engage opportunities always convert for them. They get paid every time they go.
Look at this, the pinging that Demonte is doing. They saw someone go missing. He's expecting them to be there.
They're gonna find some knockups, a lot of damage. The aftershock turns off now. Demonte was invisible, running away, stays alive. The 1-for-0, 7th kill on the board for Lyra, and Ruin can only run away. His team just that.
Almost all the map is blue right now. If it wasn't for that Scuttles crab, we could toggle the vision, it would all be Clutch Gaming.
But Kobe, even the spots that they don't have wards, they still know where CLG is.
Reducing all of it. They're reducing CLG to death right now as the turret drops down 3-0 in that regard. Only a single kill and an unclaimed Rift Herald have gone CLG's way so far this game. Game 2 is all Clutch.
Summoner's Rift, now sponsored by Dignitas, I guess. They've been able to make this one their home. CLG desperately trying to push out. When you're in a situation like this, it is very difficult, but you have to push out your lane first. That gives you your 30 seconds of your minions moving up the lane to try and get your defensive vision in place. Those are the control wards you see now, and they're trying to get a bush play off the ground. Now, those are risky when you have other players transitioning into that area, because it does make your opponents a little bit more wary. You can see with Balfrost even showing up there, clearing up that ward. They pull Kiana back from the top lane and don't fall victim to the trap.
Yeah, and let's talk more about where they're going to be able to go next on this one, because they want to be able...
Take me deeper, Jack! We must go deeper!
Into mid lane, and then they're actually transitioning pressure down towards the jungle.
They're also transitioning towards Ruin. There, a lot of damage on him, flashing away, but he's still found out. Cody is on a rampage, Trinity Force, tons of damage, 12-1.
Yep, blue buff is actually Clutch territory as well. Now, Huni and Cody's son push down on this turret. This game is an absolute blowout.
Well, not much more to do. We're 21 minutes in right now, and it's almost 10,000 gold putting Clutch Gaming ahead. About to break more records here as Clutch moves forward, looking at mid lane tier 2, but a poke towards PoE. At least a little bit of wave clear, so CLG, oh my! Just barely staying alive.
When we talk about fallback patterns with the mid lane Diana, what is PoE supposed to do?
Fall back!
Yeah, and lose. He doesn't have good flanks. He can't seem to run away. The mid lane had actually not even shifted heavily into Demonte. It's actually the rest of the map that kind of collapsed around it. I think The big swinger in this series for me has been the performance of Cody Sun and Vulcan in lane against Stixxay and Biofrost. And Wiggly's going in on a low mana Huni.
He's got a 4-level deficit, but he's got way more mana, and Huni forced to flash away. At least a little something gained by CLG. Flashing in for round 2. He might have it! Wiggly solo kill!
They needed that one, but now Clutch is trying to get revenge.
Oh, he's soloed out. Lyra, legendary. Just that now on this one. The knockup. They're going to find Biofrost with a stopwatch. It buys the crucial time. The kill still comes through. The re-engage. That's time for Damonte. Making another kill now with CLG forced to run away, but they might just find the re-engage. Damonte walks in. He wants to find this one. They're going to get Stixxay. He's burning down. Cannot quite claim the kill. The margins were slim, but it's still CLG with only 2 kills.
4 members down on the side of CLG, and Clutch Gaming have gotten their revenge that you were talking about very swiftly.
You do that to Huni, he will take you down. But CLG, they really needed to make that play, and I do credit Wiggly for finding this kill, knowing that Huni was out of mana, was flashless, gets the execution, but at this point, because they're already down 9,000 gold, they're going for more. The missed hook, very crucial on Delira. They needed that to land in order to have a chance here, because once they get this, Clutch is just gonna run over.
And you see that burst damage? That's almost all Rich Boy Lyra here on the Gragas. 9 kills to his name. There was 1 auto from Cody Sun. The rest of the burst was Gragas. Taking him down. Damonte going in for the last cure onto Stixxay. That was a good flash from Stixxay, trying to reposition for the Blade Caller, but not enough damage behind it. And Clutch Gaming remain in control.
Knock down some wards. Lyra feels completely safe. Level 13. Ties with most of CLG, beats most from only Ruin, has more XP than him as they look to continue his domination. Bot lane tier 2 under fire. Vulcan there to say, hey Ruin, you want to do nothing about this? I agree, you should probably hide.
All right, next step then. We talked about looking, when you have this big of a lead and people have higher aspirations of the team, how cleanly...
Oh, okay, he's invisible, finds the ult, gets a big stun, puts more damage across, Ezreal helps out as well, and burns the stopwatch. Stixxay though on top, they're gonna find the root, they're gonna get that kill. Power Eagle now on the board, kill number 3 for CLG, but it's back on a Biofrost. He's not tanky enough, and the chase is gonna continue. It's gonna be 2 kills picked up for the 1, the shutdown is nice. Lyra cannot quite find that last kill, but Clutch Gaming still 2-1 in that fight, and the jungler is alive.
Scrappy trades are what CLG are looking for. They would rather it be a 1-for-0 or 1-for-0, of course, and don't scramble quick enough to get out of that. Clutch Gaming actually chased down 2 kills for it, but they're still trying to find opportunities.
Sure that Ruin's going to be happy with this one as he comes in for the retrade. You got Stixxay nearby. They might just have the damage. Cody's right. He's going to find 1 kill. 1,000 gold goes to Stixxay, and he wants 300 more if he can get that one coming across. Ult E gets the double kill, traded back, but a crucial 1,000 gold shutdown went to Stixxay.
You got to keep swinging. You got to keep looking for those fights, and you have to keep getting some sort of gold income. That is 1 step in a long list towards the comeback.
Yeah, even with that 1,000 gold, there's still 11,500 gold down. You do have to credit CLG for their scrappiness. I think at this point, they're mainly just looking for something to give them fuel for game 3 and avoid a sweep, but they are the team to really never say die. Watching this fight in the river, Damonte pulls off quite a lot before going down.
Yeah, doesn't quite finish off the kill there, but then there is so much of a hard commit. They can't get out in time because there's so much of an mobility advantage on the side of Clutch with these champions. Then the chase down in the river. Look at the supports. Stixxay comes immediately down to try and get Ruins back here in the fight. Cody Sun gets locked in. Another Blade Caller locked in Cody Sun long enough for Stixxay to get that kill, and then he can use his ultimate to finish up the one onto Vulcan, getting the extra kill.
Tight margins there, but finally items are coming through for Stixxay. Has his second VF sword now. Rapid fire cannon done. Can land a couple of pot shots, but still 3.5 items on the opposing.
Hello.
They're gonna find Biofrost again. Lyra gets kill number 10, and Wiggly burns the Zhonya's hourglass, but he's charmed up and he's knocked up, and Damonte finds another kill. 22-5, and CLG run away.
And that is key for Clutch Gaming. They continually wanted to pull CLG into one of the jungles to find multiple picks, because they aren't the best at sieging up here. So Baron, the main objective, now gonna get burned down. CLG might be able to throw a Hail Mary and throw something out to steal it, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah, specifically the control ward you see Vulcan standing on. I feel like that is the critical control ward in terms of actually getting Baron control as the blue side team. That's why CLG was there to try and fight around it. Ruin should also just not be there.
Woo, that's a good cast. Screw's gonna flash away. He's gonna run for dear life. Not quite gonna get rooted. That shouldn't kill. He does live, but he is flashless now, and the second one won't be so easy.
Yeah, Ruin, second game on Aatrox here. Not much he can do about this game, even if game one was a little bit rougher for him. The whole map has really kind of collapsed for CLG, and how many kills is Lear going to end this game with, Kobe? The 10-0-5 progress already.
The only thing that I'm a little bit sad about is there's no stacking item for Lyra.
No seal turned into Soul Stealer.
They're going to see the top lane right now with this 15,000 gold lead. The top inhibitor going to be chunked down by the minions. The double wave is there, and over time it will drop. That's now killed. Mid lane and bot lane give the next target's opportunity as there's no Baron alive. It's still being warned by Clutch. And there's still 2.5 minutes on the Dragon. So a quick reset and the rest of the Baron siege.
Yeah, and I do think going all the way back to the start of this game, Clutch Gaming doesn't have amazing scaling. In a lot of ways, they did need to win and dominate the early game to achieve victory in this match. And they've done exactly that, even more so. Like the fact that Cody Sun and Vulcan actually won that bottom lane matchup when that wasn't even where they were supposed to win, kind of allowing the rest of their early game top side of the map to dominate and get a ton of vision control while the bot was still winning. Just left no avenues for CLG to fight back.
I think Vulcan is a guy that doesn't get as much credit as some of the other, flashy players on the team. And Freak mentioned, this is one of the first times where he's been on a stage this big. He's been so good for the initiation. Yes, in their 2v2, but also roaming and playing with the rest of the team. Really big, performance from him as one of the players that is newer to the higher pressure, big stadium games.
Yeah, and how much have we talked about Lyra? Vulcan has one more kill participation than Lyra does, so he has been absolutely pivotal in this snowball.
They're going to snowball down to the bottom lane now as well as the second inhibitor is under fire. Third inhibitor now, actually, as that's going to drop. Right as the engage comes in, a big stun, but the front line is still running low on health. It's already 2 for 0. The Diana re-engage is not enough. A single kill for Ruin, but he drops as well. It's Stixay versus the world. 4 to chase in. He gets a double root and flashes away, but you're not going to stop Clutch Gaming. They're all here. They're looking for the last couple of shots. The ace comes in, and Clutch Gaming going to take this game down. It's a 2-0 start to the best of 5. CLG without a hope.
The burst from Lyra in that last game team fight was almost comical. That was so much domination by Clutch Gaming. They threw such a big punch in that game, and CLG is going to have a hard time bouncing back.
This series is such a big win so far for Clutch Gaming. No matter who wins here, they have a very high chance of matching back up in the gauntlet as well. And thus far, Clutch are sending a very big message.
The loser faces FlyQuest in 2 weeks. The winner of that match plays the winner of this one for probably a rematch in TSM as final boss. And we had figured that this match was the precursor of who was going to be the last team to go to Worlds. And Clutch Gaming, you saw them dominate TSM. They are dominating CLG. They're already 2-0 against FlyQuest so far this split. Clutch Gaming looks like the team we send to Worlds.
I mean, based on the momentum here, Freak, that's the trajectory for them, and just can't speak enough about their improvement throughout the regular season, because they felt like the medium tier bar of a team that was maybe the 5th or 6th best for most of the season. But this run of the last 3 or 4 weeks, it feels like they just keep getting better. Not only, like, this is better than they looked against TL, even though, and that's taking into account that TL is very good. They're cleaner, they're winning, sometimes losing matchups in this matchup as well, and they're doing the right things with their leads.
Clutch Gaming hot at the right time. 2-0 against CLG so far, and 1 win away from delivering a sweep. Let's get a breakdown from the State Farm Analyst Desk.
You can say that again, Freak, an even bigger smash this time around for the 2-0 in favor of Clutch Gaming. Now we have brought Afromu onto the desk to help us pick this game apart and maybe figure out how we can extend this series. I do want to start in Champion Select because once again, we had so many questions around the Qiyana, around the Rumble, around the GP, and what would the responses be for CLG? Leaving Qiyana up, and they go for the Diana.
Really cool to see Diana. We saw the graphic. It's been like 5 years almost since we've seen Diana. So, hey, she's back. But I got to say, the thing that was more surprising to me was Clutch basically played CLG's comp from game one, with the only difference being the top laner. And I was criticizing the Ezreal Rakan and what it was doing against Clutch Gaming when they had these counter picks into it with the Leona and stuff. This time around, they actually still smashed them. And I was really surprised to see that because they did some different things in the draft.
Yeah, I think CLG needs to be able to play Leona. I don't know why they didn't want to use the counter pick for that. They wanted to take Nautilus, and then Ezreal counters Xayah. Rakan beats Nautilus. So Clutch Gaming, even though CLG had the draft advantage to be able to counter this properly, just countered themselves in drafts here. So Rakan can just go in. It's way too hard to kill the Ezreal, way too hard to kill the Rakan. So Stick is just going to die.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like getting into your own head a little bit. You know, I think worrying too much about the success that Cody-san had in game one on that Kai'Sa, you know, trying to take it away what worked for them in game one, and they kind of set themselves up a little bit for failure.
Yeah, I think CLG's bottom lane just needs to be able to play stronger matchups versus Clutch in the bottom lane, because I don't think you're going to win topside versus Huni or Demonte right now as CLG.
Right. Pixel perfect cast there too from Lyra as he comes in to help support his bot lane. That put them very well positioned to kind of roll that advantage up through the mid lane and across the map. The mid game of this game too was even more dominant and in favor of Clutch. Credit to CLG, they did try some stuff around that Rift Herald, maybe taking some learnings from game one, saying 10 minutes, we've got to keep a mark on that Rift Herald, but this one turned sour for him.
Yeah, I think, you know, you're not Clutch Gaming. Stop trying to be Clutch Gaming and forcing Rift Heralds. And that's kind of the story for CLG for me, is they have all these things that they did so well throughout the season with strong bot lanes, going to dragons, late game teamfight scaling, and they've just abandoned all of that in the playoffs, it feels like.
Yeah, and I mean, to me, this was just trying to get something back, right? They had already lost the Infernal. They felt that they needed to make something happen elsewhere on the map, so they go topside. They had 5 there. But Lyra making plays like this, 12-0-6. He has been absolutely popping off in this series and been such a difference maker for the team.
Lyra's nasty.
I mean, this is so reminiscent of the Lyra that we saw on Envy, where we talked about, you know, with a stronger set of players around him and all synergizing well, we could see this kind of dominance and how he could take over a game.
Yeah, and he's slapping Wiggly around, who was the 3rd team All-Pro jungler, so he's kind of being like, I think I should have gotten a couple more nominations
and
from other
doing
people.
it with the champion that he played in game one, as you mentioned there, Mark. So that's we're gonna have some serious questions raised around now. CLG, again, what their response is. They get side selection back. I will assume blue side, but I'll update you as I get that information. But now you got to start worrying about some of the younger guys like Wiggly, who, you know, down 0-2 on a stage like this. How do you kind of pull it together?
I think they got to go back to what works for them. Power Vivo on a scaling champ. I think they're trying to be able to give Rune a good matchup versus Huni and just pick him something that's okay. And then have your bottom lane pick something that's stronger, counter them, and be able to play through bot side like they've been doing the whole split.
I mean, there was a reason, right, why they were named the 2nd All-Pro bot lane, so we need to start seeing them play to that award.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a bit weird to see Power of Evil step so far away from what was his wheelhouse during the regular season. When you look at his champ pool and where they got basically every single win, you know, it's Corki, it's Azir, it's Syndra, it's Orianna, it's all these late game team fighters scaling up. He plays safe in lane, and when he's put on these champions where he has to be proactive early and dominate, he's looking out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, I think in the C9 series earlier the week before this, the last game, the 4th game, they went to Orianna, right? So I'm pretty sure we'll probably see something like that this game as well.
Yeah, and I hope so, because at least before, if they had one of these bad early games where Lyra's popping off, you can be like, well, we have the scaling advantage, hopefully, with Orianna, and we can just focus on weakening and slowing them down. But when you have the Diana and Qiyana matchup, if you fall behind like that, it's like, well, now I'm just getting murdered in side lanes. And you don't have that safety net that you do when you're with CLG's typical drafts.
You know, one more thing to consider, as the casters had mentioned, there's a very high likelihood that these two teams are playing again in another best-of-5 in the gauntlet to find that 3rd seed at Worlds. So again, when we talk about momentum or even how you kind of learn from this series, I think CLG's perspective becomes very interesting of like, all right, well, maybe we did try and beat Clutch at their game, but they've got the opportunity now to fall back on what they know and maybe prepare themselves better for that gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, I think range supports have been so successful for Biofrost in this split as well. You know, I'd love to see them going something with lane dominant, Caitlyn, get a range support, play scaling mid, play to your strengths, and see what that can get done for you.
Well, CLG is heading back to blue side for this third game and looking to extend it afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us here today. As we go to break, let us know what you think about the LCS. Take the survey online and get a chance to win an official LCS chair. Learn more at riot.com/LCS fans. Up next, though, it's Game 3 between Clutch and Counterlogic Gaming.
Yeah, use our ultis.
We're both building.
Yep. What do you call it, Connor? Use our ultis what?
Together?
No, I think that's it. Together. Optimally? Yeah, use our ultis well.
Here's a 2v2. On to Stixxay, the jump to the side. Damage comes across. First blood already in for the Clutch Gaming bottom lane. Stixxay trying to stay alive. Explosive cast right back in, though. And they burn him down at 2 for 0. CLG's got to run.
Stop. No flash. You guys are sick.
Now on this one, the knockup, they're going to find Bio from the stopwatch. It buys the crucial time. It's already 2 for 0. The Diana re-engage is not enough. A single kill for Ruin, but he drops as well. It's Stixxay versus the world. They're all here. They're looking for the last couple of shots. The ace comes in, and Clutch Gaming going to take this game down.
At Rocket Mortgage, we get it. You're into RPGs. And us? Well, we're into APRs. So why are we here? Because a home is more than a house. It's your escape, your fortress, your arena. So we'll be here when you need us, handling house, so you can do home. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage lender of Esports.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do.
You got your own car with your own insurance.
Thanks, Steph. No more driving that old hand-me-down.
Surprise! No, I'm not gonna get a date in this.
We had a lot of great dates in this car.
No, ew.
I had a tournament in New York, and we got second in the world. So now I've taken another leap, which is to build my own company. My goal was to help other people who want to turn streaming into a career. The biggest thing you have to realize is it's a team game.
Well, it's going to be my first time playing on such a big stage. And I think like I'll be looking back in the future years at that moment as like a pretty big just moment for me, because I think every pro player always like looks forward to that time where they just get up on stage and then, you know, there's, I don't know, 10,000 fans like everywhere. And just, I don't want to be on that stage and lose.
Well, Vulcan, you're doing a good job with that one. You're on the stage and absolutely smashing the competition. Welcome back to the Little Cedars Arena, where Clutch are only a game away from sweeping CLG in front of this terrific crowd in Detroit.
Yeah, I think Vulcan has played great so far. First French-Canadian in the LCS as well when he made his debut back with Piglet. And it's been a while since this guy, I mean, he's never really been in the spotlight or seen as one of those top supports. And when you're on stages like this, it's sometimes where you can start to make a name for yourself, right? There's so much of this Clutch resurgence has been credited towards the coaching change, or whether or not Huni is getting Rumble or Demonte is getting Kiana. But the whole time, whenever they are successful, it is also Vulcan playing very well. And I think last game with the highest kill participation on the team, as well as very strong 2v2 laning, Vulcan showed up.
Yep, the bottom lane as a whole for Clutch, Cody Sun included, is going to be one of those questions CLG have to answer. I think the analyst has had it on point where they have to get an extremely good matchup for the bottom lane for Stixxay and Biofrost. Let's see what CLG have left in the tank, because Clutch Gaming, one game away from closing it out.
And I thought it was fascinating what Aphromoo said about the Nautilus-Rakan matchup. Aphromoo considers that Rakan favored, so he didn't understand why CLG wouldn't just pick Leona into that matchup, especially if they're trying to win the 2v2. Obviously, CLG had the choice to do so, so they thought they would be able to win that matchup in my eyes, but they have to not only pick the favored matchups, but they also have to perform on them.
And there's the smile from Demonte, seeing the Kiana ban. Not willing to first pick it is CLG, which does leave Aurelia up as the ban they left available. So is that now the CLG first pick, or does that get to go to Demonte for the first time all series?
I definitely think you don't want to first pick it. It doesn't seem like it would fit into CLG style that they want to play. We've seen them fail 2 times now with melee range mid laners. So I think the analyst sets also had that where just revert to what has worked in the past for them, where the long range control may just scale up for later.
The Skarner takeaway and a small smirk on Stixxay's face. It's CLG who would want to play the slower, more controlled style. And I think after what happened in the first 2 games, and also with how Wiggly has been struggling in this series, this is a smart choice to take the Skarner away. But now it's going to be Sedge Aurelia.
Yeah, of course, that's going to be really scary. So Clutch Gaming take their time. They are going to let the timer tick down as Sejuani comes in. So Jungler's picked up instantly. And there's 2 more picks for the second ban phase for both squads. Clutch get 1, CLG then get 2, then Clutch rounds it out. And is it going to be the Sedge Aurelia? Is that going to be available? It was banned in the first game. It was unpicked, unbanned in the second, as far as I can recall from what I wrote down. The question is, does Clutch play alongside that, or do they care more about the Aatrox, or do they care more about Rakan?
Yeah,
there's the Aurelia.
This duo is just so insanely good. We talk about stun locking people. This is what it is. Sejuani's passive called Permafrost. You perma-stun lock people with this combo because Aurelia brings her own, because she can stack up Sejuani's Permafrost so quickly, and then you even get the ultimate from Sedge layered in on top of that later. It's a very good 2v2 early. It's also great for team fighting later.
Let's hear the cheers. Corky's been locked in. Power of Evil gets to bring it in. He was hoping it would go unbanned. Finally gets to play it here into this one. The 915 is full power Corky, and there's quickly the Gangplank grabbed up as well, so CLG taking a lot of Clutch's big picks away.
Yeah, and CLG is going late game here. So it's a question of, does Clutch try and match that in some way, or do they just put their foot on the gas pedal and try and run over CLG?
Problems in both of the first 2 games have been Clutch outplaying CLG in early skirmishes. So if CLG can also not fight those fights,
just don't take the fights,
while also having scaling champions, like, you have to also play that style. You have to do it on the Rift. Previously, they had gone into losing setups there where Clutch had a better preparation for a team fight and better executed as well. I think that has been the core issue. Now, with very clearly champions, that do want to scale up and are going to have, really thrive when they do get a couple of items put together, that's going to have to be the game plan on the Rift as well.
All right, final bans to come through and the final picks to follow afterwards. Clutch Gaming to support in the second solo lane. Counter-Logic Gaming need their entire bot lane here as they're dropping Karma and Rakan off the table, trying to get rid of the Gangplank counter picks and get rid of the probably most powerful support right now with the Rakan that Clutch would have rights to first.
Yeah, that's also a good number of bans towards Huni, which he could pretty safely pick something now unless they actually do want support counter pick later.
Victor is going to be that second one.
Definitely still flexible between those two, by the way. Huni has played top lane Victor, much like the other top lane mages that he plays. Very aggressively trying to push in. I would expect, though, in a Gangplank matchup, it's going to be the Aurelia. You can play kill lane Aurelia into Gangplank very easily, especially since you have a Sejuani.
Okay, another new look. Ashe Thresh comes in for the CLG bot lane. They've got the lineup here. The engage tool's not too bad. You've got Thresh, you've got the Ashe Arrow and Skarner. CLG can start the fights the way they want, and they can also disengage pretty cleanly with Volley, with the box, everything else. And there's the Nautilus coming through.
CLG needed to bring a lot of CC in their bottom lane, so I thought it was going to be a Varus or an Ashe. The Thresh is also what Biofrost made his rise on, so it is a very comfortable champion for him. And considering how the first two games went for CLG, I'm very happy to see them switch things up so drastically with 5 new champions that they haven't played already in the series. It's a departure from what had not been working. It's a commitment towards scaling solo lanes. It's CC bottom lane to try and play down there once they're level 6. And it is definitely mixing things up. And now that we're past 20 seconds, we know it's going to be that Victor top.
Okay, timing ticked down. CLG must pull the reverse sweep, and we've seen a lot of those in the LCS playoffs. They can absolutely be done. They just have to play a lot better than they had in the first 2 games. Clutch has absolutely been the better team as the coaches shake hands for what might just be the final time. We'll have to see. As the top lane Victor is the counter plick into Gangplank. Demonte gets the Aurelia alongside Sejuani. That is an incredibly strong 2-on-2. Anytime a gank comes in, but Pee-wee gets his Corki. You get the crowd out of the bottom lane. CLG try a new look, and they're going to hope it's enough in game 3.
Yep, CLG looking for later. They have a good engaged combination. Ashe Arrow into a Skarner pull with some very good scaling DPS for themselves. But Clutch have not let them get any sort of scaling, even into the mid game. They have destroyed these games early.
Here we go, onto the Rift for what could be the last time today as Clutch is 2-0 over Counter-Logic Gaming, a meteoric rise in the back half of the summer split. They brought Liquid to 5. They were nearly in the finals, but a 3-0 in the third place match is on the horizon for them as CLG hope to turn it around. Back onto the Rift, hoping they can carry some performances here.
And Clutch has held so much swagger throughout this entire series, going very aggressive early on in these games. First blood in game 1 was 5 men collapsing mid lane around 3 minutes. Early kills bottom lane in game 2 as well. So now that we are in this situation where the team's timers are mismatched, Clutch Gaming, a little bit more power early. It's on them to try and make some plays happen.
Kai's a bit far away, Thresh as well.
Everybody's joining, though. So Kais is here now, 5-on-5, level 1.
Ward. Oh, that hit the wall anyway, but Stixxay flashing on reflex.
It's a good start for Clutch Gaming, making that roam up, also trying to delay these recalls.
Damn.
Remember, Stixxay doesn't even have teleport, so it's very important he gets back early.
All right, shouldn't miss XP.
All right, speaking of experience, both solo laners in range for that ward kill. Can get to level 2. First wave. Actually, both going back.
Well, a quick word from the sidelines. We have ThinkCard standing by.
Thanks, guys. ThinkCard, we were just watching that little skirmish right there. What was going through your head? Were you worried, or did you know that they'd get the upper hand?
It's always nerve-wracking when something happens level 1, but we prepared for it, so thank God nothing happened.
Tell me about the team environment and mentality right now, because especially after such a dominant game 2, the players have got to be feeling confident.
Yeah, we're feeling confident. It's just really important to make sure that we don't have too much energy and we don't get sloppy. So we still need to focus on ourselves. And if we focus on ourselves, we'll get the W.
And what's it going to take for Clutch to close out the series right now?
It's just going to take some clean play. As long as we play well, we'll know we'll win.
Best of luck to you and the team. Back to you guys.
Nearly finding that second shot right there as the top laners trade back and forth aggressively as well, but Ruin feeling a bit more comfortable here. Almost lands that barrel chain. We can see CLG taking some damage in a lot of these lanes though. Bot lane 6-12, and the early hooks have been pretty good for Vulcan.
Huni's top lane Victor too is going airy, so he's looking for constant harassment. He actually wants to try and get that lead over Ruin. I actually thought he might go Klepto. Mid lane, decent chunk onto Damonte. We'll see if junglers get called here. Damonte's in a position where he still has one corrupting charge, but he's actually calling Lyra into the jungle pretty quick. Headed for a top lane gank on a half health Gangplank.
Half health. Eats the orange means now he can't get out of the CC, and Huni knows that. He knows there's no cleanse. There's a red buff. They can run him down the whole time. He's in melee range, got some move speed, but he's slowed. There is not a way out. Huni is going to find the help, and the first blood comes through to Lyra.
Wave got frozen in exactly the right spot. Yet another isolated death for Ruin. League leader in isolated deaths. So that is where Clutch can look to punish in this game. And to speak to your point, Kobe, about the Victor with Airy, he's gone Airy Scorch. So there's no Gathering Storm in that sorcery. He is not picking this Victor to scale. He is picking this Victor to win lane against the Gangplank.
And it makes complete sense because if you see the champion select, you cannot go late versus this CLG team. Wiggly's going up topside for a possible 2v2, but there is a triple stacked minion wave there that is basically 50% of another champion's damage if they went into that fight.
Some damage down here as well. Vulcan gets the aftershock in, but still takes quite a few shots on the way out as they try to last hit under turret right now. That's going to be a farm lead to 6A, and Biofrost turning the corner in this matchup. Doing very well in this 2-on-2.
Yeah, Vulcan's taken low enough and doesn't have any potions left that he won't really be able to make any aggressive play in this lane. So it's kind of Cody Sun and Vulcan trying to just get as much CS as possible while 6A and Biofrost get control of the river.
Wiggly at least gets the scuttles for himself. Actually gets both here. Got the top one. Now he's going to clear this one out, no problem. So that's something positive. You're seeing 28-13 in farm, by the way. It's only been these 3 camps for Lyra. All his effort was spent getting that top lane to go well. You can see the gold difference, only 300 despite a first blood. A lot of that is farm.
Yeah, Wiggly committing to the Skarner playstyle. Farm up very quickly in the early game. Emax get 6 and then start making stuff happen. So Lyra knows that all too well. That's why he's been very active early.
Good positioning there. You can see what they can do with Thresh. Allows you to be extremely safe, even when teleport coming back in. Vile goes super far back in the lane, and they get the lane.
They swapped lanes as well. They've moved Ruin towards mid, saying that he couldn't handle the Victor matchup. The Corki, I think, will be slightly better against the Victor, but now that also makes Power of Evil a potential gank target up top.
And also, I mean, a Sejuani Aurelia combination approaching level 6 for Damonte. If you put Gangplank there in the mid lane, he can even still be attacked in the mid lane, which is considered the safer lane, much shorter. They're getting another swap out. If you look at the mini-map right now, Damonte was sent up topside and Huni went mid. So Ruin's gonna follow. Does not want anything to do with this airy Scorch Victor.
Smart play, trying to get yourself as much farm as possible. But right now it's 1,000 gold difference.
Keep the swaps rolling.
Yep, Huni finds a little bit of poke right there, and now it's the matchups that CLG want.
Generally, you always give the favor to the team initiating the swaps, because Damonte got to push that wave into tower, then they just handshake once again. All right, Huni, head back up there. If Ruin's gonna keep moving around, you track him down, and the team initiating the swaps gets to push the wave first.
But who has the river control as they're running up and down so often? Lyra knows there's 3 people here. They might think about this 3v3 because Damonte is 6.
And they are the team that wants the early fight.
Well, they can fight this. They have 2 level 6s.
Knock up, couple of slows, damage comes in. They found the CC. Wiggly just flashes in time, but he's going to find the stun regardless. They still got the follow through. Is it enough damage? Oh, to
can't quite get it. Vulcan's over the wall, but he's gonna be hooked almost at a turret range. Doesn't quite take the turret shot though, just barely out there, but they're gonna go back into its Power of Evil. Running back to his side of the squad, he'll stay alive, just barely no kills.
All right, Demonte missed almost everything there. Wiggly was able to flash out just before the ultimate came through from Aurelia. Then he also does not hit the W tag, doesn't get another Q to finish off the kill on Skarner. That's quite lucky, I think, for CLG. They get drawn into an early skirmish. We said that's goal number 1 for Clutch.
Yeah, and I think that is a huge missed opportunity for Clutch Gaming. They had level 6 on both of their solo laners before CLG had relevant ultimates. They didn't have GP6, and Corki at level 6 doesn't matter that much before he's been able to save up missiles. So the fact that CLG got out of that without suffering any deaths is huge for them. They needed that time to be bought.
Well, the game state still is 800 gold to Clutch Gaming's lead. The bot lane's still 7 CS apart, and that's with Vulcan running over from earlier on. Really finding himself into a kill, but couldn't quite do it there, burning his flash in the process. You can see CLG only missing 2 flashes.
I want to turn our eyes back towards the bottom half of the map because there is Predator now available for Wiggly, and he could go help this bottom lane. Stixay and Bao, well, let's take a look at how this turns out first.
He's flashless.
Yep. Should have oranges, puts the ult down for the slow. Gonna find some CC towards him. He's gonna wait for the stuns to come through. And he's gonna very slowly eat the oranges, walk away, has just enough HP to stay alive.
Quite well played from Ruin there, actually, and a whole wave given up by Huni to try and go for that kill, not to mention the Sejuani ultimate, so they will not be able to use that bottom lane. And here's the swap. I think Huni's dead.
Big package damage towards Huni. They're gonna knock him down. Well done, Power of Evil. Lyra wants nothing to do with this fight. He's gonna walk right away. Great kill for CLG.
That's huge for CLG. Power of Evil gets the package kill. That's gonna fund Trinity Force for Corki. As soon as he gets that, they will be off the ground. Wiggly also going to take the opportunity, since they saw Lyra on top half, to start up the Dragon. Mountain Drake should go over to them due to the bottom lane constantly pushing.
Really big turnaround here for CLG. Not going to stay for the plate. Wants to make sure he can get back to the lanes he wants to be at in time. Frost helps to make sure Wiggly's going to be safe. There's going to be no problem there. Right under the Spire, infinite mana, plenty of attack speed. That's going to go over. Mountain Drake goes to counter Logic Gaming. They're sitting on a 600 gold lead. First time they felt good, really all series, but well done.
Yeah, and the package announcement just kind of catches Clutch Gaming off guard with all the lane swapping that CLG has been doing. You may have expected PoE to roam up there, but just a very good roam and an easy kill picked up after CLG, after Clutch burned so much going for that kill.
Once again, bot lane up 9 for Stixay and Biofrost. They were the better performing bot lane throughout the regular season. They're with the players who were supposed to have an edge coming into the matchup. It's been mostly Cody, Sun, and Vulcan here in Detroit, but this time around, Stixay and Bio feeling a little bit better.
And already, I wonder how Clutch Gaming is feeling here, because they have narrowly missed a few crucial opportunities and know that CLG is getting through this early game quite well. Will they overforce at this point, or will they clean up their execution and make the next fight work?
That stopwatch is actually very big. An unnecessary cooldown that Vulcan had to blow, going for that hook on the Thresh under tower. I think another little thing going the way of CLG, and that being in the bottom side, might turn out to be big. Again, look at all this effort put into controlling vision between mid and top, though, because of the constant importance of that lane swap.
And the moment of truth here, the Rift Herald. Clutch has owned this. Lyra's here, but if you look at the map, CLG is much faster to this play.
Collapse around this very low health, should be smiteable.
Oh no, he's gonna...
Okay, goes to Wiggly. Lyra not able to take that one away. They're gonna be able to pick that one up, no problem. And Hooney's now gotta run away, but he's taking so much damage. PoE, one more rocket with the stuns coming from. It's traded back, and Lyra finds the kill. Will there be a re-engage? So the barrel's gonna look pretty nice. It's gonna be some time spent by Vulcan, puts the ult down to buy some more time. Flash play, huge by Biofrost. 2 kills picked up. Cody goes back in. Aurelia over the top as well, and now CLG running away. Biofrost does not have a way out, and a big turn comes through for Clutch.
It looked so big for CLG with Biofrost getting the dream hook and flash over the wall into the 3-champion Flay. But Cody's son had finally arrived, and when the Kaisa enters the fight, Clutch turned it around with the extra kill, and they've taken over the gold lead.
That is still the type of play you love to see from Biofrost on the stretch, the killer instinct going in, but as you say, the rest of Clutch wasn't far behind. Ash Arrow burned at the very start of the play. You have to track who's still alive in these fights. The fact that PoE dies while Huni is still alive means at this point the numbers advantage is there for Clutch Gaming as long as they can make it in.
And that time around, it was a bit of greed from Power of Evil. They knew that Lyra was still in the pit on Sejuani. There's another look at that flash play, but when Damonte and Cody-san arrive, the Aurelia has to be respected. Ultimate comes through. Cody-san dives right in on the Kaisen, knowing he's got backup from the teammates. And Clutch Gaming slightly ahead in the gold right now, but CLG, I think, still feeling fairly good. Definitely the best of the games thus far in the series for them.
They have 2 Trinity Force users who haven't yet hit Trinity Force, and they're still completely in this game. They have a Drake advantage. They actually did pick up the Rift Herald, so they'll have a little while to use it. We'll see if they have enough lane pressure to actually get a good charge on the turrets, so we may not see this one before 14 minutes for the extra turret plate gold, but still, CLG has options, which is something we haven't been able to say in the first 2 games.
And some texture on the gold lead, as most of it is on Lyra. He's the only individual, well, up until that plate goes over, who had the gold lead, one of the only ones who had a gold lead over his opposite member, that 3-kill Sejuani. You'd rather have those kills all be on Cody-san or Damonte or Huni, so it's not appropriately or optimally dispersed here on Clutch's side.
Yeah, I gotta see where the vision control moves next. There's a lot of players topside around those top plates, which is curious because Mountain Drake is spawning in 40 seconds, and since CLG is so heavily committed in that top lane, I feel like that's just going to cede control for Clutch until the Rift Herald, they're drawing him back up towards top.
Looks like Clutch Gaming want to get a defensive place. 4 members heading up the river. They want to cut off the Rift Herald before he can get the charge off.
Right here.
Oh, doesn't land the Q though, Vulcan. That was going to be pretty crucial. TP's going to come through, and now here comes the TP up on the top side, and it's going to be no plates picked up with no one in range, but instead the fight is what happens. A big 3-man play. It's a 1-for-1. A second kill now comes through for Power of Evil. Biofrost slow, but he can't quite kill him. Damonte's still trying. Cody-san killers through the back line, and now it is Clutch Gaming taking more of this fight. 3-2 so far, running back to defend their turret now as they do win that team fight.
Damonte is doing so much work on the back end of these team fights, basically solo killing Stixxay during that fight. They don't stop the Rift Herald from charging, but they still have that killer instinct.
And a key part of Rift Herald, if you are not within a range of that tower, it's actually very close, around like that area, you don't get gold for the Rift Herald plates that it charged off. I don't think any member of CLG was close enough.
No, not a chance.
So that, even though the charge gets off, the gold has been avoided. Here's another look at that flash in from the Skarner though.
Yeah, and he actually ends up going a little bit too deep since he doesn't get the first pull. He flashes in afterwards, and yes, he does finish Huni, but he uses his entire health bar to do so and presents himself as a fairly easy target for the rest of Clutch.
And the Triforce is done for the Gangplank, but it's also done for the Aurelia. And Damonte, with the CS lead of the game and 1 kill, is going to feel very powerful in the very first power spike of this Aurelia. You can see a 1,300 gold lead puts Clutch ahead. They've got the bottom river under control as well as they knock down these wards. This Mountain Drake likely to be theirs.
As you can see, they had the extra lead from turret plates as well off the early game. Wiggly gets a ward in, but I doubt they're going to risk too much for it. Hey, Predators, it's going!
They're going to try. They're going to find an arrow right in the front, though, with M-Shock in. It's going to be the support. He's going to stay alive for a while. Wiggly gonna get burned down. Cody-san is on a killing spree, and the Drake still low, but it's going to be Clutch forced to back off. Lyra burns Smite in the fight, so nothing to be done there.
I really thought that was going to be a big fight for CLG, considering they have the package for Corki. Early packages can do so much, but Clutch immediately annihilate the CLG jungler and take away any threat they had around this objective.
I think there's a critical difference between the way Clutch has played around Lyra's Skarner and CLG is playing around Wiggly's Skarner, and it's about following up and having numbers advantages. Wiggly is trying to solo charge into 5 people to pull one out, and Clutch is focusing him, whereas they need to have either a numbers advantage or other distractions to go in as Wiggly is initiating. That hasn't happened, and Wiggly's paying the price.
And it's even individual plays. Vulcan, the arrow was coming towards him. He preempts it with a hook, turns on Aftershock, locks down the enemy jungler, plays practically invincible, weathers the Ash stun. Even the individual plays are better on the Clutch Gaming side, and in those small moments making the right call.
All right, round 2, here we go. Clutch move in, clear out the vision around the dragon. Take a look at your cooldowns. There's no Skarner ult or Ash arrow this time around.
Good stopwatch by Lyra. The hook may have ended up killing him, but it is going to make this difficult for Clutch to stay in for. Now the Lyra is so low.
Blink will pop the rim on the back line, looks at the barrels, finds some damage. Damonte 1v1, now Lyra on the back side though, but Stixxay pops some time with the stopwatch, has to flash away, a hook now. Towards the screech of support, not gonna find that kill just yet. Biofrost puts down the box, trying to run away. Huni not slowed though, the anchor almost lands. Doesn't quite get it there, and Ruin manages to grab that Drake.
Yeah, Power of Evil and Ruin take down Damonte, so Clutch have to run. The arrow comes back on cooldown.
That's big damage though, they might find a little bit more. Blue might use for a slow. Huni, no way out. That's 2 kills now the CLG pick up with the Drake on top. They tie the gold again.
Beautifully played fight there by CLG. They find the right level of commitment. The 3 kite back while the 2 killed Damonte, who was trying to solo people on the side. The coordination comes through, and CLG's carries in Gangplank and Corki have really gotten going.
CLG getting their first turret in more than a game. Finally showing up now in game number 3, and it's the solos, I think, really stepping up. Ruin and PoE doing a lot of work there, and we can watch them kill Damonte again.
Yeah, so here's what I was talking about, where Gangplank Ultimate actually causes Clutch Gaming to completely split up. On the top side of your screen, Stixxay, Wiggly, and Biofrost move in, and Vulcan goes for them along with Cody-Sun, but Damonte's isolated on the bottom side. Even Dragon is still DPSing Damonte, misses the ultimate on Power of Evil. Once he's down, Clutch try and make a flash desperation play on the other split members of CLG, but CLG just pick up the Dragon, and then they close in on the rest of the members.
The missed Sejuani ultimate was one of many factors that delayed this Clutch engage, and Vulcan also struggling to find these dredge lines into fights as Clutch continue to be aggressive here, but do have to commend CLG for getting those 2 Mountain Drakes and still holding this gold lead.
Okay, Carnology Gaming, can you keep it going? Can the reverse sweep start here? A gold lead at 19 minutes, second outer turret goes down. Clutch Gaming have been held objectiveless so far. It's only been kills onto the red team. PoE pretty safely wave clearing. Huni not getting a lot done. 0, 4, and 7, not the kind of scoreline he wanted. That counter pick not really bearing any fruit, while Ruin has been doing amazing on this Gangplank.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Huni this whole game now. Because he didn't get an early lead by abusing a matchup on this Victor, he's going to have to deal with so many threatening abilities. Gangplank ultimate long range is devastating for him in team fights. Ash Arrow, Skarner, as well as Thresh, all looking for that Victor who will be vulnerable.
Poke back and forth. Cody-Sun doesn't have the easy way to wave through this one, so take the long way around, back across the wall. Wiggly, though, is, well, it gets warded off, so he's not going to get spotted regardless, and he'll just take away a camp as this bot lane's now being pressured. CLG pushing Damonte under his turret, really threatening the turret itself.
Yeah, really look to see if Clutch can get flanks, because I don't think they're going to stop trying to force these team fights. And what they want is Damonte to be able to go in the range of Sejuani and stun lock one of the CLG carries. There are no cleanses on Power of Evil or Stixxay and no QSSs. Here they come.
The attempt, Anchor comes in, a lot of damage. Wiggly flashes in, though he's going to find Huni. Into the back line goes Cody-Sun. He's killed the Ash. They've got Thresh now as well. Ruin trading with Huni, gets that kill picked up, but it's still a 2-for-1. Clutch Gaming favored.
This time around, Damonte demolishes Stixxay.
Yeah.
Comes from the brush, 100% to 0. That Ash is gone, and CLG are on the retreat here. Lyra's positioning between the 2 towers while they take it down. No objective completed here, but a significant amount of damage done.
Yeah, but the fact that PoE and Ruin were still alive at the end of that fight means that Clutch really couldn't make much of that victory. Yes, they caught Stixxay, but they really need to get clean sweeps in these team fights with the amount of wave clear that CLG has to keep themselves afloat.
Yeah, we got to look at it again, because I was just talking about how Huni's Victor is going to have a very difficult time navigating these team fights. He's going to be the target. He has a lot of deaths, and I want to, once again, keep eyeballs here, because it is Clutch getting this situation. You see Huni on the high ground. He gets flash ulted by Wiggly, okay? So not a lot that he's going to be able to do there. Ruin also flashed on him, so 2 members all focusing there. You can't blame him too much for that, but Clutch Gaming, in the end, don't finish off the tower. They're back out again,
Devontae wants this fight.
Gonna try for something right there. Got a spot. Ruin finds the first stun. Waiting for the rest of the squad. Can't find the anchor though. That might disengage. Oh, that's a big arrow here as well. Demonte is isolated. Has a flash over the wall. Package nearly tracks him down as well. And PoE wants in for this one. They might have the damage. Lyra's coming back around. Finds a bit of damage here. Aftershock is back on. Lantern. Oh, Wiggly turned for it and he couldn't click it. Burns the ult now instead. Looks to pull in Lyra. A lot of damage here in the front liner. Can't quite kill him. Wiggly forced to run away. He's so low, but he'll just barely disengage.
Demonte does have teleport, but doesn't have a good flank ward to come in on.
And there's another dragon coming up. It's another mountain dragon. All of these dragons have been mountains. The game wants one of these teams to take Baron. CLG already with 2 of them for them.
Oh, that is damage right there, Hooney. Down to 300, forced back to the base.
How much damage, Freak? Would you say?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, not
Meanwhile,
yet.
let's turn our eyes towards the dragon that's about to come up. Scuttle Crab's available for some permanent vision, too. See if they can slip in and grab that one first.
Mid lane's gonna go to CLG first. And Clutch gonna play one a bit more defensively as they grab some of this farm and look at CLG into the river.
Yeah, ultimates are going to be back up. The last time we saw this fight in the river, it was Nautilus ult, Sej ult, and Aurelia ult, all thrown onto Stixxay to one-shot him. If Clutch gets a flank again, they're going to look for something similar. Maybe a little bit of target switching with those ults, or they can just catch PoE.
Finds some knockups. The ult comes across as well. He's going to stay alive, disengages well enough. That is a big attempt right there. An ult down for Nautilus. That was how they point and click started on a Stixxay. They let Cody Sun follow up with that CC.
So CLG now should be waiting for Wiggly's ultimate. The Skarner ultimate a little bit longer on the cooldown, but Wiggly's charging ahead like he has it. No flash available to him. Another probably 15 seconds left on that Skarner ultimate. They're starting the dragon, forcing it now.
Trying to put it down. Double Mount makes it go pretty quickly. You can see Clutch getting him turned right back around. The Arctic armor drops off, but it's going to be a burn down. This should be very hard to steal, but there's always a possibility. Good smite comes through. Lyra grabs that one, so now 1 Mountain Drake picked up there as the resets come through. CLG gonna get back to their base, buy some items, wait for round 2.
Felt like CLG was very afraid of the river initiation or a flank coming in from Clutch Gaming.
I think a few seconds on an ultimate that big. Skarner ultimate is such a big deterrent for an Aurelia. You know, we talk about it shutting down these melee range assassins. It's one of the biggest things that Demonte is looking out for is Skarner ultimate. So if they charge ahead, you know, even if it only has 10 seconds of cooldown, you can't use it no matter how hard you press that button. So CLG turned around right afterwards. Now they're onto the Baron though, double mounted.
Clutch Gaming spot this is happening. They get the vision over the wall. They're going to start moving forward, the rest of the squad. But Aurelia on the other side of the map.
Clutch has got to go.
Has the ward to TP to, but it's at 2k health. They're going to go for this fight. The stun was well timed, and CLG pick up the Baron. Lyra cannot land that one. It's only a slow on a Biofrost, and there's suppression. They've pulled in Sej. Lyra should die for this one. They're re-engaged. The hook's going to land, but they don't kill Wiggly. Not nearly fast enough. Vulcan's now low. PoE gets the kill. Counter Logic Gaming make the play.
And in this fight, it is CLG that perform a clutch team fight. They are able to get the timing window here on Baron, stunning Lyra outside the pit. They can't steal it. Then Clutch Gaming force ahead in the chase, and CLG have a clear pathway to Clutch's base.
And it felt like Clutch was stunned that CLG was just going to do the Baron like that. They saw them doing it, and then they waited 4 or 5 seconds, kind of hoping to bait a CLG initiation, which never came. And then after the Baron, they lackadaisically try and follow up to kill CLG and just go in one at a time with 2 people getting picked off.
2 things there. Very clean usage of the Skarner ultimate plus the Dark Passage from Biofrost to pull Lyra even further away from his team. But also, if you looked at the mini-map, Huni on Victor was deep in the enemy jungle trying to walk all the way around. Wow. So this was the time where Clutch, this is one of the first team fights where they have been the ones not in sync. They have been the ones missing it by a few beats, and CLG punished them heavily. Now with Baron buff, they should be able to march in on the base. They should be able to force a game 4.
3,000 gold puts CLG in the lead. Pretty much all that from the Baron and the ensuing fight afterwards. And now how much more can they get? 1 minute 45 seconds on the Baron buff still. But the siege continues onwards. Bot lane tier 2, mid lane tier 2. Likely opportunities right now. When you're trying to wave clear, Tries to buy some time, but PoE is pushing into the bot lane. The rest of the team joining in now as well. Good poke out of the Gorky.
Yeah, Huni's just so weak right now, and Clutch would want to find a fight in transit while CLG is trying to work between these two turrets. As long as CLG keeps their tanks in front and don't allow their backline to get collapsed upon, they can achieve victory.
Meanwhile, Rune over here on the gangplank. I can perform with a carry gangplank too. He has been crushing it, working towards his own infinity edge. And CLG, as long as they keep them spread, they should be able to continue to demolish towers. A full minute left on the Baron to keep the siege alive.
5,000 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play as they push through to the bottom lane, and CLG farther and farther ahead now. 5,000 gold lead, of course. Still 45 seconds to play with, still waves in the mid and bottom lane. Looking for some poke, can't quite find it there. Ruin plays safely enough, won't be found out. A couple of recalls come through from Clutch as the next wave is cleared.
One more wave left here, 30 seconds left on the Baron. Bottom lane will arrive first. Clutch Gaming looking for a possible engage. It looks like a Nautilus plus Sejuani combination. CLG know this, and nobody's stepping forward.
Yeah, it feels like Clutch is hoping that CLG commits hard on a turret, then they look to engage. They're only have 10 seconds left on the Baron power play, so not going to overforce anything since it is still a 4,500 gold game, and if the Baron falls off, then Clutch would more freely look for a fight, which will happen any second now.
They go forward. Lots of gold in inventory. Lyra walks up, doesn't find that one though, and now CLG says, okay, we saw you aggressive. 30 seconds though to this Drake spawns. If CLG recalls, they're going to lose that one, so they'll have to stay on the map with gold in inventory. About 1,500 gold per person, so about 7,000 gold unspent right now in CLG's pockets.
Yeah, if Clutch Gaming can find the vision control to get a good initiation, this is as good a chance as they're going to get to come back into this game, but you can see how difficult it is to get vision here when they've been pushed into their base for so long.
Yeah, CLG control the setup here. They have control over the Dragon, chunking down Vulcan to 50%. That's one of your frontliners, one that you want in there first, so CLG simply with that should be able to get it.
Nicely done. CLG retaining control of these objectives. That's theirs. And they get through the hairiest part of the game. The recall when the gold was actually close in inventory. That fight was going to be winnable there for the Clutch Gaming side, but as we reset now, when we have the 5,000 gold difference, that's actually been cashed in. CLG have all those items. You can see 3 items now done for Stixxay, 2.5 in for Power of Evil. CLG is full power.
They really are. Although with no inhibitor turrets down and knowing CLG has the scaling advantage, they don't have to force plays here. I think, again, going all the way back to Champion Select, I like how much they pivoted on the style of game they were going to play. They kind of took the pressure off themselves as much as they could, saying, okay, all we have to do is not die, and then we can be in a position to win. And I feel like that freed them up to find only the good fights, right? Like earlier on when Power of Evil used the package top lane to kill Huni. And super crucially, the earlier fight in River where CLG should not have been there, that missed opportunity by Clutch is something that if this does go to game 4, Clutch is going to look at and kind of think that if they would have played that fight a little bit better, maybe this wouldn't have happened.
Clutch aside to the one to look for. Is this Kai'Sa? Oh! Monte forces a stopwatch, runs away. No Quicksilver Sash. He's gonna just barely flash over, but he's still gonna drop down. That should be the CC. 1-for-0 on Counterlogic Gaming are on the chase. Package separates the squad. Vulcan's flash does nothing. CLG get a 2-for-0, and Baron is spawning now.
Yeah, that's gonna be Baron number 2 for CLG, and that is gonna be a huge stamp on the end of this game. Clutch are coming over, but they are outnumbered and outgunned.
Might try for the desperation play. Cody Sun's alive, has ult, has flash. Maybe the big play happens, but it seems so unlikely. The pick comes through. That's going to be Baron over to CLG. Lyra is running, but does not have the way out, and Cody is slowed. He'll be killed off. 4 straight kills, and the Baron picked up yet again.
CLG's going to fend off the sweep, try and win this game 3. They do have long death timers, but the minion waves aren't quite there. They're going to try and push these into the base.
They're waiting for Clutch to respawn. There's probably one fight left in them as their base is going to be broken down to shambles soon.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Reuse all the stone and all the timber. Counterlogic Gaming got to erect their monument here inside of Clutch's base as they knock down mid-lane inhibitor turret.
We should get at least 2 inhibitors for this one, but if they can land a thresh hook or go for a series of kills, they can end the game here. Clutch will be respawning, so CLG playing the safe game here, still only 31 minutes in, actually recalling before they even get the second inhibitor.
They can't afford to make a mistake and lose this game. It is in hand, but it is also a must-win game. Look at this pick onto Demonte. This is critical. You know, it's one of those melee champions that has to get further up to farm that minion wave. CLG do a very good job using each form of CC to continue the follow. And then Power of Evil, beautiful package. Even interrupts Vulcan's hook and finds him, predicting the flash here, Valking back, finishing up the kill. Just complete control for CLG. They should be able to just march this one through bottom into the Clutch Gaming Nexus.
Seems very likely now as they push forward. Bot lane looks like it's going to be the target right now. Still 1:45 left in this Baron buff. The arrow is going to hit Vulcan, burns his clan. Huni gets low, has to flash away. Might have died to the barrel chain. As it's now Clutch Gaming forced off. CLG going to be gifted this turret off of the nice couple of ults for the engage. And CLG will break inhibitor number 2. Now the pull, they're gonna get the kill, no problem on a Vulcan. CLG will not be stopped, and they will keep themselves alive in this series. The minions fall down. Clutch Gaming don't have the gold to fight back, nor the members. As CLG push in. Here comes Nexus turret number 1. Takes very few auto attacks. Still safe. Huni cannot find the way in. There's a stun. The attempt towards Ruin. He's so tanky though. Lyra healthy as well. The play in again for Biofrost. Ruin is godlike. They're finding the kills again. Cody's son's gonna drop as well. The ace comes in. CLG shows signs of life, and they take the first step toward the reverse sweep.
And look at that solo laner performance by CLG. Power of Evil back off of melee champions onto those late game damage dealers. So much more comfortable, actually able to play the early game better as well with more range for CLG. For Clutch, a lot of missed opportunities in this game that they're gonna want back. That's why they had that 2-game cushion to start, and CLG keep the series alive.
Well set up by Counterlogic Gaming and well executed this time around. We have ourselves a series. It was looking close there.
It was looking grim for a while for CLG.
They turned around though. They found the picks that worked. Crowd control in the bottom lane, Biofrost playmaking. You had those really awesome hooks, the awesome flays, but it really does come down to the solo lanes. Ruin back on a big carry. That was kind of his trademark play style for CLG. I think he was a big step up over Darshan, and that's what got CLG to this point. Again, nearly second place regular season. Tie broke for that. Now looking a bit back on form.
And the coordination was much better this game for CLG as well. They were actually able to win some of these earlier skirmishes and win this team fight around Baron because of the extra step on timing. They burn it down, they stun up the enemy jungler. Huni's still far off in the jungle, and they're able to get the victory.
So Counterlogic Gaming keeping this series alive. Let's get a breakdown from the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Clutch Gaming, they wanted to close it out in 3, but CLG not ready to pack it up and go home just yet. They are able to extend it to a 4th game here today in the Little Caesars Arena. We've got another one of the Thieves. All the Thieves are in the building as Amazing joins us today to help break down this 3rd game and how CLG was able to bring it back.
Yeah, we got 97 more Thieves, so a lot more League of Legends coming your way.
We promise you all 100 of them.
CLG is finally here. The fact that they're playing as a team and drafting what we've seen them play all season long is a refreshing sight because it works for them, and that's what we wanted the whole time.
Yeah, I really agree. I think this was a great draft for them. My kind of concern is, can you replicate this on red side? Because they're very likely going back to that. I do think that the first round was brilliant for them, though, taking away Rumble, Kiana, as well as Akali, which has been a key pick, and then picking away the GP. So you've taken away the 4 most important picks, I believe, from Clutch, and then gone back to more of this comfortable style for Power of Evil. We know how good he is on these scaling team fighters, and you've given kind of the more supportive, strong laning duo of Ashe and Thresh to the bot side.
Yeah, I think the most important part is actually for me that they don't have to play on the mid 2v2 anymore. That's on Wiggly's strength, that's on Power of Evil's strength, and kind of stepping away from that and actually giving them the late game scaling, especially in mid lane, is something they have to work with throughout the split. So keep going back to that, but honestly, the AD carry, also the Ashe pick is really essential for me too, because I think Stixxay, even though he had a good game one, he had a bad game two, I think he needs agency within those games, and he's actually a hard carry for the team. And having an Ashe to engage with is great.
But you know, the Ashe also does so much for Wiggly because Lyra's been having a great series. The fact that you can use the hawkshot to scout out the jungler helps out Wiggly so much. If he doesn't know where Lyra is at, if he's a little bit uncomfortable, shoot a hawkshot. Suddenly you know, oh, Clutch Gaming is going for a play, maybe in the top side of the map. And they actually started off by first blooding Ruin, which is something that we've seen all split long, but we saw now that he was able to actually bounce back from this really well.
Yeah, they actually copied Team Liquid's pathing from last week, where Xmithie just killed one side of the jungle, went over the top lane, and then you have these Herald's fights too.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is really where CLG did kind of shine. You know, in this one, they had played a lot of these team fights out a lot more effectively. You know, Biofrost was able to find a pretty good re-engage in this one over the wall. You know, finding the hook in, landing the ultimate, Fox on multiple members, 3-man play, and it was these sorts of aggressive plays that I think really start to build back your confidence in this series after a rough couple games.
3 games, 3 big fights around the Rift Herald. It looks like CLG's progressively getting better at operating around that objective. Again, though, it was a very close early and mid game, and we heard Jat saying that Clutch had opportunities probably where they could have closed this series out 3-0. So as much as we're crediting CLG for, hey, sticking in it and finding their windows, now you got to start to worry on the Clutch side about all the windows missed, and we start to talk about those younger guys, just like we were talking about Wiggly here after a rough couple games. How do they respond? How do they bounce back? How do they analyze this game and end up coming into game 4 with, you know, fresh minds?
I think morale-wise, Clutch is fine. We saw them go against Team Liquid to get 5 games, even losing game 1 in a really dominant fashion. So I think they're good in that department. However, when it comes to the draft, the Ashe and Thresh, I think, did so much. And if CLG goes back to their style that we know that they're comfortable with, it should be something that Clutch Gaming was not used to this entire series. So it probably is a little bit different knowing that you can't take the 2v2 mid, that the bottom lane is suddenly, you can't prioritize taking down the Ashe because she's just utility. It doesn't really matter if you knock her away. So I think that they really need to readdress how they play the game in accordance to CLG's newfound draft.
Let's take a look at the play that kind of closed it out here for CLG. A bit of an I'm helping from Biofrost with the Lantern here around the Baron. They're going to get the secure, and he's going to help his jungler get out. Oh, and hey, let's go ahead and bring Lyra along the way.
The Skarner Thresh interaction is something that people don't really think about that often. You can actually ult someone and then be lanterned away and reposition completely. And I think here it worked out very beautifully for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was honestly a really nice sidestep from all 3 members of the Sejuani ult as well. Everyone's just running away in opposite directions, spreading around that, and then being able to re-engage with the Skarner ult. The Thresh Lantern comes through, and you know, it's good to see CLG bouncing back and making a series of it.
I like to believe that that's what Biofrost said in comms in the moment.
I will give you
safe passage. Very calm, very cool, very collected. But here we are. We find ourselves staring down game 4, and for CLG, this is a great boost. You know, a great mental boost, a great surge in probably energy from feeling down. We even saw Huni then too on the Clutch side, kind of shaking it off as that game ended. What do you guys want to see here in game 4?
I want to see Clutch Gaming look for flanks if they find themselves in a situation where they're behind, because yes, CLG did not fail. They failed to go to game 5 against Cloud9, but they were up on game 4, and the only reason they lost that was because C9 got super creative with their engages. Clutch Gaming needs to do that. If CLG is back on their game, which we saw here in game 3, they need to also step up and improve a little bit, react to that, and don't let CLG get away with their game plan, because they did in game 3.
Amazing. Clutch is on blue this time. So as Azael was saying, his fear was in this 4th game, when CLG is on red, how do they replicate or at least find a similar draft in terms of options and agency from the red side?
I think it's going to be nearly impossible to actually get the same kind of draft. I do think, however, that they can opt for something like the Ashe again, or they can actually opt for something like a control mage in the mid lane, and actually step away from those assassins. Azir has been banned all series so far, I think, so they're not going to get that, but they're still going to be able to pick the Orianna, for example, which they picked against C9, so they're going to be in a fine spot as long as they play towards their comfort.
Yeah, I mean, you can't replicate everything because you don't have the 3 bans and then the pick away, so you're not going to be able to deny all 4. If there's one of those to leave up, I would say it's Akali. I'd rather see them let the Akali through, still continue to play your comfort, play scaling mid, and I think this is a replicatable win, but as you were talking about earlier, Clutch really wasn't that far away from taking it.
Quite obviously, League of Legends is a 5-man game, and every single member here is going to have to perform. But call it out for me on CLG. Who has to do it in this game? Who's got to bring this series back into Game 5?
I think Wiggly needs to step up. I think Wiggly has been getting out-jungled even in this win. I think Lyra has been dominating it. We need to see Wiggly on form as he was in the regular season. If he could have a great game for CLG, that can completely flip this around.
Yeah, I think the issue is just right now that they keep trying to play CG's game. Like game 1, 2, and 3, I think they have not really stuck to their own guns. And I think now they actually like have some kind of hope where they know that it can work out. And I think they can actually get back to that, where Wiggly is playing that supporter style. He doesn't need to gank. He can just support his lanes, make them win, and help them win the game.
And Crumbs, you had the clutch call. So go ahead and tell me, who is responsible for bringing it home here in the 4th game and not letting it go to 5?
I think I'm looking at Huni for the top lane here because his game 3 on Victor was really lackluster for me, and it seems like when he's feeling it, it goes so well for him. You're able to find a lot of mistakes that are ruined and really punish that. So I want to see him go back to that, and it's not so much of somebody not stepping up, but I want to see Huni back into peak form because this reminded me of Huni in the regular season, which is not the player that we have seen in playoffs.
Well, there you have it. The series is heating up as CLG puts a point onto the board. We are going to break, but when we come back, we'll see if CLG can take the series in Game 4 on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
By the way, they're gonna be really cocky. Yeah. So we can actually still come back. Like, I actually believe in you guys, seriously.
One more rocket with the stuns coming from. It's traded back, and Lyra finds the kill.
Tenner. No flash. Getting back. I have Q still, in 3. FLICKR, no flash, Victor. That's slow both. Yeah. I need to flash this one. Okay, I get stunned.
Into the backside goes Cody Sun. He's killed the Ashe. They've got Thresh now as well. They've pulled in Sedge. Lyra should die for this one. They're re-engaged. The hook's gonna land, but they don't kill Wiggly. Not nearly fast enough. Vulcan's now low. PoE gets the kill. That should be the CC. 1 for 0 on Counterlogic Gaming are on the chase. Package separates the squad. The pick comes through. That's gonna be Baron over to CLG. Lyra is running, but does not have the way out, and Cody is slowed. He'll be killed off. 4 straight kills, and the Baron picked up yet again.
Kaiser. Let's get back. I'm good. Nice. Good shit, guys. Good shit.
At Rocket Mortgage, we get that a home is more than a house. It's your escape, your fortress, your arena. So we'll be here when you need us, handling house so you can do home. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage lender of Esports.
You're back to the LCS Summer Finals weekend presented by Rocket Mortgage, where CLG have extended the series versus Clutch in the quest for third place. Clutch was dominant in game 1, more dominant in game 2, and CLG took a narrow win in 3.
And the question will be now, was that one win false hope for CLG fans? Or is it the sign of something better? I mean, it's what they did in the semifinals. They got beaten the first 2 games. They made a comeback in game 3. And then game 4 in that C9 series for CLG was them coming back for most of it, but then losing in the end. So holding on to that momentum will be a challenge for CLG.
It definitely will be a challenge considering how this series has gone, and now being on the blue side where they haven't had the same advantages that other teams get on blue side. Actually, CG switching over to the blue side here, so they will have all the advantages.
Well, we are into this one in Champ Select. As you can see how much this looks like game 2. When you think back to when they were on this side, Clutch was able to ban Azir, Corki, and Renekton, as CLG banned Rumble, Yuumi, Akali. Might see the exact same thing here.
And I thought that even though Clutch first picked the Qiyana in that game, that wasn't the reason that Clutch was victorious. That game 2 was more about Cody Suns, Ezreal, Vulcan's Rakan in the bottom lane, and most importantly, the Gragas from Lyra. So it was a bunch of individual outplays around the map. I think we're going to see mostly the same comp so far because those are the same things.
Yeah, if you ban Renekton, I think they're threatening a Qiyana ban here, opening it up.
It was the same as last time. These are exactly the same bans to this point. This is when CLG banned Akali.
Yep.
And there we go.
All 4 games, CLG bans Akali during phase 1. That and Rumble are the 2 champs they will not negotiate on. CLG always removing those options.
All right, there are other lane bullies to choose from though. Renekton is not the only one. Personally, I do also like Darius into Qiyana. He can do a very similar thing for the lane phase. Another one that definitely won't get used, but I think is super underrated versus Qiyana is Poppy. Poppy's new W absolutely hard counters Qiyana. It not only stops the dash, but grounds you and slows you for 2 seconds. It takes away all of Qiyana's team fight presence, makes it so hard for her to get in place to get a good ult.
Yeah, it disables 2 future abilities, right?
Yeah, it's actually insane.
W and the E.
You can see the Xayah taken up right away. There's the Sejuani now coming in as well, as CLG move around and play their first Sejuani game of this series. We'll see if the Rakan gets taken like last time.
Yeah, I do really wonder if we'll just see Gragas Rakan here, like Clutch Gaming had in game 2, or if they feel like they learned something in their game 3 defeat to change.
I mean, they definitely had the execution to pull that off. And I think if you are going to execute at the highest level, those are the correct picks. That is the way to finish out this draft.
One small tweak, though, is they could go with something like Trundle or Skarner. I feel like those are slightly more effective picks against Sej. Could be Sylas, too.
The thing is, I want the playmaking from, a Gragas or a Sylas, right?
Yep.
A Trundle does not give you that explosive early game. It doesn't give you the kill power for Qiyana.
Well, in this place last time, Counterlogic Gaming grabbed Nautilus, which Aframo disagreed with. We'll see if CLG does something else to handle the Rakan. Leona is the obvious nod, but the Aatrox is still able to come through. The champion that was grabbed last time around, they were on these sides. CLG just grabs that a little bit later.
All right, now, does Clutch ban out the Leona to make sure that CLG won't pick it? Or do they just have faith that, okay, they'll probably pick right back into it at the same time?
Yeah, I feel like CLG signaled already in game 2 that they don't care that much to pick the Leona, so even if Clutch does leave it up, I would imagine Clutch is confident enough that Biofrost isn't going to be super comfortable with it, or the CLG isn't going to be very good at playing around it. Those are the mind games you have to play, though, and we see a support ban, just not Leona.
On the first on the order. We'll see if Sivir gets joined here as well as the second CLG bot lane ban. They keep trying to put Cody Sun down. Ezreal was just fine last time around. They were.
I think more than fine even too.
Yeah, he was good. He was good. They got a 2-on-2 kill in lane. He was a great team fighter as well. As time ticks down, Clutch Gaming had played Karma into the Aatrox last time on these sides. The Gangplank is the one they're more afraid of, saying go for it if you want to play Karma.
Yeah, lots of discussion there, and pretty fast discussion there from Irene, the CLG coach, and trying to lock in that last ban. And yeah, they don't care about that Leona. They almost want Biofrost to play Leona if the Alistair is their final ban.
Hasn't played it all split. They're daring Bio to play it again if he wants to. Or sorry, play it for the first time ever if he wants to, or go ahead and take the Nautilus. They're happy to play the matchup, banning away the other things that he is likely to play, that he has the experience on. They've dropped their own Tom Kench bans as well. CLG could take the Karma away themselves and put it in the mid lane. It's still going to be Thresh, though, here.
That's what I was thinking. He literally just won with Thresh. So as far as engaged support's going for that, it's not a champ select counter by any means, but it is something Biofrost is very good at.
And there you go, the immediate lock-in of the Sivir instantly for Clutch Gaming, for Cody's son. It has been such a big champion for him. And they just layer speed on speed. Once again, it will be that Karma into Aatrox.
So Clutch Gaming's lineup has been locked in. It's pretty similar to the last time they were on this side, but they were given the opportunity to play Sivir once again, which is going to be a nice one. Cody was very good on that champion back in the earlier playoff series.
Weldon kind of hinted at multiple answers to Qiyana. He said Diana was one they wanted to try.
Yeah.
I was hoping for an Echo Locket to try that one too, but it's just going to be the Orianna for Power of Evil. Definitely a comfort champion for him. He has played it for many, many years and come up with many alternate builds for it as well.
Game number 67 of Orianna in his professional career. Most played by far. This, if you're going for comfort, is exactly this champion. Power of Evil back against the wall, needs to win 2 more straight to take 3rd place, and he goes for his most played.
And I think it's the right call for CLG, even if it ends up not working. We saw games 1 and 2 of them trying the wacky stuff like Diana, but then we saw game 3 when they went back to Corki gank, playing stuff they were familiar with. And much like game 4 in the C9 series, PoE goes back to Orianna. He had a very good early and mid game with it in that series. So Power Evil's looking to perform on a champion he is comfortable with.
All right, time ticks down. Is this the last time that these teams meet? Does Clutch Gaming close it out here? Does Counterlogic Gaming, with comfort picks, Biofrost back in the playmaker and Thresh, Power of Evil on his trademark Orianna, Ruin, who did well in the Aatrox Karma matchup last time around. See if they can make this one happen here. Reverse sweep still on the table. 3rd place match on the line here in front of this crowd in Detroit. For many of these teams, they've been somewhere this big before. For some of them, though, first time in front of 10,000 people. For Vulcan and Co., it's actually looked pretty solid for them. It feels like Clutch Gaming really rose to the occasion. CLG a bit slower start, but game 3 was convincing.
Absolutely, CLG needs to keep that momentum from game 3 and try and push us towards a game 5. As Weldon said, the only way to practice for a stage like this is playing on a stage like this. So CLG wants to remain here as long as possible.
Here we go on to the Rift for game number 4. Clutch Gaming once again have the Qiyana. Damonte known for it so much, and it's always exciting to watch.
Yeah, everybody came into this matchup expecting Qiyana to be contested. Well, they definitely have delivered. Majority of games have contained the champion. One more gonna pop off here. Let's see. I feel like this one was also Counterlogic Gaming throwing down the gauntlet once again, making Clutch have to perform. Sweeper there does get some more experience once again early for the solo laners.
Making Clutch have to perform is CLG. And we got a word on the sideline. Avli standing by with Weldon.
Thanks, guys. Weldon, I just have one question for you coming into this game. We have seen Clutch Gaming have incredible success with Damonte on Qiyana, and you guys let it through. And I mean, in game 2, you weren't able to find that counter, so what is the play here?
Well, in game 2, we tried the assassin versus assassin, and whichever assassin loses, it looks like, well, what game 2 looked like. And last game, they were forced to let through the Corki, so we kind of knew that that's where we wanted to head. But I think we have a win condition against it this game. We're going to try again.
And tell me about what the team's thoughts or general feelings are coming into this game, where they need to win or they're out.
So after the second game, it's basically just a bunch of best of ones. So everybody's just in a best of one mentality, and we just have to win the game.
Well, thank you and best of luck. Back to you guys.
Best of luck, best of 1. 2 more to do, and CLG complete the reverse sweep. Seen him before, can see him again. CLG hoping they can push forward.
Speaking of win conditions, it's Aatrox versus Qiyana, not the Orianna versus Qiyana. It is the lane swap for CLG, something they have done sparingly throughout the regular season. They did a lot of swapping back and forth in last game, but they start this one up, making Damonte play against Aatrox.
I think this is much better on both sides for CLG than the opposing matchups would be, both for the Orianna as well as for the Aatrox. Huni here, still gonna push in though on the Karma, does get up, start to try and farm that Klepto stack, hits Power of Evil, pushing the wave, trying to dice up to the tower.
And one small part about Orianna, she has the lowest base armor in the game. So you go against physical damage assassin, that's going to be really dicey. So I agree to your point that on both sides it feels a lot better for CLG here.
Will we see Clutch try and chase around again too? Because I think that this would also be a game that would be worth them chasing the opposite matchup.
Woo! Jukes to the side, finds a root, good damage here. Yeah, forces an early flash off a Lyra gank.
Yeah, that's going to make that return so much more threatening, and if that wave bounces back to the same spot again, it's going to be very difficult for Ruin to CS. So even though Aatrox is more burst resilient, you still have to respect the potential of 2 people coming to your lane to kill you.
A big part of it is Aatrox has to get closer to the minion wave to farm in mid lane. So even in this short lane, where you think it would be more safe, versus Qiyana, in mid lane, Qiyana constantly farms water elements out of the river, and you can EQ for the guaranteed root. With a Silas, you can even lane gank because of the length of the chain stun that can come through, and them burning that flash is not a one-off, pass at mid lane. It should be a continued focus for Clutch Gaming around the mid area.
The strength of Clutch before. We'll see if Damonte can get ahead yet again. As the bottom scuttle going to go pretty cleanly to Wiggly right here. Remains 1 camp ahead. Some of that is the price Lyra pays for ganking. They trade scuttles, and Lyra goes back towards his blue. Damonte walks away. The mid lane matchup within 1 CS, top lane within 3. Certainly a close early game.
We're going to hammer home on that point. As far as the team comps are set up, we saw what Qiyana looks like without early threat or snowball or, jungle pressure around her lane phase. It completely neuters the mid game for her. Doesn't make the side lanes have to worry about her roaming around, getting those big ultimate plays, or even give you as much control around the objectives that you're used to. So, again, Lyra, good early pass, and I think that they will continue to focus, knowing that Ruin now, no flash. At the very least, they're going to try and get that CS back under control, because so far, Ruin up on CS has been able to use that Aatrox trade very effectively with his passive auto, to force Damonte off the minion wave.
The bot lane resets, a 2 CS difference right here, so Sivir scaling just fine. Of course, Zaya's late game is great as well, so it's hard to give anyone an obvious edge. Both supports a bit squishy and big playmakers. Wiggly heading to the top side.
Yeah, I think we're talking about scaling. I would give the CLG composition a slight edge, but it will come down to execution in the team fights. If Clutch Gaming finds the right flank engage at any point in the game, they would be able to win a fight.
One difficulty for Clutch is no hard tanks. That is going to be something to watch out for. There's no, Skarner or Sejuani with a stone plate soaking up 5,000 damage.
Yeah, and their answer to that is going to be hard CC. Don't need a hard tank if you have enough hard CC and enough damage behind that window, but it definitely does have a higher barrier of execution and require you to make less mistakes. That you don't have a sponge to soak up some of the repercussions of your mistakes.
Once again, sitting in the lanes, Clutch Gaming not eager to pull the rotation to the swamp. Happy to play this one straight up, and it's going to be continued fairly close to equal farm going back and forth. Small lead for Huni in the top lane, it looks like. TP for both those players. Extra TP for CLG as Ruin has one, Damonte sitting on Ignite.
Yeah, and we're reaching the timing where Clutch could look for another kill, and that's why you see Wiggly shadowing Ruin already, because the instant Damonte gets level 6,
they got vision on,
would be a time where he'd want to get a kill, and they do have vision. The 2v2 could be close, though, or they could just burst out Wiggly.
5 for 6 and 5. Damonte has the ultimate, but a little bit short on mana, only about 160. Can't do everything after the ultimate. Looks like no fight.
Yeah, patience pays off there. Lyra eventually turns over for the Scuttle Crab. They'll get the reward. Finally, that Vision Ward is seen. The Control Ward taken down there by Ruin. They know that Wiggly's earlier move was seen.
Oh, gets the ult off for the big stun, even against Wiggly, not even knowing it was there. But he might burn down Ruin. The Ignite helps it happen, and first blood comes through to Lyra.
Damonte knows his damage. He just sees the opportunity, knows the CC lock will be so long that while Lyra's halfway through the river, he starts the kill.
Yeah, the Qiyana's look very different. In the hands of Damonte here, huge burst damage. And again, that Control Ward paid so much for them. Avoided the CLG gank and allowed them to then turn it around on their own terms. Damonte jumping in. Ignite Qiyana, able to get the mid laner low enough to feed a nice kill over to Lyra there. Burns his flash to finish it up. Look at Damonte. waiting for this one. Up against the wall, you get to pull off the entire combo, taking him down to, what, 15% HP before there's any reaction time. And that means the guaranteed kill since Lear's got flash on Sylas.
Yeah, actually pulls the rock with Kiana for some execute damage down the stretch, knowing that Lear would be able to close for even more CC rather than pulling back-to-back water blades for a longer root duration. Really well done by Damonte.
In the back foot, 900 gold down. Lanes mostly equal. We're seeing leads getting eked out in each of these side lanes as Clutch Gaming waiting to move forward and hoping they have the right support for the Sivir, hoping that those aggressive team fights can work out for them.
You're also going to have to track where the money goes in this game because there's so many options for carries. That first blood kill, actually bottom lane. All right, that first blood kill going over to Sylas is huge. Now, AP junglers spike incredibly hard off of the completion of Runic Echoes. It is an insanely efficient burst item that after you get past the Mana Crystal part of the build, it has a very, very potent combination. So Lyra now level 6 with the Sylas, got just enough to finish off the Runic Echoes. He is a carry himself.
Yeah.
Jungle Sylas is incredibly effective at pulling off solo kills as well. You take the Conqueror, he's got red buff now as well, is up to level 7. He's basically another solo laner for Clutch Gaming that gets to roam around and remain unseen.
That makes this Cloud Drake start pretty risky for CLG. The Kiana ultimate is actually back up already, and there's no teleport topside, so Wiggly kind of just buying time in the river cannot do that Cloud Drake.
Looks like the roam going bottom will be seen by the control ward. Lyra's sitting on that one though, and he knows from the movements of the mid laner. You can tell since they back off there. Ruin.
Go for
counter vision.
Over the wall, they find the stun. There's a flash down, but they can go for round number 2. They're going to almost find that second stun, but Lyra can pull his own ult back out. They're going to get this kill on a Wiggly, and he's still got the Sejuani ult in case he wants to find a second engage somewhere. So Clutch Gaming, that ward got him a kill.
Yeah, who's got wards on who here? Control ward up on the top side. Then there was one in the tri-brush there, but also in the dragon pit. And eventually, the extra information allows another very similar play from Clutch Gaming where the ward allows them to choose their engage on the Sejuani.
And it means Lear is also completely off to the races. He was already spiking with that 1-0. He's now halfway towards Proto Belt trying to be that carry in his own right. Damonte did use ultimate there and actually didn't get the hit onto Wiggly. They didn't need it, so it does give Ruin a little bit of time to play aggressive and accumulate more of his CS advantage.
Yeah, Wiggly flashing away there too means no flash on the Sejuani, takes away a decent amount of the potency of those ganks. A little bit scared, less scared of the ultimate in those cases. Recall gonna be forced here though, and since there's no teleport on Damonte, you know, Kiana taking Ignite, that's gonna be a cash in. Stixxay gets the plate to finish off, and a Dark Passage allows them to pull back efficiently.
Let's see how the teams are moving around and what else they're doing here as we are almost 11 minutes into the game, and CLG ensuring that they have a presence on the top side of the map. We've been talking about the fact that Clutch just kept going for 10-minute heralds, and CLG have kind of found the answer to it, get their dual lane in the mid lane in time, and now they can answer those moves easily.
Yeah, Clutch had the highest Rift Herald percentage and the best first turret percentage even throughout the LCS regular season. Is just, I think, because they didn't play the same team 3 to 5 times in a row, people weren't necessarily catching on to how telegraphed Clutch's tendencies could be. CLG now really trying to match it, but that doesn't mean you can get it. Clutch going for a fight.
Clutch have kept all their pieces up by the Rift Herald too. Ruin was down bottom side, so Clutch are paying for this start on the Rift Herald with the minion wave that Ruin pushed into the tower. But now he's headed up the river, and CLG are on the way. I think Clutch will be able to finish this, but there might be a fight afterwards.
Good smite range in time. That's a clean one. Lyra should grab that without much issue and send that down whichever lane they need in the next 2 minutes. No pick up there. It's going to be a clean walk away. They're going to walk through their own control ward. Nice attempt. That blind hook was very smart, but Clutch Gaming kind of already ahead of that one and didn't take that path.
I always hold my breath when a team groups in the river as Kiana's over the wall, because if he just flash ults into the wall, he'd get the 4-man stun. But Clutch did have Huni in the top lane, taking the Rift Herald and really trying to make sure they don't lose any map pressure.
Bot lane pushing actually back towards CLG, and Ruin actually, if he wanted to, I think he could have frozen that wave. Instead, clears it away and runs out.
Yeah, so Clutch were heading down the river, and he saw on the ward that they were coming for a 3-person gank towards Ruin. They not only want to make a play on the side of Clutch Gaming, but also release the Rift Herald right after that play. Lyra now under attack.
Big damage, W's towards the monster, but can still find more. The flash for Ruin almost finds it. The CC is now there, and Lyra can jump back over the wall, and the clean disengage as Vulcan burns his second E. A nice run away there for Lyra.
Gets away with his life there due to Vulcan coming in. Really good defensive peel there from Vulcan. Able to shield and get the knockup, plus second shield to jump back out of the pit. But that is going to be some more time knocked off the clock for Rift Herald. Only a minute left here to try and cash in on the plate money for it. And there's a recall for Lyra. He has to walk immediately back out to a lane and try and use it if they want to actually get that gold.
Yeah, I think a lot of the last 2 games have been about opportunities and whether or not you can capitalize on those opportunities. Right now, Ruin did burn Flash and Ult to try and kill Lyra and delay the Rift Herald, but will Clutch still be able to get off a good Rift Herald? Because if they do, they can start blowing this game open.
Mid lane would be the activation here. Lyra actually in the river right now with the Sivir to quick push the lane.
Yeah,
they can just pop it off.
Someone's over the wall. It's spotted, but it doesn't really matter. They're going to get this one to charge without much issue. Mid lane going to lose a lot of health here.
Yeah, they're actually going to split the money because it's a little dangerous grouping up at the tower. They would like it to all go into Cody's son, but he does get part.
All right, 320 extra gold earned via that charge. That's pretty much the very median result for that summon, but it does mean the mid turret's down below 2,000 HP, and a little bit later on they do the rest of that damage. The money is claimed, and you can look at the scoreboard. Clutch Gaming up 1,500 gold at 14 minutes.
Yeah, CLG still in it, looking to try and find that first big engage. Feels like this ult is burned to trade, but PoE positioning like he's going for a kill.
It's a lot of damage. Actually forces Huni's flash out, and that's Huni with some magic resist. The Athenes was in there, but still forced away, losing his flash.
Yeah, you have to pay attention to item power spikes. The biggest thing in League of Legends, you know, a completed runic echoes for Power of Evil. He immediately looks for that kill pressure.
So again, Demonte is stunned again, and it's a 3v1. Absolutely no way out. Ruin claims the kill. Finally, CLG on the board.
Great rotation from CLG, and now Stixxay gonna chase Vulcan out of the river. They can get a great timing on the Dragon as they get the kill. 20 seconds left on the death timer for Demonte. Dragon spawning now. That should be an easy cleanup for Wiggly.
That is so big for CLG, being able to be first into the river, gaining control of that side of the map. Maybe Clutch was distracted from Huni burning his flash in the top lane. Sometimes that can draw your attention away, but Demonte not staying near his turret, really trying to get river presence, but CLG was the first ones there.
Top lane being pushed down right now is going to be some damage in, but Biofrost, you can see shadowing PoE in case they're more aggressive. That's not happening though, he's going to stay safe. And you can see Lyra going back down to his own jungle to the western side of the map. That's another shockwave though, and this could be another chase on Huni. That hook is gonna land. This is gonna be a kill. Biofrost follows up, and PoE claims the kill.
These roams are really taking their toll on Clutch Gaming. CLG are off to the races. Dive.
Big damage on the 6 save, but he's gonna still be pretty safe as he pulls the feathers back. The turret's just barely gonna stay alive. Still had the ult in case that chase went farther.
Biofrost flying in with those mobility boots and still has flash, so his aura on the map and range of threat is very big, especially after Clutch having 2 people picked off now. Need to be a lot more careful where they go, as CLG, who I think has slightly better scaling in this game, is really close to even in this matchup.
I mean, CLG's look so much more focused now than they did at the beginning of the series. Power of Evil making aggressive moves on the top side, burns the flash, and opens up an opportunity. Bottom side of the map, they make the first roam. Death sentence after death sentence from Biofrost set up and landed. Towers are starting to go down though. Top lane gonna be traded as Cody's son finishes off mid for Clutch.
So himself did go to CLG, so 150 bonus gold for that one. Doesn't quite make up for the plates, but you can see the game difference. Only 400 gold apart, and as we're mentioning, CLG probably just better at 30 minutes as items keep going through.
I think it's really close, and it does depend a lot on the setup too.
Yeah.
Lyra can steal Sejuani ultimate, which he's done right now, so he's done the preemptive work already. It's actually an insane team fight to have him plus Rakan plus Kiana is a tremendous amount of hard CC and burst damage. So a lot comes down to positioning in these fights. A lot of summoner spells still available too, so it's going to be a very explosive fight. Once they decide to actually take it in the mid game, everybody gets more confident when they start finishing their items.
Yep.
And that can lead to both sides being really willing, to look for that play.
CLG sweeping wards out of their own jungle. So the sweeper for one, the control ward going to drop down as well. So some of the vision going away. CLG feeling a bit more comfortable. Still a very tight game, even equal Drakes right now.
And I know it's a small thing right there, but Cody Sun missing the cannon on an uncontested wave does speak to maybe some misplay coming through.
Speaking of some misplays though, Huni keeps fighting PoE and is not even close in this one. A solo kill. Now over the wall goes Wiggly. Another stun. Damonte's trying to run away, but he can't do it. And CLG are picking up the kills.
Clutch did not do the groundwork before setting up that play. They charge in with no vision. Huni starts it off on Power of Evil, thinking he'll have the numbers advantage with Damonte flanking around on the top side, but Wiggly is there. That is CLG territory. They had control wards in place, and both parts of the play are hard countered by CLG.
And even just the 1v1, the PoE has now pulled off a couple of times onto Huni. Huni's definitely going aggressive because he thinks he has backup, but PoE just has such command over Orianna. Ends up, I'd call that an assisted solo kill because the backup wasn't coming in for Huni. And then Wiggly just knowing he has the numbers advantage, following over, initiating onto Damonte. Very well played.
Yeah, you can clearly see Huni thinks he's setting up a 1v2. That's why he's opting into this down trade, basically. But as soon as Damonte gets over the wall, face first into Sejuani and unable to turn it into that play that they're looking for. So CLG rack up the kills. Top side. Looking to finish up that push. Cody Sun does get it up to the tower. And they want all that tower gold to go into Cody.
A lot of money. At this point, it just feels like it's just down to Sivir being the late game carry. But the question is, does he have a front line? CLG now up almost 1,000 gold into this one as the next Drake spawns in just under a minute. CLG feel like they have lane control. Both solos doing very well right now.
Yeah, Clutch is going to face the difficult decision here of whether or not they should stay aggressive or if they should kind of wait and try and play some counter engage and some peeling back with the Karma and the Sivir speed, because really they do need Cody Sun to hit his Infinity Edge for his power spike with lethal tempo, and he's just not there yet since the skirmishing of Qiyana. And even the 2-0 Silas haven't been able to find much impact on the rest of the map.
Two things CLG did very well in this game. I think a super intelligent lane swap to start it out, having Ruin get out of that bad, aggressive Karma early matchup where Karma's going to try and harass him down, up until the level 6 point, as well as getting Power of Evil away from Damonte's Qiyana. Then Biofrost roaming around to help out with those plays on both sides of the map. As transition into this mid game where CLG rack up another dragon, Ocean will be taken. And if you look at the pushing right now, Clutch Gaming trying to send 3 members to the top side to try and make a play opposite that dragon take.
They don't have a huge amount of burst damage, and Ruin does have a lot of health, so really just avoiding CLG as Clutch Gaming can't find the play. CLG playing much smarter and much better than in the first 2 games.
Yep, nothing gained there for Clutch Gaming on the opposite.
Ooh, look bottom though. There is a Power of Evil Orianna chasing through.
Now a 2v1 as Damonte's here now as well. There shouldn't be an easy way out. Does not have flash either. Gets away from the shockwave. Into the wall he goes. There's the shutdown picked up. Finally on the board is Clutch Gaming.
You can see that was their game plan for the earlier 2v1 at tower. That's how it was written in the Clutch Gaming playbook. They actually get to pull it off this time around and cut off the split pusher.
Yeah, Power of Evil did have some vision in the jungle, which is probably why he felt confident going up there, but he was just so far away from the nearest available help. Damonte ends up playing this one out. PoE really should not have been up at this point in the game in that spot, and he does give the shutdown over to Damonte. We'll have to track now if that's what can get Damonte off the ground and running.
2,500 gold. He's actually the poorest member on his team, not counting support. So a ways to go still. Good blue buff steal goes through for Ruin, this game's mid laner. Bot lane turret goes to Huni though, so actually turret score technically right now and temporarily Clutch Gaming's favor. The gold back to tied. There's a lot gained off that 1 kill in the bottom lane, all the way pushed up. Dewey back on the map can wave through this one and regain some map control, but tides turn somewhat.
A lot of spell penetration picked up for Power of Evil too. I mean, this is an incredibly burst-heavy Orianna. Basically, as burst-heavy a build as you can get. Ludens and double spell penetration. Power of Evil on his comfort champion does look so much better. Yes, he was pushed way ahead. Maybe we have an engage here, actually?
Yeah. Might be. Oh, just turning the corner is Volcom, but still going to be careful. The first knock is found, just back to his team, stays alive. Now Lyra has Sedgel. When does he go in? They're going to find Ruin for almost a stun. Not chasing any farther as the Lantern comes out now as well. Still have that, though. The re-engage possibility is still there.
Yeah, definitely a big fumble there. Sejuani ultimate comes out. They do, I guess, trade it for Sivir ultimate. But in the aftermath, a lot of control for Clutch. If you see all of the vision being swept out here, they have taken over around Baron with those control wards. And once again, looking to set up their play. They have a lot of offensive tools to try and use burst potential with that hard CC.
Yeah, that Sejuani ultimate mismatch we have as well. If Lyra can find the right target while he has that Sej ult stolen, but it's still going to be an issue of Clutch of not having that meat wall in front of them because their initiation will have to be so perfect if they want to avoid getting blown up by PoE's Orianna.
Yeah, CLG are a little bit less scared in this game than previously in the series when the map goes dark like that, because they do have not only Sejuani to face check, but a Thresh to pull him back out. It's been one of the biggest things. This Dark Passage keeps him safe, and they can have the tank on the front lines and try and pull him back out. Biofrost has been there for the team.
CLG once again going to take map control back. Now an engage in the mid side. Damage with Biofrost, but not killing him. Here comes a push in, and Damonte just evaporates in the water.
Yeah, Biofrost has been there for the team, and the team has been there for him. Damonte goes for the kill on the support and gets clapped.
Just a big misplay there by Damonte, not even close to having lethal damage on Biofrost, and that means CLG can turn directly towards Baron. They have the smite, and they could even peel for a fight because it's 5v4. Ruin on the flank.
Waiting for when the opportunity strikes as he looks just on the side of this short wall. Lyra can't quite get the poke damage.
Clutch should know he's there. That ward saw Ruin get into this position.
Here's the hard engage, though. Wiggly finds a stun. Now towards Biofrost. The Baron is on CLG, and Clutch going to walk away. Vulcan should survive the burn, but now it's the disengage. Can they run away? Big shield comes in. Baron's going to reset, and Clutch make the best of a bad situation. They stop the Baron.
Oh my goodness, CLG not getting a single kill or Baron off of that pick onto Damonte is a big missed opportunity. The map pressure is now actually completely swung back towards Clutch, and they, aside from the death timer on Damonte and the gold given over, suffer no repercussions for that misplay.
Now, the timer is spaced out enough that we can have a reset before the dragon, so we'll take a look at the replay. Damonte went for the burst on a Biofrost, doesn't get him close enough to the wall, gets immediately annihilated. Biofrost lays him back in, finishes up the kill, but reset has occurred. 8 seconds still left on this dragon. Power of Evil recalls to base, but he's got to teleport just in case Clutch try and force anything quickly.
300 gold difference. Both teams have reset by now, and you're going to see almost identical itemization here. Even the AD carries have basically the same items here. 2 items done in the mid lane, both sides. 2.5 up in the top lane here as well as CLG put a couple of wards down and clean away their jungle. Clutch Gaming playing ever so slightly forward as Cody Sun's going to clear the top wave first. And now we look at the mid lane yet again. Cloud Drake is alive. Both teams already have one. Plus CLG have the Ocean for extra regen. They'll kill mid lane first.
Not an extremely important Drake. It's more about what happens in the fight around it and maybe even getting some control over Baron. As you can see, CLG actually completely moving towards the side of Baron.
Again, Clutch Gaming want the fight in the river to get full value out of the Kiana. They're chasing him back here, trying to cut off the...
Oh, that's a stun. They found Lyra, but he's going to be able to walk away. Has tenacity. Now the re-engage. They're going to find a knock up there as that's a couple of spells now. Burn that hook!
Biofrost!
That hook! Wow.
Like that are why you pick Thresh in these games.
And now looking for round 2. Lyra going to be stunned up yet again. Flashing over the wall, barely staying alive. Trying to run away, but watch out for Ruin. Another knock-up, another kill. A shutdown comes through for CLG.
That's got to be Baron. CLG take 2 kills. The enemy jungler is gone. Clutch Gaming dismantled here in the mid game.
Ultimate Tracker, PoE still has his, so if Clutch try and contest this 5v3, PoE will fight back with that. Takes Damonte to half health with a QW.
So there's almost no chance to stop this one. Clutch are going to walk forward, but this is so unlikely. Wiggly has flash if he needs it. Good poke could happen. Cody Sun Does not get hit by the hook. Now Demonte looks for the solo kill. He's going to find Power of Evil. 1,000 health in the Baron. Oh, it gets smite. It gets taken. But is there a fight now to be had? As Vulcan runs forward, a second kill is claimed. The root comes across. Baron is taking. Clutch Gaming at 2 kills off of him.
Didn't get the steal, but they sure made that one interesting as the boomerang blade flew through. Power of Evil tried so hard to zone out Demonte, did prevent his team from getting hit by the Qiyana ultimate, but did not protect himself in that moment. So CLG narrowly avoid a wipe, but do secure the Baron.
Yep, Clutch Gaming take a Cloud Drake in the aftermath. So Cloud Drake plus 2 kills, still good for CLG. Here's a look at the initiation. Wiggly gets it started for CLG. Initially, they get Vulcan hooked up. Biofrost lands it as he tries to escape with the shield. And then look at this. Never mind.
Ruins flash over the wall, picks up another kill.
All right.
Potential re-engage in the mid lane. Doesn't quite happen here though, but that was the opportunity. 2,000 gold difference. CLG ahead with Baron buff still on 3, I believe. Means they're likely to get so much more during this.
And we're in CLG's comfort zone now. They have Baron buff, they have Siege up as 5, they've got Wiggly for the front lines, Biofrost keeping them safe. Should be a standard Siege.
Shockwave follows up with a stun. Hootie almost goes down. Ruin flashes into the backline and finds the kill. Vulcan burns down as well. Kill number 3 comes soon to Lyra. He's going to try to stay alive, but there is no way out. CLG find the tower dive. A 3-for-0 in the mid lane turret.
And that's the decisiveness you've been looking for from CLG. Having the front line, having the Baron buff still on 3, even if their gold lead was fairly small, the decisiveness to go in gives them a big lead.
Big signs of hope as CLG push through mid lane. Tier 2 is theirs, and they're staying aggressive. Looking for the inhibitor turret now as well. Still 5 seconds on Vulcan, 15 on Huni and Lyra. This is an easy siege right now. 5 versus 2. The turret's gonna fall. The inhibitor gonna be the next target right there. All there is to take is Clutch Gaming's base. As the respawns come in, it's gonna be a bit more defensive. Stixley nearly caught out, does grab the lantern. And just there, the minions make the last little bit work, and the inhibitor falls.
And Clutch Gaming's gonna have to find a way to allow Cody Sun to auto-attack in these team fights, because you are really seeing what a lack of a front line can do to an AD carry here. That was a dive by CLG that didn't even get them an instant kill. Yes, the shockwave hits Huni, but that burst doesn't even hit. It's a delayed shot, and watch Cody, he's just kind of dashing back and forth. Spell shield up, boomerang blade, never able to just auto-attack down. Meanwhile, the rest of CLG is free-firing on these kills.
Cody got 1 auto attack and 1 boomerang blade. When you have rapid fire cannon, that is the bare minimum in any team fight. So the bare minimum is what Cody Sun was allowed in this battle, and he's sitting on 12,000 gold. He needs more than the bare minimum. Clutch Gaming needs output from their members, especially the one they've been funneling all their gold into.
Yeah, I think CLG now is very, very happy with what they learned over this series. You know, they lose the first 2 games with their Assassins mid, but they look like a completely different team here with the well-structured front to back. Now they've got very, very clear opportunities. Mid lane, super minions will head down. PoE and Stixley finish that one up, and then they can transition down to the bottom lane, where Ruin has already prepped bottom secondary turret for the rotation.
Around CLG through this jungle. They're walking through a couple of wards. They don't have complete control, but their bodies are strong enough that Clutch Gaming will have to walk away. They can only poke. That's really all they get here. Hook gonna find Lyra. There's gonna be some follow through. Big damage. The shockwave to follow up. Lyra barely stays alive. He's gonna be able to walk away. But the health bars are low, and CLG control the bottom lane. The minion wave's gonna be dropped off, but they can still auto this one. They can backdoor it, and CLG claim turret number 7.
That was still pretty cool. Throwing everything over the wall like that, nearly insta-killing them. I wonder if Biofrost goes over and ignites, he gets the kill, but then he probably dies himself. So mission accomplished. They get the turret, even though they don't have the Baron buff, and now they reset for the next Drake and the next Baron.
Clutch Gaming running out of options here. Hoping they can get to the last few items in time. 1,000 gold on Cody Sun. Demonte moving towards his own armor penetration right now. Only 500 inventory though. There's not a lot of upgrades left in the mix. Pretty much it here for Clutch Gaming as far as items to come through. And it's been CLG time and again, 6,000 gold lead. Drake in 30 seconds, Baron in a minute.
Now, they didn't have teleport there. Ruin is on the bottom half of the map. CLG are split without teleport on their split pusher. He's roaming up now through some of Clutch Gaming vision, though. See if they actually pull off this flank.
Yeah, Ruin has been consistently flanking, and that's one of the things that's prevented Cody-san from getting their right auto attacks off. I think if Clutch is going to win a fight, it's if they see Ruin actually flanking and just completely charge the other 4 of CLG and get some type of initiation off so that they have at least, I don't know, 5 seconds for Cody to get some Sivir auto attacks off of. I think that's their best chance.
The attempt with the Bucks forward. The flash finds the knockup. Looking for the second stun. Not going to get it just yet, but the charm. The knockup. Big damage on Wiggly, but he's so incredibly tanky. Damonte knocked up. Hook. He goes down. And a big flame for Biofrost means CLG continues. Look at the second kill. Huni almost dead. Just barely gets the shield and runs away, but it's still a kill picked up. His Stixay flashes for the second. Takes down Lyra as well. And again, it's a 5v3 in the map. Mid inhibitor already cracked down, and CLG can push right into the base.
Yeah, that should be it. CLG, 5 members strong, will push on the Nexus.
And that's gonna be it. You have to believe the knockup is there, but the health bar's just too big. After getting dunked down in the first 2 games, 2 big wins for CLG. We're going to game 5. Well played on the wins.
And I gotta say, Freak, I definitely doubted CLG after game 2, and they've come back to win the next 2 and force a game 5.
Steam rolling ahead there. Front line of Sejuani and Aatrox. Tower dive after tower dive, they finish it cleanly.
The analyst has said, we talked to them about who should step up, who brings CLG to game 5. Eyes were on Wiggly to step up and play to the level that he did during the regular season. The number 3 jungler across North America in his first year of play. Spring was his rookie split. Summer, he really molded himself into a top performer. Those Sejuani engages are what put CLG over the top.
I think he's played very well, but I also want to pay attention to Huni walking off stage there. He had such big performances in games 1 and 2, laned up against both Ruin and PoE, just kind of swapping around on him in his last 2 games, and hasn't found close to the same level of success. So I think Clutch needs to get Huni going in game 5 if they want to win the series.
Yeah, I think his best game was the Gangplank. Even the game they won on the Karma, back in game 2, he split the lane and the bot lane won for him. I think it's been 1 stellar game from Huni, another 3 somewhat invisible. Ruin stepping up now as well, of course. Now, Detroit, we've got a game 5 for you, so let's hear from the analyst desk to get their thoughts on how that game shaped up.
Thank you very much, Freak. Clutch grabbed 2 and CLG snatched 2 back, and we are going to game 5. I will point out that one very intelligent Joel predicted the 5-game series, and he called it for CLG.
I did. I said Clutch 3-2. He's not the only one.
All right, okay.
I mean, I'm probably wrong now.
Yeah, now you think you're wrong? So actually, okay, let's talk about that. Immediate response to the way that the series has now been trending with CLG taking 2 back.
I mean, you could even see it. Like, one of the things I was actually watching during that game was the face cams for Clutch, right? And they were looking very stressed, very distraught. Every time Damonte in particular, had gotten caught out or made any sort of mistake, you could really see it on his face. And I, for one, always get a little bit nervous for a team when you see them leaving the stage and they're somewhat fragmented. They're not actually talking as a team about, potentially what's going to happen in that next game. And you saw CLG walking off as a 5-man squad, and you saw Clutch, Damonte out front, then 3 more people, and Huni in the back. And it feels like, maybe it's getting in their heads a bit.
And just to talk about draft a little bit, it's like CLG has finally found the identity that we knew they should have been the entire time. It took a weird way to get here where they had to try the Diana, I guess, to get here. But now that they're here, it's like this is what we thought they were. Strong bot lanes, scaling mid, and now Wiggly is stepping up as well, just on a performance level.
You called out the Orianna pick specifically.
Yeah, I think it's so important for CLG. Like, I think if Power Feeble is on a Conflict champion, the team looks completely different because Wiggly is also opened up then. He doesn't have to camp around mid lane. He can actually go for his engagements and actually play on his own tempo. In game 1 and 2, he didn't have his own tempo. In game 3 and 4, he's kind of getting into it. And I think game 5 will probably look similar.
And we did hear from Avali having that side stage interview with Weldon around the mid lane matchup. And he said, yes, we decided to go with the assassin route. Didn't work out, so we're going to pull back on that and find another answer. But on top of securing that scaling mage, they also went for the lane swap, going ahead and put Aatrox in the mid lane against that melee matchup, and then, of course, putting Power of Evil up against Huni in the range matchup.
Yeah, and this is the first loss that Clutch has taken on one of their 3 comfort champions between Kiana, Rumble, and GP. This is the first time they lost, and they lost to it while CLG was playing their own style. So that's actually bodes very well going forward, that you can kind of give up something potentially for Clutch as long as you're executing on your own game plan.
Let's take a look at the way that the early game played out, because again, it looked like Clutch was off to the races. 2 quick kills picked up between the duo of Lyra and Damonte here off of his own engage. Lyra will be the beneficiary of it. But this started to make it look like it might just go the way of Clutch.
Sometimes when you lane swap, you put certain matchups into positions that they're not comfortable with, especially when they're mid to top swapping. They were not quite comfortable with that. And then also in the river, Wiggly just getting caught out, sitting on a ward. Those are uncharacteristic mistakes for CLG. If we look at the regular season, they're characteristic for the playoffs.
But this is where it all turned around, and amazing in this moment. You were literally sitting here yelling at the screen, just ultimate, looking for Wiggly to have the confidence to pull the trigger more often and sooner.
Yeah, I'm almost feeling for the guy, because I could see in game 1 and 2 where he's uncomfortable, he didn't know what to do at certain moments, but in game 4 especially right now, he's actually stepping up and he has to do what he does in the regular season. You cannot just suddenly be a different player than your teammates are used to, and he's actually delivering now.
And just to speak to PoE on his comfort champion, on that Orianna play, being able to get the best of Huni in the 1v1 to make sure that wraparound play never worked because he already chunked out the Karma. And so that's something that's like a confidence play that I'm not sure he's going to make on one of these other assassin picks that he was trying to play earlier in the series.
We had called for Wiggly to step up. That's exactly what he did in this 4th game. The entirety of CLG looking to ramp up through the series. And so here I want to jump forward to the play that closes it all or rather to push us to our 5th and final game in the mid lane. 2-0 for CLG and then the Baron. Or this is off of the Baron, rather.
I think one of the key things here is actually Ruin coming from the side. And Ruin in so many of these late and mid-game teamfights was always finding good angles to actually wrap around behind Clutch to really not give them any avenue of escape. But on Aatrox, you really have to do this unless you're going to flash in to start off the fight. So I do think that he made such a big difference on the Aatrox in this series.
That plus I think Biofrost's Thresh was disgusting in this game. He had a number of huge hooks. And the one in the play that got them the Baron where he hooked Rakan out of his E back was astounding. And that's what we want out of Biofrost. When he's not on a playmaker, it's such a different look for CLG because it feels like he really is kind of the lifeblood to their mid to late game.
Shoes on the other foot though now, right? CLG's ramping up into the series and now it's Clutch who's kind of had to take a couple punches to the face. But they've been the team that has more closely followed their own style throughout the series. And so now how do you pivot here in Game 5 when you've been getting the Kianas, when you've been getting the picks that you want, and now the wins aren't coming?
Honestly, I would show them replays of Game 1 and 2. I think if, for example, the coach has to sit them down and tell them, hey, this is what we did in Game 1 and 2, this is how engages went, this is the angles we took, I think they can regain that confidence that they have almost lost in Game 4.
CLG to blue side.
No surprise there. For Clutch Gaming, coming off the loss and the ones who need to change things up, I actually don't want them to change that much up. I think you know what you are. You know, you're Clutch Gaming. You want to fight early. You want to fight often. You got outplayed that game. Wiggly had some good engages in side lanes. You weren't playing as well around side lanes. Like, this is an in-game fix for me, not an out of game 1.
Yeah, I actually completely agree. I think that there was too many mental errors in this game. Yeah. You know, the start was very good. Mid-jungle going great. 2 early kills for them. And then you see plays like this Kiana where we're talking about risk versus reward and you're going in on this Thresh solo where even if he gets that kill on Biofrost, you're trading your life for that of a support. So they need to stop making these mental errors, and play a more clean game.
I think they should actually take away the Sejuani, either ban it or take it away, because I do think that Wiggly actually heavily relies on that pick right now. I mean, Game 3 he had a weird scanner game, I'd say. In Game 4 he looked pretty clean on the Sejuani. So taking that away and honestly taking the scaling away from CLG would probably benefit them.
We didn't have the pleasure of having you on the countdown. I've got their predictions going into Game 5. Who takes it?
I think it's CLG.
CLG, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, what better way to start the weekend in Detroit? Clutch versus Counterlogic Gaming. It's going down to game number 5. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Silver Scrapes.
Let's go!
Wiggly's earlier move was seen.
Oh, gets the ult off the big stun, even against Wiggly, not even knowing it was there, but he might burn down Ruin the Ignite. Speaking of some misplays though, Huni keeps fighting PoE and is not even close in this one. A solo kill. Now over the wall goes Wiggly, another stun. Damonte's trying to run away, but he can't do it.
I got him.
Watch Aatrox one.
Aatrox, we can't help you. You're alone.
Auto. Kill this guy. The flash finds the knockup. Looking for the second stun. Not going to get it just yet for the charm. The knockup. Big damage on Wiggly, but he's so incredibly tanky. Damonte knocked up. Hook. He goes down. And a big flame for Biofrost just means CLG continues. After getting dunked down in the first 2 games, 2 big wins for CLG. We're going to Game 5. Hello and welcome back to the deciding game in this series between Clutch Gaming and Counter Logic Gaming. It looked so obviously like a clutch sweep. 2-0, super decisive, the better team, but CLG fought back tooth and nail and convinced us it's a series. Game 3 and 4 went to them.
Yeah, and they have all the momentum now. I was trying to think back of how often do reverse sweeps get halted.
Jack!
It's
Almost
rare.
never.
It did happen in an LCS final a few years ago, but usually once the team has kind of reversed the failure from earlier in the series, it is so hard for the original team, in this case Clutch, to come back and recover for Game 5.
Yeah, it's just that one exception in LCS history. Every other time you think to the spring final, everything else, it's the reverse sweep comes through, the team has the momentum, CLG have history on their side, and Clutch are going to hope that Game 5 somehow turns it around.
I think that is so much more of a symptom, because usually when we're in a situation like this, a Game 5, where one team won the first 2 but then dropped the second 2, it's because the other team learned something throughout the series, adapted and evolved. And a big part of that has been Champion Select.
And I think the biggest part of the evolution has been about Power of Evil and getting him onto champions that he can succeed with. They've taken him off of the melee assassins. They put him on Corki and Orianna, and even though they threw him top lane in Game 4, he still dominated that Orianna versus Karma matchup.
All right. Trying to force Huni onto something else as usual. Akali, Rumble, and Gangplank.
Well, it's been Aurelia before. It's Kiana here. So they decided that it's still going to be the ban, even though they did beat the Kiana last time and had a pretty good start. Clutch Gaming kind of strapped up there. Those are the only 3 bans they could really put together on red side here.
Yeah, and you wonder what they're going to end up first picking here.
Zaya's available. That was the ban last time they were on red side.
Skarner just like the last time they were on blue.
Okay.
So this is how they initially stopped the halt.
Zaya Rakan being up, I feel like, is worth Clutch Gaming taking together right now. It ensures Cody-san has a great late game scaler and it's an absurdly good laning phase.
I do think it could be a strong pick, but it's also something that I think CLG will be fine with, because they could then Caitlyn Morgana, which is specifically what they did against Cloud9 when Cloud9 Zaya Rakan for them in the tiebreaker to go for the second seed. Anyway, sorry, it was the other way around. Counterlogic Gaming has played Caitlyn Morg successfully against Zaya Rakan, so I think blinding it while there is still Morgana available is something Clutch Gaming's not going to do.
So it's the same Aurelia Sejuani as last time around. Kiana allowed the Aurelia in. They paired it with Kai'Sa last time in a Nautilus support to reach backline and assassinate Stixxay. We'll see if the same Ash Thresh comes through they had last time we had this sort of phase, but there's the look at the Zaya Rakan. Zaya grabbed right away. Biofrost can choose if he wants it or not.
I think they absolutely should in this situation, because then they could still deny either the Morg or the Caitlyn in the second ban phase, and it would give them a lot of power. However, they've won the last 2 games on Thresh, so they may want to just sit on this support pick.
We've also not seen yet the Aatrox or GP show up.
Yep.
Whichever one of these 2 gets through, they can Clutch Gaming can opt to ignore bottom lane right now, go for their other solo lane pick, and then in the second round of bans, ban out the rest from Ruin, deny him from that. But they'll opt in. Once again, the Leona, your answer to Rakan. Vulcan played it quite well.
Yeah.
They do operate on long range engage.
You know you expect CLG to now target ban the rest of Clutch's champion pool. They said the most important one, the biggest value over replacement is the Leona. That's the most important thing that we can secure. You can go ahead and ban out Cody-san. You can go ahead and throw bans at Huni. That's fine. We need the Leona. And that's how we win.
Yeah, they are calling back to as much hard engage as possible. Even if the laning phase would still be won by CLG with Zaya Rakan over a Kai'Sa Leona, the Kai'Sa ban I think is very wise here, since that is exactly what Clutch wants to do, is pile in after an engage, and Kai'Sa is one of the best ADs at following up.
Ruin won't be getting his hands on Aatrox again though, as expected. Clutch trying to whittle down on that champion pool.
Gangplank's of course another big marquee champion. It's actually Clutch betting it themselves. They want a better counter pick, apparently.
Yeah, as far as adapting to what hasn't gone well, I thought games 1 and 2 was CLG kind of drafting away from their strengths and picking compositions that had to play around mid lane. Games 3 and 4 were Clutch Gaming losing top priority and not having the ability to play off of Huni on that side of the map. So if they are to correct this series, I think it would be with an advantageous matchup for Huni top lane. And there are so many bans up top lane already. I think they're looking for something a little bit volatile.
Ezreal would be the likely pick here for Cody's son. Played it last time he was pushed down the pool. We're right. They're going to wait to see what they want to play for Huni. Otherwise, they got something volatile they want to blind. They're going to wait. They're going to counterpick this. Aurelia can, of course, still go top. Has been played by Huni before. They can always come in with the Damonte pick later on. Stixxay has won a finals on Tristana before. Of course, there's no reason to play it for him. It's going to be the Thaya. But they might blind pick an aggro top laner, give it to Ruin, maybe even a Power of Evil, and play lane dominant there.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to blind pick something, and Tristana is very, very powerful. If you're talking about winning on top side of the map, that is your go-to. There's my Poppy I was looking for earlier. She makes it into this game. Very good also against Aurelia with the steadfast presence. Shuts down a lot of the playmaking in those team fights.
Old Pantheon, very unlikely to blind pick here.
Still possible.
Orianna, I feel like it's going to happen here.
Doinb did play it, but...
Oh, wow.
Ahri.
Ahri comes in. They've got a lot of anti-dash here. This has been changed. The charm blocks you mid-Q.
Oh yeah, we'll one-up you with some more dashes.
Wind wall so I can dash some more. What is the last pick of this match? The Ahri has come through. What is it, the Damonte or Huni plays?
I don't like the Karma.
And they're gonna play a third Karma game.
All that setup
Huni
for
Karma.
Yet another Karma game. That being said, if they do get the Karma into the Poppy, he can just farm the Poppy for a bunch of Klepto gold, but that's not a Huni champion, freak.
There's only so much damage on the Clutch Gaming lineup. They do have a front line, though. They have Leona Sedge and Big Shields. A straight-up face-to-face team fight. It's going to be very durable on the Clutch side. CLG, though, they have engaged tools themselves. And a very strong back line with an extra buff Xayah. Xayah Rakan is so good.
Yeah, I'm thinking even if Damonte does get a Karma Shield to throw himself into a team like a missile, Wiggly's still going to be in there with the Skarner ultimate and dissuade so many of these initiations, as we saw in Game 3. So it almost feels like Clutch Gaming is just going to say the same of Game 3, but better. We're just going to play better and get ahead and get a QSS, because the Karma pick, the Sedge, Aurelia, it's not a departure from what they've been doing so far this series.
I'm just excited the Ahri is being thrown down in Game 5.
Yeah.
This is one of those theoretical counter picks to Aurelia, which relies on dashing so heavily. And by the way, yes, the changes Freak is talking about, Ahri, if you were able to land that charm on the dash of Aurelia, it denies the dash. It also denies the damage, which stops her from getting the reset. It completely stops the full combo. Ahri is literally the combo breaker in League of Legends now. We'll see if the theoretical counter can play out in lane for them, because they've got no extra room to work with. Game 5 must win for both sides.
Let's see if the reverse sweep happens. CLG have clawed their way back into this series, and they are so close to taking that third place spot. Clutch had risen up the standings in summer. Have one game to go.
Game 5, we're getting a level 1 here. 5-person invade for CLG up to the top side. They want to get an early advantage. Will they catch Huni? Defensive ward in this tri-brush makes it very unlikely.
A lot of times you do see a Karma rush for the brush that CLG is in because of the potential move speed, but CLG doesn't get it.
It's time for Game 5, and to get a word into the mindset of Clutch Gaming, Avali is standing by with Coach Artemis.
Thanks, guys. Artemis, rough last 2 games for the team. What's been holding the team back, and were the issues resolved coming into Game 5?
I think we just dropped the ball a little bit. CLG's playing mostly the same as they did in the first 2 games. I think we just had trouble executing on our compositions, and we lacked a little bit of fundamentals. So as long as we return to the form we had in the first 2 games, we'll be fine.
And how's the team dealing with the pressure? Because this is the first time that a lot of your players have played in front of a crowd in a stadium or even played in playoffs. And now going into Game 5, this is a must win.
Yeah, we're dealing fine. I think we're a really tight team. We're really close-knit, so the guys are just leaning on each other and feeling good. And they trust each other, and I trust them, and so does Thomas. So again, we have a good composition. We're happy with our draft, and as long as we execute, we'll take home Game 5.
Well, thank you, and best of luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Avali and Artemis. And we'll see if Clutch can indeed return to form. That's the only problem was just, well, they didn't play quite so well on the game. And they're happy to not change their comps up, and I think this is Clutch Gaming calling the CLG lane swap, actually getting that Karma Poppy matchup yet again. Pretty big deal.
I don't think this will be the last time we see the teams switch lanes. You have to be careful with how you time it though, and I do love the guess there as there's a fight bot.
And already the strong 2-on-2 of CLG looks great. They get some trading back. Balfrost tanks the Ezreal Q. Cody Sun is already flashless this early.
So big to get onto Cody Sun before he has Arcane Shift at level 2.
Yeah, they got the flash out of Cody Sun. Yes, it is Ezreal who is going to be able to level up and get that extra safety. And this is 9:15, by the way, before the nerfs to the cooldown of Arcane Shift. So still, more slippery, but that is a good amount of burst damage as well that has been dealt. Power of Evil from the top side pushes it in and gets the early roam off to mid. No flash wall slam.
Huni just burned his haste, though. If he really wanted a flash charm, that could have been done, but that's not going to be the play here. And they have called the lanes back over, and PoE going to lane in the matchup he wanted.
We're going to watch how they get this level 1 flash, and it's just as simple as Bifrost landing the CC and Stixay charging. That's the Zyra Rakan, level 1 that is so powerful and needs to be respected.
Now it's Huni wave clear, and we go back to the matchups that CLG want in this one, and they're pushing pretty well. Huni is going to be the slower one on this lane right now. Top lane not switching around yet either.
Yeah, really, whoever can get the wave shoved out gets to roam first. I do think the timing there by PoE to go mid lane was the correct one, but now, as Huni's resetting the mid wave, they're going to go back again. Wiggly trying to cut him off.
Gonna really slow. There's a stun, gonna find some more damage. Red buff is on, actually. This is a decent trading pattern here for the Skarner. Demonte loses a couple hundred health.
Again, the highway between top and mid is so critical when they're trying to continually swap these matchups. Wiggly's the first one there. He goes for the invade too. No communication from Clutch.
Oh, no.
Oh, Huni is in danger. Wiggly's coming around. Only blew up this time around. The root could be there. He's gonna flash. He won't get stunned. Has to juke the charm with a wall slam. Chains it all up. And first blood goes to CLG.
No communication from Clutch. They lose track of the CLG invade and they pay the price. Huni, double summoners are going to be blown as he teleports back out the lane. And it is CLG with the early upper hand here. Wiggly and Power of Evil roaming. Once the flash is blown, Ruin gets him just at the very end of the range into the wall slam, finds the stun, setting up for the charm.
Such a costly death for Huni. He was juking the potential charm, which got him too close to the wall for that final stun.
And also really a big deal is Huni burned the flash, but nothing was burned in return. He was still in range of everything else, so it was a completely wasted summoner, not predicting how easily they could have chased him down. This is a very easy to attack Karma. Kind of has to play the mid lane now, has to play the short lane. That's a knockout that finds Cody Sun. Arcane Shift comes a bit late. CLG looking pretty good down here.
Do still have to track the overall CS in these lane swap wars though, because of how often PoE has been back and forth. He is at a CS deficit, so yes, CLG has really thrown some big curveballs, but if you're traditional Karma who dies after teleporting back into a lane, that's normally a death sentence for a solo laner. He's really not that far behind the Poppy.
I think it's mostly Demonte being the one that got to stay in topside and freely farm. First to level 6, has the extra CS behind this Aurelia. They're really relying on him. He is a player that has risen to be one of the shining stars of this Clutch Gaming squad. North American mid laners have been very, very hard to come by. And Demonte has been one that's really been reaching for those limits.
54 CS, highest in the game. Back in the mid lane on the Aurelia, back to the matchup he wanted. As we fight again on the bottom side, Cody Sun, Arcane shifting in time. Getting away. You can see this game is only 100 gold apart. That kill paid for by good laning phases on the Clutch Gaming side, getting more CS overall. Again, a fight here in the mid lane as now Ruin has rejoined.
There is just so much swapping going on. Every time Clutch moves, CLG will move first to match. And as Kobe mentioned, that highway is so important. The river control does sit with CLG right now, which makes their rotations easier and is actually giving them pressure in lanes, even though they are outmatched when it is Karma versus Poppy.
And it's incredibly important too, the river Skarner Spires. Not only is the river vision in their control, but Skarner Spires makes Skarner almost a new champion. So many steroids there with mana and attack speed and extra movement speed make the Skarner very, very scary in that river when they control both Skarner Spires. So you can see there, Lyra's not confident to just go get that Spire by himself, has to work with Vulcan to take it over. Now Wiggly wants the territory back.
Man, a lot of control wards down here. He's going to knock down this one pretty easily, but you can see this entire sort of quadrant of the jungle controlled by the CLG vision. This little zombie ward down there as well. Counterlogic Gaming, you feel very good about this right side of the map.
Clutch has given up on the swap. Demonte recalled and is not running back towards top lane. They've actually lost complete control of the Infernal Side River.
3v2 if they want to go for a play. Make it actually 4 as PoE is over the wall. He could go for a flash charm. Jumps over with the ultimate, finds everything! And the kill comes in. The stun won't be enough to kill Ruin. The tower dive so clean by CLG.
Patience pays off there for Counter Logic Gaming and the constant roaming. This time around, Wiggly and Biofrost are there, in addition to Power of Evil on the Ahri, once again pushing the wave and roaming to make the play. Here it is, Demonte actually goes for the stun onto Ruin, gets immediately full comboed under the tower. No chance for any possible response there after he gets slammed into the wall, and CLG get away with the tower dive.
And it does feel like the communication is still lacking from Clutch Gaming in this game 5. Both kills have been long amounts of time where CLG has had a large portion of the map missing. Even that last play, yes, patience pays off for CLG. They spent so long in Fog of War before pulling off that play, and Demonte still pushing forward.
You can see it usually the confidence of a team by the proactive plays they pull off. CLG constantly keeping up with these lane swaps diligently, but also planning for the next move. Not just going for the lane swap, but also getting Wiggly in place for the expected swap from Clutch Gaming and it paying off. Now Dragon though, Vision is going over to Clutch on their side. Infernal Drake actually does get tagged on the way out, but I don't think they want that damage.
One thing I want to point out is Stixxay's choice of Cleanse in this game. Didn't pick the sort of laning phase summoner spell of the teleport that Cody-san has used to get back in the lane. And despite that difference, Stixxay is still equal on farm. Still got a better recall, I would say, in terms of the items output there. And can also just completely withstand a Sejuani or Leona engage without any issues. So I think Stixxay is going to feel very comfortable late game. And CLG already after a good early start as well.
So fascinated by this lane swap game that we really haven't seen in a while as far as how frequent the lane swapping is. I want Clutch to spend more time helping their soul laners push out before initiating a swap back, because CLG has so freely seen the swap they want and gone for it, whereas Clutch Gaming does feel like they're behind on those swaps fairly frequently.
Yeah, I mean, it really does seem like Wiggly is doing double time right now, and Lyra's playing catch up.
Yeah.
Lyra on the Sejuani has just been farming up the cans, watching kind of in response at all the plays that CLG have pulled off thus far. It's just a complete turn of events from the beginning of this series where Lyra was the one creating the plays. See if he can actually get some momentum behind him. Demonte goes for the stun on Ruin, but the passive shield is right back there, picked up the buckler, and that's an end to that trade.
He even gets the full grasp in there as well, so gets some max HP for his troubles. And Ruin's feeling really comfortable here. 90 to 99 CS in that lane, 82 to 92 in the other one, so it is still some farm on Clutch's side. 500 gold is not what you normally get for 2 kills, but it's CLG ahead all the same, and their lane assignments, I think, still very solid. There's TP burn, there's the buckler, and Demolish getting turret plate number 2 in the mid lane. This mid Poppy doing very well in the matchup.
Also have to track Rift Herald being online, but Clutch is getting pushed in, losing plates in all lanes, so Rift Herald is kind of the last of their concern right now.
Monte jumping forward, channels W for a bit of damage, and actually gets the ult out. Forcing that out of Ruin. It's going to be on a bit shorter cooldown by not slowing it out.
Very conservative play from CLG as Power of Evil teleports down, but now that he's here, they can start up the Dragon.
They're going At least get the wards down, and now here comes the play. Cody Sun has TP available. It's going to burn it to get right back into lane.
Hootie is too.
Okay, temporary item lead for this Clutch Gaming bot lane as they've actually been able to get their top laner and their bot laner back in after a recall.
They're zoned out.
They're going to try, look at that. So much space getting gained, and there's the charm, there's the knockups, the bounce house here for Counterlogic Gaming. A big stun, but it's not enough for Vulcan. Cody Sun got to start running away. The health bars are low, but doesn't matter. Flash is burned away. CLG getting the Drake, getting to walk away with their health bars intact.
How do you get past Poppy? That's why I brought it up earlier. The counter to Dash is their steadfast presence popped up, so tanky, and is also able to get the follow-up wall stun there after Vulcan gets interrupted. That's another kill for CLG. The Dragon going their way. The full momentum of this series has switched hands.
And it is CLG who's going for the plays in his first two, and as you can see Vulcan desperately trying to get to Ruin. He just sits there with steadfast presence, and even though Clutch is landing their ultimates, they don't have the ability to follow up. Ruin was so tanky during that entire engagement, and Damonte's ultimate was down since he burned it really just to get CLG off of his turret.
You're coming from the balance team, Jad. Is this what they wanted? Like, Poppy and Ahri were literally designed to counter these assassins with dashes, and that is what's happening on stage right now.
Actually, yes. As far as being able to limit the power of something like an Aurelia, being able to have champ select level counters that require high amounts of execution, CLG's taken full advantage of it.
And now CLG put their dual lamp to the top side, looking for more gold to farm. No stun on PoE. This is going to be dangerous. Finds the knockup as Ruin. Here's the re-engage. Can't get the damage, but the pull is going to get Damonte. That's 4 kills for Counterlogic Gaming. Another knockup is found. Vulcan's going to drop for number 5. Here's number 6. CLG cannot be stopped.
They just keep going and going after being down 0-2 in the series, getting plates in mid, getting plates in top, and looking like they're going to be turning towards the Rift Herald shortly.
They've got complete control of this game now. 3 members of Clutch taken down in the last skirmish. That means CLG can pick up multiple objectives at the same time. This is extremely rare in League of Legends, only when you have such a big lead. 6-0, Infernal Drake, Rift Herald, and 2 towers being taken down with plates still up.
I got to talk with Clutch's coach Artemis today about what this match meant for him. He said only one team in history of LCS has ever won all 3 best-of-5s to make it to Worlds, the regional qualifiers. Said it was actually important that they got to leapfrog the first opponent with a win here in this one. CLG about to condemn them to that fate here as this fight continues. We watch the replay of it.
Damonte dashes in, gets charm, flashes, gets hit by steadfast presence, then gets Skarner ulted. The CC is just disabling his ability to play League of Legends in this game. CLG just mobs up on the remaining members of Clutch and pick up the kill.
I gotta say, that was actually a really clean play from Power of Evil 2 on the Ahri. Dodges out on the skill shots, lands his own, and then is able to get the re-engage right afterwards. Ruin on Poppy 2. The point man for CLG. So many of these wall stuns and a lot of value out of the steadfast presence.
Yeah, and thinking forward for CLG, this is the type of game and the type of series they kind of needed to have. If they were to be nearly swept by C9 and lose in 4 games, and then be swept by Clutch Gaming, the blow to their confidence, and even how much they would start rethinking the way they play League of Legends and try and change something drastically before regional qualifier. Now, I really do feel like they've refound what their focus should be. And the lane swapping here is one of the newer things.
Yeah.
The fact that they have so frequently had actually a bad matchup on the lane. Ruin versus Huni would be a bad matchup for them, but they've completely avoided it with this frequent lane swapping. Now summon a Rift Herald in mid lane as we see Ruin going in for more damage.
Stun found, but Lyra's pretty tanky. Ult used for wave clear. No plates to take, but the turret itself certain to fall as CLG get turret number 2 now in the mid lane. 4,000 gold puts them ahead at just under 16 minutes. Here's another charge. Here's more damage in the turret. At some point, Clutch can defend themselves, but they're losing a lot of their territory.
And I think they're just so shy to go in here because of how much anti-dash CLG has, as well as the Skarner ultimate. It's just overwhelming that if Clutch Gaming doesn't find the perfect clean initiation, they're going to lose at least 2 people.
Yeah, there's so much of this game is about frontline. It's a very formidable frontline on the side of CLG. with so many answers. And Biofrost is an offensive look that they can go for too. That's why Clutch have to be very respectful in transitioning between objectives. Ruin just cleanly gets to walk down to bottom side, finish up that turret. You see the minimap. Damonte was waiting back up by the brush of the secondary turret because there is no longer safe space for Clutch Gaming to transition with. Full wards for them through the jungle, so they get to basically cut off any of those possible plays. Ruin from the brush now gets to bully Damonte out of the lane, and
here's the rest of CLG. It's a 3-on-1. The Q gets canceled yet again. He's trying to run away, looking for a stun to buy some time. Gets the 3-man stun, but where's he going? He's running towards CLG's base. He's gonna get cut off. He's gonna get cut off again. Styx is gonna find him. This is gonna be Damonte trying to run away. Oh, and actually, it's Biofrost who actually tagged him last. Doesn't give any gold over to Styx, and he is arguably the worst recipient of 300 gold.
Yeah, really nice stun too.
Yeah.
You know, silver lining, small victories.
Silver lining.
Jats, ooh, he got 3 of them.
Yeah, ooh, nice. Oh man. Thinking about the way this series has completely turned. Freak, the thing you said earlier about only one team has ever won all 3 best-of-5s in the regional qualifier. Only one team has won the regional qualifier in NA. It's always been Cloud9. Every single time. We're in a unique position
true.
this year where Cloud9 and Team Liquid, who will be facing off in the finals tomorrow, are both going to Worlds. So it's going to be CLG, Clutch, FlyQuest, TSM fighting in that regional qualifier in 2 weeks. And as you mentioned, the loser of this series, if it is Clutch, will go into that on a 3-game losing streak, needing to win 3 best-of-5. So still a small chance to turn this one around, but it really does look to be in CLG's hands.
Raz spots that the Mountain Drake is going into CLG's hands as well. 2 Drakes to 0. Next one to spawn is Infernal number 2. As we see the beautiful graphics down there in the bottom corner of the screen, and Clutch Gaming now have to pick up the scraps of how Game 3 is started. They have got nothing so far. These games are getting actually worse and worse. CLG have improved game over game. Clutch yet to get anything done. No kills, no turrets.
And play this extremely difficult game here. Okay, from Clutch's point of view, which one of those champions can you actually make a play on, even if you have a numbers advantage, even if you have Leona and Sejuani there, you're really strong, hard engaged. You don't want any of the frontliners. They're absolutely going to set up their teammates for the kills. Ahri has a built-in dash with the ultimate. We already mentioned Stixxay took Cleanse Flash on the Xayah and has an ultimate of his own to disengage with. It's just, it's so demoralizing when you even look at how to start up the pick for Clutch Gaming.
And a 6,000 gold lead and a 7-kill lead is going to be demoralizing as well, but Clutch have to find their way into a comeback. Well, this one is going away. The near sweep is going to be turned around. CLG poised to win game 5. Big charm, knock up afterwards. They're going to try to burn him down. The suppression's going to guarantee it. Stixxay on the board with kill number 2.
All right, that was charm into knockup from Biofrost, who pops the quickness during the knockup into the Skarner ultimate.
Yeah.
Very clean CC train there.
Even if Vulcan was pressing Flash 100 times a second, he's not getting out of that CC chain because of the way CLG layered.
CLG, they get to make the choice about what they want to take down. Mid-tier 2 has already gone 5-0 in turrets. Top lane tier 2, the last one standing. They're going to join Power Evil up here and put in some damage. Clutch have respawned. They've got all 5 members, but they're missing 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates actually. As a charm lands again for some damage. Vulcan walks up, picks up the room, but he's way too far forward. That's going to be Poppy ejecting another one, and turret number 6 and kill number 9 come through. CLG are not to be stopped.
You can see Clutch Gaming just desperately trying to have something, but CLG is playing so cleanly as they have the charm landing. Ruins there for the flank to separate the team, and they're going to get a Baronless inhibitor turret here because they're unstoppable.
Under 21 minutes in, and they have cracked the base entirely. 8,500 gold puts CLG ahead. The turret nearly falling, but the wave clear does come through for Clutch Gaming. A push forward for Codyson. Gets some poke damage down, but it's just that. A minor inconvenience, and CLG can cleanly recall.
And look at that. They have so much control of the jungle leading up to Baron. They've already opened up the inhibitor. But this entire area, every time Clutch try and make even one person venture inside, they have to worry about, is there a Poppy Skarner or is there a charm? Like, there's some sort of combination through each brush that is going to pick somebody off. They're trying to get themselves some vision to work with.
And all the while, Stixxay has been farming at an insane pace. 224 CS in just the 21 minutes. So yes, there's all that CC that Clutch Gaming has to worry about, but even if they're not the ones getting caught, if they do not catch Stixxay, they also lose the fight.
All the odds stacked against Clutch Gaming now. CLG have the path to victory, and it's paved with the wards they've put down to the jungle. Quick pick up there as they take the bottom scud. A little despawn before the Drake comes up, but free gold is free gold. PUE easily clears the mid lane first. They knock all those down. They can look towards the Baron or the inhibitor turrets, whichever one they want. Over the wall is LCS. Doesn't go for the engage right now, though. Could have been an opportunity. They would have been there before Ruin, but no play. Still gun shy as Clutch Gaming. Wiggly walks forward, forcing Clutch to run away. Again, the attempt could be there, a stun, but no follow through. They refuse to go onto Wiggly. He's too tanky. 2,000 health and a stone plate. Gonna be hard to kill that one. Muramana not even done for Cody's son. They've got a long way to go until they get powerful. Clutch need a minor miracle here.
Yeah.
CLG.
They really need CLG to overreach for an engage, which is what they were really hoping Wiggly would do there, as Wiggly was just scuttling around. Woo! That could be enough of a chunk to just have CLG take Baron. And even with the Mountain Drake, CLG doesn't need to put their whole team here. Clutch could try and call their bluff and just blindly engage. Very low percentage play if they were to try it.
They spotted it now. Blue Trigger used, and it's not going to be enough time. There's no way in. There's no way to stop this. Baron goes to CLG now as well, and they could run right back up the mid lane. The flash charm might just find the kill. The flash in for Ruin almost kills him now. And there's the backline access, almost the kill. Not picked up yet, but Lyra has nowhere to run, and CLG find the kill. The flash in for Wiggly gets number 2. Down goes to Monte as well. A perfect game on the docket here in game 5.
And you can call that play a reverse sweep because CLG will complete it. Baron buff on, and they are inside the base.
Looking at the final glimpses of Clutch Gaming's lives as they try to defend, but the TP comes back in. CLG 11-0 in kills. Nothing gived up in the final game as they look forward to knock down the second inhibitor. Baron buff still on.
And how much are they feeling it? Because Lyra and Amante are about to respawn, and CLG will have huge amounts of gold in their pocket. Infernal Drake still on the map. They're gonna wait for the next push.
In some cases, waiting for as much as 2,000 gold in the pockets. That flash charm, and then in comes Ruin.
How did that not stun? That was so close to not stunning against the wall after Ruin's landed so many perfect ones. But you can really just see the massive power differential. Lyra really just sacrificing himself in hopes that the game doesn't end. The game doesn't end, but it feels like it's more than over. 11,000 gold lead. That's larger than any team has come back from in this split of the LCS. This will be the second Infernal for CLG. There are 2 inhibitors down. They are close to having the perfect game freak, and that's what we're going to be tracking here, whether or not they can complete the reverse sweep with a perfect game.
No kills, no Drakes, no turrets, no Herald. No Baron, obviously. That's what it requires to get a perfect game here, and CLG, with an 11,000 gold, need to not give up a kill, and it's theirs. Pushing now towards the last inhibitor. The turret still stands. Clutch Gaming have all 5. They've got most ultimates. When do Clutch make their stand? When can they attempt to keep themselves alive? Biofrost gets stunned up, walks back to safety. The Ruin in, Hooney's gonna go down. 1 for 0, Vulcan stopwatch, but he can only stop and watch and then die again. A double kill comes in. Now to the back line, Stixxay is low. He's trying to stay alive, and he will indeed drop, but it's still traded to be a kill. CLG will not get a perfect game, but they will still get the reverse sweep. It is 4 versus 2. There is no chance to stop them. They will run in and find the last couple of kills, the last few structures. Ruin is basically invincible. The minions are inside the base, and CLG fans should never have doubted them. They will complete the reverse sweep. They will knock down Clutch Gaming. They will bypass the first round of the regional qualifier, and CLG look like the best team to head to Worlds as they crush the Nexus and crush Clutch Gaming.
And how's that for some practice on the stage? A reverse sweep of Clutch Gaming, who seem to have all of the momentum and then some to come back in game 5 Lane swaps out the wazoo. Nearly a perfect game. 15 kills to 1 in 26 minutes. CLG is positioning themselves for that regional qualifier.
We knew how this team wanted to play. Front to back, and in the end, they get it done. Fully set up here. CLG know their style, and they know it well.
They improved over the series. The adaptation to the best of 5 is what was important to them, and they got there. And they get to bypass the first round of the regional qualifiers. Clutch Gaming plays FlyQuest. CLG awaits the winner. If they take that one down, they get to get revenge on TSM. They finally broke their loss streak to TSM, the team that they would have to go through to make it to Worlds. But it feels like CLG is the best they've looked in several years. And it seems like they can break that curse and head back to the World Championship.
Obviously, both of these teams would have rather been playing in the final. These were the two losers of the semifinals, but you can see all smiles for CLG as they do prove they are in the summer split the third best team, and that is large improvement for a team that hadn't made the playoffs in 2 years. And as we see, because a lot of people, especially after 2 games, we were even saying it, Clutch, they gotta be the favorites to go to Worlds now. After reverse sweeping them, does that title fall to CLG? We'll have to wait and see in 2 weeks for that regional qualifier.
Yeah, luckily we get a rematch, maybe, between these two teams. Clutch still have to go through FlyQuest. Some people are writing FlyQuest off, but they have been watching this closer than anyone.
Yeah, keep track of the picks, the bans, the play styles, and that would be quite the run as well, because, yeah, we had almost written them off. FlyQuest had a rough summer split. Of course, we'll talk about them more in 2 weeks' time. This one today, it's about CLG. It's about Wiggly in his first year in the LCS getting 3rd place. Ruin coming into the LCS and getting a top 3 here with Counterlogic Gaming. And Biofrost, who had missed playoffs for so time, he wondered if he was the reason that CLG was cursed. For a long time, he's like, what if it's me? It's probably here. Really big performances from him. Huge plays in the bottom lane. Absolutely mass performances, and CLG win the BO5.
I mean, just think about the improvement as recently as spring for for CLG. From 7th place all the way to 3rd place here. Massive improvements across the board, both with the players as well as the coaching staff.
And I think about CLG's coaching and how the players adapt throughout the series. If we look through the whole playoffs, the very first game they played in the playoffs, they were massively down against Optic, came back in that game, and every successive game after that, they did better, right? They nearly got swept by Cloud9. They were down 10,000 gold in game 3. And yes, they did fumble in game 4, but for most of game 4 against C9, that was the best game of the series. And again here, every game they played seemed to get better than the previous one. So as far as looking towards the future of needing to win 2 best-of-5s to make it to Worlds, that best-of-5 practice, I think, is really going to pay off for them if they can continue adapting mid-series like they have here.
Yeah, going to need growth from CLG. It's happened so far, and every team now they have left to play, every team in their way to get to Worlds is a team that they have beaten. And recently, you have to feel confident if you're CLG. The hopefuls can have faith in them, of course. The players should feel confident because CLG have stepped up. 3rd place regular season, 3rd place in playoffs. You just beat your biggest competition. You beat TSM in the regular season just last time. You just beat Clutch Gaming here. You know you've got a winning record over FlyQuest. This is a squad that should feel comfortable, and fans should be ready for the run.
Fans should also be ready to adjust, for these solo lanes, right? Because we figured out how important that was to their success. You mentioned it only moments ago, it seems like earlier in the day when we were in the first 2 games of this series, nobody had any of these thoughts, right? It looked so dominant from Clutch Gaming because of CLG trying to play into that style of game, but that was CLG trying to play Clutch Gaming's play and not their own.
I mean, it doesn't seem like CLG is that great at playing through melee mid laners. That doesn't matter, right? There are so many picks they can still go to.
Counterpoint,
Ruin. Top lane. Yeah, counterpoint. Ruin's great at melee mid laners, especially at swapping back and forth between the
Poppy's melee.
That's how they won the climactic one. But sorry, to your point.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically it, is how much they can still be versatile while staying in their comfort zones. And I think that's an important thing they adapted to at the end of this series.
Yeah, impressive by Counterlogic Gaming. And for more on their reverse sweep in this match, obviously standing by to hear from the victorious bottom lane.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Biofrost at 6-8. Guys, congratulations congratulations on the win. A reverse sweep against Clutch Gaming in an almost perfect Game 5. At what point of the series did... You're pointing him out. At what point...
No, he's the only guy that died.
I choked.
Choked at the very end. Well, tell me about the series in general. Tell me, at what point in the series was CLG able to find their footing and turn this around?
So, after we lost the second game and then we're going to Game 3 draft, I was like, all right, we can either get 3-0'd here or we can do something just out of the ordinary. And I was like, screw it, just pick me Thresh 2 games, and it worked out really well. And same thing for Power of Evil. He was like, all right, I'm just gonna pick Ahri and let's have fun. And we ended up winning. It was the best game that we played. I think Clutch also didn't have any momentum going to the 5th game, so it was a lot easier for us to play.
I mean, I was going to ask about some of those picks. We saw the Ahri, we saw your Thresh, and it was your Thresh that really helped keep the team in it. Was there any pressure going or being forced into a position where if you dropped one more game, you were out?
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure because, going to every game, it's like we lose it, it's just over. So we try to treat every game after the first 2 as a best of 1. And apparently we're really good at best of 1s. We won 3 in a row, so.
That you did. Well, Biofrost, I gotta ask you this because, again, it was a while since you had been in playoffs, and now you've picked up a win in a stadium, and you've picked up another victory as a top 3 team. So does it feel good being a team that people need to contend with now?
Yeah, it feels good. I think the thing that will seal the deal is if we make it through Gauntlet and we end up going to Worlds, because I haven't been to Worlds in 2 years, and it would be really awesome if I could go again. And CLG as an org, we have the 7-Eleven meme, and that it'd be nice if we kind of shifted away from that and we can have some success.
And Stixxay, looking to you again. Long time since CLG has been in a stadium. I saw hundreds of CLG fans outside and just cheering and wanting to see you guys succeed. So what does having their support really mean to you?
It's pretty crazy. And same for me. I haven't played on a big stage in a really long time. So yeah, it meant a lot to have all the fans out here, and we could definitely hear it through all our mics and stuff. You just hear everyone just go crazy after every play. So it was really awesome.
And going back to Gauntlet, Biofrost, we heard from you, but Stixxay, going to Worlds, how big or how important would that be to you? But first, you got to get through Gauntlet and look at TSM. So how do you see them as an opponent?
Wow. TSM as an opponent. Well, honestly, I don't really know what to think of TSM. I think they could either, pull it out, maybe do well, or they're just mental boom. I don't know. But just for us and us going to Worlds, I really want to go to Worlds, and I think going to this best of 5, we're most likely going to play Clutch again in the Gauntlet, so it's really important that we actually do well here to kind of intimidate them, But yeah, I want to go to Worlds so that I can do something with Biofrost. I've been playing with him for almost 2 years, and we haven't really accomplished much. So it feels good to start winning.
All right, I like the power move, and I hope I get to see a bit more of this bot lane duo. But guys, thank you and congratulations once again. And for more on that game, let's hear from the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Avlin. Congratulations, CLG, for completing the reverse sweep and in near perfect game fashion there in that 5th and final game. But really, from game 1 to game 5, it felt like CLG went through a season's worth of evolution in just a very short time span.
It felt like in game 3 to 5, CLG went full Dementor, and all the things and all the draft power that they absorbed out of Clutch Gaming, they took for themselves, and Clutch was led like, whoa, who are we? What do we do? And
I like how
CLG took it all.
Biofrost was like, we tried some really crazy stuff, like Corky mid, really went out of our comfort zone there. We picked some Sejuani,
But let's be fair, they did exactly what we had been asking them to do, and when they did return to that comfort, as Jat was talking about, I think you find that they do have more options than maybe would have been previously thought. They can stick in that zone.
Yeah, I mean, the Ahri, obviously, swapped in here, worked out pretty well. I don't think that is, a traditional PoE pick, at least not this year. I know you were saying he had played a lot throughout his career. So I do think it's nice to see the evolution of those champion pools there, and I just feel like this series was such a mental battle, and it really felt like once Clutch kind of lost the momentum, they did start to fall apart, and CLG was able to take full advantage of that, and they played great. I mean, such a dominant game 5 to close it out.
And really intelligent stuff in-game as well with the lane swapping to avoid some of the bad matchups that their draft. You know, inevitably you're going to get a bad matchup. And so when they last picked this Karma into the Poppy, it's like, well, as long as the Poppy isn't absolutely shut down, we'll run away with this game. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, there is just no damage on the side of Clutch Gaming. And that gave CLG so much confidence to do whatever they wanted, knowing that you can stand in front of Clutch Gaming without worrying about getting caught out. Because look at this. What is Clutch Gaming legitimately going to do? Ezreal's hacking away, auto-attacking, hitting Qs, but no health bars going down.
I mean, it just feels like such an impossible game for an Aurelia. You're going into Poppy and Skarner, right? You're going to get stunned up by the dash, then you're grounded, then you'll be Skarner ulted out of that. And if your Aurelia is not able to run the front line, which is not in this game, you essentially just have the Ezreal. So you're like playing this one-threat comp. Karma can't kill tanks either, so once Ruin had that stalled laning phase, they're able to exploit this so incredibly well. They knew they could non-stop force fights. There's never going to be threat on your front line.
Yeah, I think really smart by the CLG drafts in terms of targeting Cody's champion pool. They were also able to get some of the main picks of Clutch Gaming onto the bench, and then this is kind of what everyone was worried about with Clutch Gaming. It's like, well, what else do you have to show us? And it seemingly is nothing.
Well, it is unique picks to them. It's just they're nowhere near as powerful as the Kiana or Rumble. Like, yeah, uniquely Karma. Okay, that doesn't really do a whole lot for you compared to what you can get.
I know, all
right?
game long, Azael was just pining for the Cassio pick. That may have been the solve to the damage issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great pick for Huni. When I was watching the draft, 5th pick comes up, I'm like, oh my God, this is it. He could do it. It's right here. It gives you the additional frontline threat. It's a hard counter to Poppy in lane, but they didn't want to go for it.
Just didn't want to go for it. You saw there at the end the Stixay death that Biofrost so kindly pointed out as ruining the perfect game, though. To hear more, though, from the triumphant team, let's send it back over to Avali for another interview.
Thanks, guys. I am here with the rest of the victorious Counter Logic Gaming, Ruin, PoE, and Wiggly. Guys, congratulations on the win. Ruin, I want to start with you because this was your first split with CLG, and for your first split, you made it all the way to top 3, and you have a chance to go to Worlds. So looking back and reflecting, what did you think of your first split?
So I had really many bad games, also okay games this split, I think. But I really love my players, teammates, and coaching staff. I think everyone are helping each other together a lot, and I'm really happy to be CLG. Yeah.
Wiggly, is he just being modest? What do you think about having him on CLG?
I love Ruin. Every time he dies, like I know he's just gonna be like a rock in the top lane. Like every gank he dies to, it's okay. I know he's gonna keep having pressure, so I have no issue with him inting, so.
All right, well, let's talk about you. This is your first playoffs, and again, you made it all the way to top 3, and you're playing in front of an audience and this huge crowd. So what was this experience like for you?
I think it was really fun. I mean, after the first 2 games, I was like, man, like, I don't want this to be my first stage experience, so I think everyone like stayed together, everyone trusted each other still, and we knew how well we can play. So I think just being able to do that in front of so many people was just amazing, so.
Would you say, did you have any nerves going into this series?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I think that once you started playing poorly, I was like, oh man, like, what's happening, you know? So I was a little bit nervous after that, but by then, there was no nerves, so.
And PoE, you're our veteran player. It was actually your flexibility with the Ahri pick, your flexibility with changing different lanes and stuff that really helped CLG pull off this victory. So I got the question for you. You are 1 tournament away from heading back to EU and potentially participating in Worlds. So is that something that you're excited for and looking forward to?
Well, I think we still have a lot to improve on. I think our first 2 games are really bad, but I feel like we're really flexible. I think we showed that we were better at swapping and that we have really deep champion pools and we can do a lot of crazy stuff just like they do. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna face them in Gauntlet again. So yeah, I'm hyped to just do Gauntlet with these boys. I think we can win it and we can go back to EU and smash some EU teams.
Well, then, so I think here's the question for you, because everyone's looking at TSM as the final boss, big baddie in the Gauntlet, but who do you think is going to be the toughest opponent?
I think Clutch Gaming again.
Clutch Gaming again, so you take them down and it's easy way into Worlds?
I wouldn't say easy, but I think they are the strongest in the Gauntlet. So I think if we take them down first, we will have a lot of momentum and confidence going into the TSM matchup.
Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty. I mean, I think all the players kind of agree. Like, yeah, free SM. Not just kidding. No. I mean, yeah, I think Clutch is just by far the best Gauntlet team that we have to play against. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And Ruin, I want to hear from you. I want you to send us off. Being here, being in front of all these people, being on the stage, and being with your team. Tell me, what does it all mean to you?
It's really grateful to be here. Like I'm really thank you to come here to everyone, and yeah, really thank you.
Well, guys, thank you, and once again, congratulations on the win. And that is it for us here. Back to you guys.
Well, Ruin, we're grateful to you for giving us 5 games in this arena here today. What do you got?
I love Wiggly's just like, there's no top laner I'd want to watch die on my team other than Ruin.
He's totally fine when he's inting.
It's okay when he's inting, he still has pressure. I love that.
It's so funny that CLG's like, oh yeah, we busted out all the funny picks, and we could be crazy if we want to. It's like, you're so good at doing your own thing. Like, why do you keep doing this? You're just keep playing your own stuff.
The Thresh worked.
Right, but those aren't crazy. They're just barely a little bit different.
They wanted the stage experience. They got it. I think the CLG players there confirmed what a lot of other people believe when looking at the Gauntlet, which is that Clutch Gaming will actually be their toughest competition, and CLG would now likely be considered the favorite.
And you have to think that this is somewhat based on scrims as well, because TSM's been scrimming this whole time. I'm sure everyone has been scrimming them because you don't want to play people on the same side of your bracket, so you're going to play some of the people preparing for Gauntlet. And the fact that a lot of them are, seemingly not looking at them as the true final boss, even if they're the last team in the Gauntlet, speaks a lot to TSM's current state, I think.
I don't know. I see Gauntlet as a wild animal here. You can have fly quests, and they've been scrimming, and suddenly they peak at the exact time. They have a better strategy because you just need to beat these teams one best of 5. So it's not so unimaginable that a team that has been struggling all season can watch all these games and figure out how to beat each of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly possible, and I think for Clutch as well, a lot to take away from this. Yes, CLG, I think, is the favorites going into that Gauntlet, but that being said, this was still a 5-game series. You're 1 game away from actually taking them down, and you now have a little bit of time to retool and maybe pick up some of those additional picks to try to have some more threats to actually close the series out.
That's coming at us in a couple of weeks. In CLG's reverse sweep, though, each player was tested, but when the backs were against the wall, it was Biofrost that closed out the match and earned himself player of the series.
Rough start to the series with what happened in the bot lane, but in Game 3, he was one of the critical players in turning it around. Like he said, with that Thresh pick, he wanted more playmaking for himself, and he put it to good use. Yeah. Oh boy.
Just in general, the roaming around the map, the safety that he can provide for the team, the opportunity for picks, engages, playmaking, it was all there for Biofrost, and he wanted it.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for his confidence. He talked about, after those first 2 rough games, deciding to go to the Thresh. It works out 2 games in a row. He really did step up huge for the team, and I think for him individually, getting some of that confidence back after not having to win playoffs in a couple of years, I think was really, really important and could spell good things for them going forward.
I think that confidence is so tied to the champions because we're seeing this trend of you're not necessarily picking the most powerful champions, you're picking the champions that you have the most experience on, like PoE having the games of Ari, or the Thresh for Biofrost being one of the best Threshes when he first came onto the LCS scene. So, oh man, that's a rough one for Clutch Gaming.
Well, let's talk about this team, because while yes, the reverse sweep came through for them, I don't think by any means Clutch is sitting back there in utter defeat and solemnness around their prospects for Worlds. This series was very close to being over in their favor in Game 3 even, right, with the way that things had begun. And so there are many ways that they can diagnose and kind of retool for the Gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to hurt. I'm not going to lie. Coming off a reverse sweep, you're going to feel terrible. You're going to, feel hopeless right now. But that is why they're obviously debriefing. That is why the coaches are talking to them right now, going through this, reaffirming that, hey, we were this close to actually closing this out. You can win Gauntlet. And I also think that if you were told to Clutch at the start of the split that you will get top 4, that you will be in Gauntlet, they would be pretty damn happy with that. But you do have to be a little bit removed, I think, from the actual loss to start feeling a little bit more proud of what you've accomplished and how much you've improved. Because this team looked hopeless going into playoffs. They were 1-9 against playoff teams.
Right.
You took Liquid to 5, you beat TSM, and you took CLG to 5. That is a damn good performance.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. Couldn't have said it better. We return tomorrow, though, for what you have all been waiting for. The LCS Summer Finals presented by Rocket Mortgage, where Cloud9 will either stop their 5-year title drought or Team Liquid will chain their 4th consecutive title, the first of its kind.
Really excited for this one. And I gotta say, Cloud9 looking so good, all split long, so much aggression. They're so good around the mid jungle, and they have the MVP on their team this time around, something that hasn't really been the case in a lot of the times that they've made the finals appearances.
You know, I really was feeling that if Clutch Gaming was gonna close it out today, that Cloud9 having a similar style would be able to do the same thing against Team Liquid. But the fact that CLG bounced back in the way that looked almost what could have been against C9 really makes me think that Cloud9 is a team that got pushed to the brink by CLG as well, because this CLG squad, what they showed in the last 3 games, really should have been their entire playoffs run, as they took so many games just experimenting a little bit too much and pushed it to the edge.
I think that's where you'll cite TL's pedigree in terms of players, right? Their ability to stay calm, cool, collected in a series. Already got the reverse sweep back in spring to make it to MSI. They're probably very capable of doing the same thing if C9 puts them in that position. By the same token, FLICKR has been very outspoken about the fact that he believes if they were in that position in spring, they would have closed it out. He's got the opportunity, Azael, to shut it down tomorrow for Team Liquid. Keep them tied for just those 3 titles in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it would mean so much to them, right? You know, the organization, Cloud9, is still considered one of the best orgs, one of the best teams for so long, but it's been 5 long years since they have actually taken home a championship, despite the fact that they made it to the finals every single year. You know, sneaky as well. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? Like, you know, it's 5 straight second places. Feels so bad to always be that close and never be able to close it out.
They want it. They want it. You know that. Both of these teams want it. Of course, that will hit your screens tomorrow. So stay tuned, though, after the show for today, where The Dive, Kobe, Azael, Mark, and Meteos previewed the finals outside the Little Caesars Arena live in front of Detroit. For now, though, myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the crowning of the LCS champion. Good night.
Hello and welcome to the Dive Live. Wonderful crowd here showing up today. We also have a special guest, Midios, as well as our regular hosts, Azael and Mark Z here with me.
I'm a host now. Last time you introed me, you called me a guest or something.
You've been promoted. Really
He's
well
called you
done.
worse things than guest.
I'm still a guest. You on air.
But it's good to be here. Thank you. You're an esteemed guest.
It's because if we make Midios a host, then he's going to kick off one of us and take our job.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we can't get too close.
Can a
with that.
pro player be a host? Is that two different jobs? I don't think you can be a host and a pro player.
Yeah, we'll keep that line. How long are you going to continue to be a pro player?
I'm probably still 30.
Okay.
Maybe. If I can.
That's a good cutoff.
What if you're still popping off when you're 30? Just like as soon as you turn I'll 30, go just till retiring 60. on your birthday? Oh, it just doubles up? Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. That's
All
good.
right. Well, this episode is actually going to air right after the third place match. So we figured we'll actually start off the episode by predicting the third place match so people can immediately start flaming us as soon as the show starts for being either right or wrong.
Yeah.
Do you want to start us
I'm
off,
starting?
Mark?
Okay. I think it's going to be a pretty close series, but I think I'm concerned about CLG's slow start in their previous series versus C9, so I'm actually going to go clutch 3-2.
I'm also going to go clutch. I think probably 3-1.
Everybody's getting on this clutch train.
They look good.
Is there any other reason? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. To me, the Clutch versus Liquid series was actually really close, and it seemed like Clutch still had, like a lot of fire in them after the series.
Yeah.
It seemed like they weren't happy with it, like the result, but they still had something to prove. So I think they're going to be trying really hard for this one, where CLG just kind of looked defeated after their match versus C9.
I actually think CLG will win, and I think CLG will win because Clutch I think played great in playoffs, but they were so dependent on a couple key picks, right? I think Kiana, Rumble, even maybe Gangplank, but Kiana and Rumble were the two main, and they got basically every single win. Actually, I think every single win in playoffs were with one of those two picks, and I think that now having seen the strength of those, you can do things like drop the Yumi ban perhaps, and actually permaban out these two.
Yeah.
And I think that CLG, taking away some of those power picks should have an advantage in the series, but I think a lot of it comes down to, if Clutch has actually developed new picks and has new stuff that they can then, try to make you ban out to open up to the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the exciting parts about that team that Mark and Midios are talking about. They're very willing to pick up the new champions super quickly. So I think it's going to be close. I'm also going to go with CLG though. I think the longer time.
What a shock.
The longer time is actually going to help CLG. Like you're talking about, I think they are going to probably permaban Rumble, and then Power of Evil did play a Kiana game.
Yeah, that's true too.
Still, Demonte was a better Kiana. I think hands down, Demonte was better Kiana player than Power of Evil. He's been playing it longer. He was one of the first ones to bring it out in pro play anywhere in the world. But I think they will be more prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can take it away, that opens up another ban as well. But mostly what we're going to talk about here today is going to be the finals. So we're going to be talking a lot about C9 TL and, where you guys think that one's going to go.
Starting off...
We don't have to start off with predictions. You can start off with
I was going to say,
we can talk about the previous,
right away.
we can talk about the previous matchups a little bit, right? Like C9 obviously did have a 2-0 in the regular season, which I think is giving them and some of their fans a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it feels like C9, if you ignore historical context, C9 should be the favorite coming in. If you look at just this split only, they have the 2-0 over them in the regular season. They played the more compelling semifinal match. They looked more dominant. They play a faster-paced game, and while TL did get first place in the regular season, at least in how these two teams played, looking at it, it looks like it should favor C9, but then you add in, three-time LCS champions back-to-back-to-back, then they did well at MSI. It becomes very hard to start predicting against TL.
Yeah,
I think I would probably go with C9 if I was going to do a prediction.
Oh, big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, even if I didn't think they were going to win, I'd still predict it. But I think they will win because, like Mark said, their semifinal was a lot more one-sided than TL's. And it just seems like their playstyle might fit the patch a bit better. It seems like they're the more aggressive team and should work.
Yeah. So let me pose this question to you because the reason in the C9 Team Liquid matchup why people will usually pick Team Liquid is always the bottom lane. That's the main reason everybody always cites. Double Lift and Core JJ are the best bottom lane in the league, and they're going to try and take advantage of that fact. versus Cloud9. Cloud9 did show versus especially CLG, like they are willing to attack bottom lanes. They had Talia mid lane roaming down super early, and also picked Sneaky and Zeyzal the Caitlyn Morgana lane. So they definitely have defenses or have strategies where Cloud9 can also focus that area. But do you guys think the bottom lane is going to be the determining factor?
I actually don't really think so. I think more likely than not, TL's bot lane will win the majority of the bot lane matchups. I expect C9's drafts to be good enough that like they're not getting completely blown out in the laning phase. Like maybe they lose their turret at 10 minutes is like the kind of stuff that you're looking at for TL's advantages in the bot lane. But I'm way more concerned about what Sven and Niski can get done in the top side of the map and even roaming down to the bot lane. And I'm way more concerned about that determining the series than like Doublelift having a 20 CS advantage and like some turret plating, which I think will happen almost every time. And that's, you know, a great thing to fall back on. But if Niski and Sven kill 3 people in the early game, that's, I think, what will lead to C9's win or loss if they're not able to do that.
All right, something that I'm interested to see between these bot lanes is they're 2 of the teams that have used the Sona bot lanes the most in the LCS.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious to see, you know, how that's going to go. Is it going to be a high priority on Sona in the draft? Is one team going to ban it? Are both teams going to ignore it? So I'm not really sure how that's going to go. And if there is a Sona bot lane, then I feel like that would favor C9 because usually with Sona bot lane, you kind of just want to leave it alone and play to the other side of the map. So I feel like C9 does that style better. TL is more of like a bot lane focused team.
Yeah, I mean, it could be interesting because not a lot of teams are actually playing Sona these days anymore. I mean, besides really TL, like they have a game or two, but like
Kane will pick that Sona.
Yeah, I mean, but not a lot of people are actually playing it. I do think though, if C9 were to go it, like one of the weaknesses of their bottom lane has, I think, sometimes been their Sona laning phases. Like they haven't always been super dominant with it. They haven't always really been super comfortable in lane. So I do think that there's an ability, you know, as TL to try to utilize like really heavy pushing lanes and try to punish that, even if it's not through ganking, but through things like the Caitlyn pick, right? And we've seen Caitlyn gain a lot of priority recently. Like CLG has been playing it a lot. You know, more teams are picking it up. Not only like the Caitlyn Morgana stuff as a counter to Zyra Rakan, but I do think that you can play, you know, Caitlyn with another range support and actually push on Sona Tahm Kench or Sona Taric or whatever, and just try to speed up the game to a point where maybe the Sona won't be as relevant if you're able to take their tower, start moving around the map, start taking other towers.
The support position as well has seen a fair amount of innovation, it feels like, in playoffs, where Zyra Rakan is a big threat at getting 1-2'd on red side. So some people ban Rakan on red side because they're getting counterpicked on blue now. So like that has started happening because then blue will just take it and start banning other stuff out. So there's been this weird evolution of priority around supports in the bot lane where people are taking Morgana, then Morgana's getting banned now, Karma's getting taken. We see Vulcan start busting out Leona to go a more kill-oriented approach to a lot of the range supports that are starting to crop up. So I think that will be really interesting for people like Core JJ and Zeyzal who are really good on engaged champions.
I'm also really interested to see if Volibear support is going to show up because that has actually become, you're laughing, but it's become really popular in other regions.
Okay, it's a Yuumi counterpick.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say because like it is really strong to Yuumi, but everyone is still perma-banning red, like Yuumi on red side, right? So like why would you not have practiced that for finals to then leave off the Yuumi ban?
I feel like Volibear support's pretty troll, not gonna lie.
I mean, it's doing really well in a lot of different regions.
In LCK, yeah, they pick it like most games.
Yeah, I mean, the E as an interrupt for Yuumi's reattach is pretty powerful, right? And you're relatively tanky. Your early game, like all-ins and skirmishing, is okay. Obviously, like these types of like lane counters or whatever don't always work out, but it has been fairly successful, and it has been showing up in regions outside the LCK as well. It's been played in LPL. It's getting played in LEC.
I love how
Medios is not about
I love how you're just smiling more and more.
No. I'm listening.
I'm not believing you, but I'm listening.
I mean, tell me why you don't think she played.
Well, I just compare it with the other support champs you could have. And I feel like Volibear, like, I would take a Braum over a Volibear any day. Or you could take something lane dominant, like you were saying, like the Morgana, Karma, something like that. And Volibear just seems kind of one-dimensional as far as what he does. And I see a lot of games where Volibear support doesn't get going. Like, he doesn't get his lane advantages, and then he kind of just runs at you and dies.
He can flash at you every 5 minutes.
And then die.
That's why I'm not a huge fan of it, especially for TL. Like, maybe if C9 wanted to bust it out one game, I'd be like, okay, C9, you're more of like the crazy team, go for it. But TL, I want them to almost always have good team fighting, and I don't want Core JJ to have this champion who just presses Q and runs at them as like his playmaking in the later stages of the game. I want him to have more agency than that. So I hope Core JJ is not on
Selling
Volibear.
it short. You can still block dashes from other champions as well.
You can do cool stuff, but like Poppy can do the same thing. Give that to Impact. Play Poppy top, press W.
I actually do think that the Caitlyn might be a contested pick in this series because even in the C9 CLG series, it was getting a little bit of priority as far as the picks go. I remember it was taken in the first phase a couple times, and was it banned? I don't know. Might have been banned. But she has a really strong pick right now, and like you were saying, if you want to get priority bottom, Caitlyn's pretty much your go-to because she just perma pushes, takes your plates, traps you under turret, and it's pretty hard to lane against.
Yeah, and that was the main thing that C9 used in their bottom lane focused victory that they had over CLG was getting that for Sneaky. So I think it probably will be a high priority. Let me remind you though, Team Liquid are the only team with a Volibear win in the LCS. It was Impact Volibear with the full glacial composition.
Well, with full glacial, Volley's much better.
Yeah, exactly. Chain stuns, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously we're not going to get anything that crazy, but I am excited to see if any of the teams have really been preparing any different picks or trying to actually prep around some of these different champions that they aren't necessarily playing a lot of. One of the things that obviously has been becoming a really popular pick around the world is Kiana, right? And we haven't really been seeing Jensen play. I don't think he's played it at all.
I don't think so.
I don't think he's played it on stage, but I do think
I'm sure he's
Kiana's,
played it in
I don't think
solo
she's
queue.
the hardest champion to pick up, to be honest. A lot of her combo is targeted. You just EQ. That's guaranteed to connect, and then WQ. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Jensen play it. He's always been pretty good at those assassin-type champions. So I kind of expect to see them try it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would make a lot of sense, especially because we know that Niski is someone who will bring this out, and to me, it's been more about that's just not the style that TL has been playing, rather than I don't think Jensen can play it, right? It has been ever since he's moved over from C9 to TL. It's felt like he's been more kind of playing a controlled role and more for team fighting in the later stages. He's playing less aggressive in lane and these sorts of things, whereas obviously C9 is playing so heavily around mid lane with Svenskeren and Niski, and both times where they did play, the game was actually decided pretty heavily around mid lane. We had the Kiana game into TF, which was super dominant, and then we also had the Veigar game into Corki, which Niski got really strong in as well. So I do think that there's got to be some kind of pre-planning coming out from TL around this and how they actually want to play and try to answer that. And we know that Smithy is always kind of known as this jungler who can track and shut down opposing junglers, so perhaps they could try to take the defensive end of that 2v2.
Yeah. Did you guys watch the hype video that they put out for the finals, by the way?
The Riot one?
Yeah.
I saw it.
It's super good.
Yeah.
I especially liked the Niski versus Jensen trash talk that went on.
Yeah, he needs ego checks.
Yeah, exactly. Because Niski came in as a replacement for Jensen, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, Cloud9 are screwed without Jensen." Team Liquid just stole their best player. But Niski has been so good, and you're talking about him being the determining factor in the previous two matchups versus Team Liquid. I think that is really true. He brought out the different picks, as well as Svenskeren playing so well around mid lane right now.
I think Svenskeren deserves a lot of credit, and I actually think going into the finals,
MVP perhaps,
maybe.
That's some good
I think
credit.
going into the finals, that jungle matchup and mid actually is what I'm going to be looking the most at, because it does seem like C9 has been able to just play the mid jungle duo better than pretty much any other team, especially at the later half of the split, because picks like Kiana that Niski's pulling off, those don't really work unless you are on the same page as your jungler, because you need to be able to all in, you need to not be getting camped, and so Svenskeren's been doing a really good job at enabling Niski to play. And it just seems like Jensen and Nick Smithy might not have that same level of synergy, and that could be pretty hard for them.
Well, they also have different play styles too. I mean, we talk a lot about the Kiana, Akali, more aggressive picks for Niski, Silas, and stuff like that. But he also had the Talia game in that tiebreaker game, and I think he can play more styles. FLICKR being an example of that. He tried a Vladimir game that didn't work out somewhat recently. So he does have more available to him than just I must play all-in champion that snowballs. And so I think that's something that TL has to keep in mind going forward in the draft. I'm sure C9 will open with some of those kinds of picks, but there's more flexibility available to C9 than is sometimes given credit for, I think.
So what do you guys think the mid lane picks are going to be in regards to Corki and Azir, because those are two champs that have been very strong lately. And I remember in the C9 match against CLG, they banned both pretty much every game. And for Liquid, when Jensen's on Corki, he has some pretty aggressive Valkyries.
Yeah?
So I'm wondering...
Aggressive?
Yeah, it's really getting in there. So I'm just wondering, do you think those are going to be contested picks? Do you think they're going to be ignored, banned?
I think C9 is going to ignore it. I don't think that is their bread and butter, right? Like, I don't think that they...
You don't think they'll even ban it?
So
or?
that was a PoE thing. I think it could get some bans, but I think that was specifically a PoE thing, because PoE plays like had played almost exclusively control mages, right? And those are like the two best kind of like scaling PoE style champs. I think Jensen can be flexible enough that it's you're not just hard shutting him down by kind of like banning out this one playstyle. It may get attention, but it hasn't been a big pair of champions for C9, right? They really have not been playing Corki Azir hardly at all. They look for more early playmaking and kind of more early impact champions. So if anything, maybe some bans, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them let that go through, because if Jensen is going to play, Corki or Azir, I think that kind of plays into C9's hand a little bit, in that they want to fight you 2v2 mid lane, right? And if you fight them early...
I actually think they would ban him if they want to play around mid, because one thing that the Corki and Azir have that a lot of other mids don't have is a lot of safety. Because, if you're playing Qiyana and you see like the Gragas Predator show up over your head, if you're Azir, you can just kind of shuffle back onto your turret, you're fine, you're safe. And I think that's kind of what Liquid wants. They want something that can neutralize that pressure, whereas if you have to play another control mage that doesn't have that safety, you're a lot more vulnerable and you need a lot more attention from your team to kind of keep yourself safe.
The thing is, we showed Niski's kill chart, heat map of like kills and assists, and like, yes, there was a lot around the mid lane, but there was also a ton in river, in jungle, around other lanes and stuff. And so my concern is not like, if I was TL, like, oh, we're going to get killed with Corki in the mid lane. It's that they're going to go bot lane and I'm going to have a hard time following. Or Azir. Corki's a little bit better of a roamer than Azir, but it's more about the pressure loss and like the loss of priority that you can't really contest once they take the more aggressive stuff. And I think that's why it'll be one of those things where C9 doesn't want to play that way. They want to play aggressive. And TL doesn't want to have to play into it. They want to probably be able to match aggression with their own aggression. So I expect it'll be one where both teams are kind of ignoring them. Ooh. And then they maybe go to them as their second option, like I was saying, where like, oh, we lost a game or two trying to play a Kali into Silas or something like that. Let's go a different look.
I think I'm with Medios on this one. I feel like if we were on 9-16, then that would probably favor Cloud9. But 9-15, Corki and Azir are just so strong. Before the nerfs, there's a reason why they were so prevalent. Right? They scale up to do so much damage, and like he's talking about, they are safe. So I feel like it's something that you can't really ignore on 9-15. And probably that we're still on this patch does, Team Liquid are probably happier about that, because like you guys are going over, Cloud9 are all ready to kind of move into the future with a lot of their picks. And I think that Team Liquid actually will probably open with Corki Azir if they don't get banned out.
All right, I got a question here from the audience. This one's from Cody. He asks, how do you guys think Smithy will hold up against Svenskeren? Like, you've played against both of them, so what do you kind of see as the difference between the players?
They're definitely good players. I think that Smithy has a bit more of a controlled play style, where he plays a lot to get his lanes ahead, to track the enemy jungler, to secure dragons, make sure his lanes do well, but he doesn't do a ton of extremely aggressive plays compared to Svenskeren, where I feel like Sven is more the guy who's going to be just heavily ganking lanes. And so it's always interesting when those kind of styles mesh up, because if you try a lot of ganks but they're all tracked and they don't work, then you get pretty behind.
And you get flamed hard by your team.
Yeah, you get flamed hard. But I don't know. To me, I think Sven's been playing a bit better recently, so I have to imagine the jungle matchup's going to be a bit in C9's favor.
I think the other thing too is like we always talk about Svenskeren in the early game, but he's also been the best late game jungler in my mind. We were watching the TSM C9 game in the middle of the season with Golden Glue, I think, backstage. He was on the analyst desk for it, and he was just like in awe of like how C9 came back in that game, because it was just Sven finding these crazy engages over and over with Jarvan. And I think that's what he has in his advantage, and that's why C9 all split long has been good about coming back in games, because they find engages other people don't off his back. And even in the CLG series, in Game 4, he found a number of good flanks and engages.
And I mean, I think one of the big things is it doesn't just have to be him. That's very much C9's bread and butter, right? Like, I actually think that in the CLG game you're referring to, like where CLG has this good siege comp with Caitlyn, they got multiple Barons, they never even cracked an inhibitor turret, and that was largely because Niski was finding really good flanks on Sylas with good soul and ultimates. Licorice was using Kled to engage from multiple different angles, so they're always like going to force fights. They're not a team that is going to sit back and just kind of bleed out the game, which I think sometimes can happen to some of the pro teams in our league, where they get back and they're too willing to concede things. Cloud9 will always fight you for that, and I think that is something that works really well for them, because they are able to coordinate really well in these team fights, and they are able to kind of play very, very aggressively and play in the face of their opponents.
Right. I'm also a little curious to see how the picks go as far as jungle, because I think that both junglers have a little bit different pools. I know that Xmithie really likes playing stuff like Skarner, and Svenskeren leans more toward the Gragas type picks, and I think both of them play Jarvan a lot, so I'm not really sure how that's going to go. I think that C9 won their 3 games with Gragas against CLG, right?
Yeah, they did something in the 4th game, or the 3rd game. I forget what it was. Well, they also just kind of threw that game. That wasn't really a pick thing.
Yeah, but it wasn't Gragas.
Yeah, it wasn't Gragas. You're right. Gragas would have won the game.
Gragas would have won the game. Yeah, so I know that Gragas has been getting a lot more priority just kind of globally recently on patches. He's just got a lot of playmaking potential. He does a lot of damage early game. His Predator ganks are pretty hard to avoid. So I wonder if C9 is still going to look the same if TL decides to deny them that Gragas pick through either a ban or taking it away.
Do you not think that, like, if you're throwing bans towards Gragas, that, like, you can do similar things with J4 or even not Sejuani, but Sejuani's obviously like are still a pretty high priority pick?
I think you can do similar things, but Gragas is probably the strongest for C9 in that regard. I think that Liquid is pretty comfortable just playing the Jarvan. I don't know if Xmithie has played a whole lot of Gragas. I assume he can play it, but I don't know if it's something that they prefer. I usually see him on like the Trundle or Skarner side of things. I think they're more comfortable on that role.
Yeah, I think it ties into the playstyle of the two teams, right? Because jungler is a role that really defines how you want to play the game. Like you're kind of touching on earlier, if you have a mid laner like Kiana or any assassin really, those laners, laning phases rely on the threat of jungler ganks turning into kills, right? If Kiana doesn't have a threat of a jungler coming, then you're not worried about, the flash root combo. Meanwhile, Team Liquid usually have their eyes towards the longer games where they want Doublelift to come over stronger and they want a team fight with Doublelift while he's strong. So, that's why they go Sejuani and Trundle for shredding tanks and stuff like that. Yeah,
and it works as well for, like, we were talking about the play where C9 kept finding flanks in that team fight. There was one where Clutch tried to do the same thing, but Team Liquid was able to kite it out in the bot lane, also playing a Caitlyn comp, which is the same thing CLG was playing, and they just did a better job of, like, marking people on the flanks. I think, like, Jensen was doing it, and so was Xmithie, and that's something that Trundle can do really well is when someone's like on the flank looking for an angle and you just like run forward and throw a pillar at them, like it just kills that flank attempt. And I think it's really interesting how they both have these two different play styles. And we kind of hinted that where both teams played like a lesser version of the team that they're playing in finals in semifinals to kind of like get that prep in, which is why it's, I think what we were saying earlier, like a little concerning that TL was struggling so much versus Clutch, who a lot of people think is worse than C9.
All right, we got another question from the audience that's not exactly a question, but Azael, your shoes are dope. That's the whole question. Can you show them? Actually, get it.
Just crank them up. Just
pull up.
They're like SpongeBob, right?
Here we go.
I was thinking you could go around, but you can try
I was gonna pull it up for you.
Got my Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs shoes. Thank you.
Show them the plankton.
Let's show them the plankton. Yeah.
I've been hanging
got
out
some
with
dinosaur socks too.
I've been hanging out with Azael a lot this trip, and this is all he talks about. Anytime he goes anywhere, someone's like, "Hey, those are nice shoes," and he's like, "Let me show you plankton." I've heard it like 20 times.
Wait, actually, this question was sent by Azael.
No, fraudulent. All right, we got another question here. This one's good transition from Singular Brit. He says, looking at the top lane matchup, how do you guys think that is going to play out with Impact being such a rock?
Such a rock. Is he talking about Malphite getting buffed in the recent patch?
No,
okay.
maybe not.
Honestly, though, people always talk about Impact as the rock for Team Liquid. I think that he has actually been a huge carry. Ever since MSI, Impact has been more of a pop-off player than Licorice. And it's crazy to say because in 2018, I was all aboard. Licorice was the best top laner in the LCS. I think that's much more contested now. And I view Impact as actually a big threat for Team Liquid rather than it being, Licorice, best top laner in the league, trying to gain some ground versus Impact, and Impact just playing defensively on weak side.
Yeah, I think that if I was going to compare the players linearly, I think Impact's looking a little stronger right now, especially because Licorice, he had to take some time off during the season because of his wrist injuries and stuff like that. So I think that Impact's a little bit more solid now, but as a team, TL doesn't really play around top at all. So I think that if C9's able to, get the mid priority and transfer it toward top like they've done so many of the games before, then Impact might have a hard time. But, even in their last matchup, I think I remember Impact solo killing Licorice. So I assume in the 1v1, Impact will probably get an edge there.
Yeah, I was going to say the other thing, too, is while he has been playing more carry champions, a lot of them are not super creative, I think. He's playing Aatrox really well. He's playing Kennen really well. He's playing GP well. He's great at them, but I haven't seen him bust out the Kled or some of the newer picks that other people are trying in the top lane, which isn't a bad thing, but I think in the best of series, if you're trying to find some small advantage, it will not come from draft from Impact for the most part. It'll come from his in-game play, whereas C9 have that option to potentially find an advantage in draft through a top lane matchup.
Yeah, and I think a big reason why we haven't seen picks like the Kled is what Medios was saying. They don't actually play through top lane, right? So it's like the carries that he plays are relatively self-sufficient and don't always need to be really far ahead to actually have a lot of effect. If you're going to play Kled, you're pretty much hard committing to playing through Kled, right? This is not a champion that plays well from behind whatsoever. You want to snowball, you want to be able to use the ult to force engages nonstop, and that is something that I think is pretty important and why it's kind of used more as a counter pick, where it feels like TL generally has more of a focus on team fighting and sieging to actually close out games. So I think we may not see that type of strategy as much.
Right, and I think another thing to touch on is, like you were saying with the picks, a lot of the picks that Impact has had a lot of success on actually got nerfed recently. The Kennen, Nico, Jace, all these champions that are very self-sufficient. They can win their lane. They're super safe. They're good team fighters. They all kind of got their laning phase nerfed, which opens up more picks that might favor C9's style a bit better. The all-in champions like Kled, maybe even Jax, Camille. Renekton's been a pick that's getting a lot of play lately. So I think all those picks benefit a lot from, having proximity with your team. And they're not as self-sufficient because, if you're playing Renekton, you go in on the guy and their jungler's there, you're going to have bad time. So, maybe just in this meta, it could be C9 favored.
That's what I'm curious to see. Do they pick up the Camille top for Licorice because he has played it in the past and it's good into Aatrox? We saw Rune destroy Doklo on it. We saw Renekton as well played a lot into Aatrox potentially. So I think they're
too soon, man. Too soon.
Do you let that just go?
I wasn't done talking yet. I'm sure he'll have a great comeback. But I think it's one of those things where there are a lot more options into the Aatrox if you're willing to take the risk to find a counter pick and then actually play to it. So that's kind of another point in the favor. But if they don't do that or they fail to execute on it, Impact will crush them.
The Camille specifically is something that I've been complaining about for North America for 2 weeks now. Why we don't have more of our top laners playing this champion is absolutely dominating in LCK and super popular across the world. And yet we only have that one Ruin game of Camille. It got banned out one time in the previous series. But besides that, I feel like it's such a good playmaking champion that would play into the style, at least for Cloud9. I don't think it fits into Team Liquid's kind of game plan, but the mobility on this champion, if you're able to come from the top lane with a champion that can engage from that far and find pickoffs in the jungle, it's really difficult as a jungler to deal with. A Camille that got any sort of lead in the top lane because she invades you, jumps over your wall, and actually just 100%s you at your own buff.
Right. Camille can definitely be strong, and I think kind of like I was touching on before, she's one of those champions that benefits a lot from having, jungle proximity or even mid lane roams. And in North America, I guess we just don't see that style as much because of like the cost of that kind of gank. Because when I'm playing jungle, say the first dragon's Ocean, right? If I show top one time, it's kind of like a death sentence. It's just, okay, there goes the Ocean Drake, and all your lanes are lost. So I think that a lot of teams in North America, especially Liquid, do favor playing around bottom side just because, a lot of time you can make sacrifices top. It's like, all right, we're not really going to be able to help you this game. Just play safe, maybe back off turret, lose a plate, but we'll get dragon control. We'll get...
Is this the talk that you've had with Dokla many times? Listen, just back off. You're going to have to sacrifice some plates. I'm not coming up there.
I think it's the talk a lot of teams have because...
Every solo queue top laner gets the talk.
No.
Join your pro team.
To be fair, a lot of
you the question mark pings when you're
No. Here's how it goes. If the first Drake's Ocean, your top laner's the one telling you. They say, don't come top, dude. Get that Ocean or the game's over. So...
That's true.
Yeah,
it's interesting because LCK, for example, has been very top lane prevalent, right? Like they've been playing way more heavily through top, whereas NA does still feel much more bot lane and dragon centric. So it will be interesting to see if more people are going to be bringing out, the Camille, even like Huni talking about third place match. Like that was someone that I was expecting to actually be bringing it out even last weekend because he certainly seems like that kind of a player. I do think Licorice, could bring it out as well, which would be pretty exciting, and I think it works really well for like jungle top type of 2v2s is right. Like it's like you're saying, you can invade, you can go for split push type win conditions, which C9 likes to play. I think side lanes a lot as well. So I think that could work well for them if they're worried about impact going heavily to Aatrox. So
I do know that one reason you don't see Camille blinded a lot is the GP matchup is borderline unplayable for Camille. GP just
Aatrox,
completely wins 1v1. So yeah, that'd be kind of hard. And I know both these top laners do play a lot of GP.
Yeah, Jax can also be really good in the Camille. Yeah. Like early is more of 50-50, but late game is pretty doomed.
Yeah.
And we're still on 9:15, so Jax didn't get the mega buff, basically flattening the cooldown on Q. But I think it'd still be an answer. But man, I can't wait for 9:16.
Stop talking about it.
All right, we got another question here. This one comes from Nick. He says, who do you think TL will be targeting with blue side bans? For example, he's saying maybe Niski's Assassin Pool.
I think that something mid-jungle is most likely for me. I think that, you can ban out the Kiana. If you don't want to deal with it, you could ban out Gragas, something like that, just to get an edge in that mid-jungle 2v2, because I think that if C9 can, get an advantage from mid lane, Niski's just so good at transferring it to any of the other lanes that even if you're winning bot by a little bit, when you have a mid laner showing up every wave, it's pretty unplayable.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. At least, like, it feels like when people have been playing against C9 recently, it's either been like the Gragas or the Yasuo is getting banned. I think people are pretty frightened, it seems like, of that combo still. C9 played that earlier in the season. Their academy was playing it a ton. But yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be probably mid jungle is where I would assume most of the bans would go.
What were the CLG bans? It was Yasuo. There was 3 mid bans. It was Yasuo, and then Akali and maybe Silas or something like that. I think there were 3 mid bans that they were doing.
Yumi was getting banned red side as well, I believe.
Yeah, red side, but blue side, I think it was when CLG was blue side, there was three bans at Niski. And so I wouldn't be surprised if it was something similar to that, maybe the Gragas, like you're saying.
I do think, like you said, Akali, I think she's going to be a super contested pick in the series. It does seem like right now in this patch, she's just kind of either a ban or first pick champion, because after her recent changes, where they nerfed her ulti and her W a little bit, but they compensated with a lot of base stats buffs, that I think it actually ended up being an overall buff to the champ.
Yeah.
So she's very strong right now, and both teams have shown that they can play it well.
Yeah. Pretty much across the world, Akali is pick ban. I think Aatrox is really high up there as well. Silas is probably 1-2 on 950, so there's a lot of pretty high priority, because if you add Yumi into that, then you're already juggling a lot of like really high priority bans for the first phase.
That's why we haven't talked about it yet, but the coaching staffs, bans, as well as coming in with good prep, as well as between games. I don't know how much you guys feel like it factors into a best of 5 series, because it's something that we don't get to see quite as obvious. It's like, this player inted this game. that's why they lost. But like I feel like the prep and those kinds of things are also super important. So, is there a coaching staff that, based off historical record, that you have a favorite?
Well, I know that C9 has just been layering on their Koreans in their coaching staff. They had Reaper, then Rapid Star, then Rainover, and now Piglet.
Is he with them or not? Because I remember we saw him outside the studio talking to a bunch of the C9 guys, but then I think he's with them.
Yeah, I heard he was.
Okay. I think he is.
Yeah.
I also saw him today or yesterday, like with the Clutch coaching staff talking to them. So I couldn't tell.
He's just a super fan.
He used to be on Clutch, so I didn't know if he was still on the coaching staff for Clutch or if he was released and then went to C9.
I believe he's with C9.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well.
Okay.
So they definitely have a lot of coaches.
Each game they just go to their coach. Everyone just splits up.
Have you ever talked to Rainover that much about jungling? Because he's been with them for a while now, and Svenskeren did talk about how he added a lot, at least when he first joined.
I actually never had a lot of conversations with Rainover personally. Like when me and him were playing, we were kind of competitors, so we didn't want to share strats too much. But I know he's a really smart guy, and so I assume he brings a lot of value to the team.
Yeah, I mean, Kane obviously on the other side, one coach of the split, right? TL has had, I think. It's different because it's like they're two, I think, very different approaches and two different, very, very different teams, right? Reaper, one of the things I've always loved about what they have done with Cloud9 is their creativity and their willingness to actually try new things and to bring out new strategies, and that is one of the reasons that I think they're always kind of credited with having success internationally, right? Is people always talk about, we get to Worlds and the other teams don't adapt, but C9 does, and that's why they do great. People like to point to that, but at the same time, I think Kane clearly, like, TL is becoming a dynasty, right? They've won 3 straight, they're going for 4 straight, which no one has ever done, and I don't think that you're really able to accomplish that without a really good coach. I know that a lot of TL players, from talking to them, have a tremendous amount of respect for Kane because not only is he really intelligent about the game, but he's also goes between master and challenger and solo queue. Like
he's grandmaster last time I checked.
Yeah, there you go. So I mean, he's actively an extremely high-rated solo queue player, which I think has kind of built up more respect and kind of more trust with the team. So he's someone that they have a lot of faith in as a team, and I think that is so important that he's built up that respect where he can tell them to play a pick, and whether they want to play it or not, they are going to believe that it is the right one. And I think Sona is a funny example.
Double his face when they locked in Sona in the last match.
That was hilarious. He's just like, oh god.
I mean, I was glad they picked that. There was a couple questions that I saw.
Hates playing Sona, though.
I know, but
who doesn't hate playing Sona?
But like people who like to win.
Fans are even complaining like, I hate that they picked Sona. It's like, why are you mad they picked Sona? Like, if you're a TL fan, you should be so happy because it puts pressure on other teams to keep banning it because the one time it's let through, they pick it and they smash on it. So like,
and it's not even really
people
meta
aren't happy
anymore.
because it's lame.
I don't care. You want to win.
It's not even popular anymore.
Yeah, doesn't make it less lame.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I have no counter argument here. But it wins.
Yeah, that's why I like
sometimes.
Whenever I see people complain about it, I'm like, come on.
C9 did beat Liquid when Liquid was on Sona, though.
Yeah, they did in regular season.
Yeah,
that was the Azure game. But I mean that laning phase actually went so well for TL. Like they were actually winning the 2v2 with Sona Tom Kench, which is not really supposed to happen. But that was, I think, more like, Kiana was so far ahead and their mid jungle was super strong, and that kind of got them leads. Sneaky did play really well, in the later game team fights and ended up getting really strong. But it is certainly possible to beat. But I do always think that it is an advantage for TL. Like if they're one of the only teams that are playing this and they keep drawing Sona bans, it's not as though they are dependent upon the pick, right? Like they can very comfortably play a lot of different bottom lane stuff. And one of the things that I think has always actually made a really big difference for TL and been one of the reasons that they have gone to that so much is that CoreJJ is actually a really good farming support. And I think, it actually makes a really big difference that he used to play bot lane. Like, he used to be the AD. A lot of the supports are not nearly as comfortable at actually CSing. And you'll see, like, when he is playing, like, the Tahm Kench or the Taric and farming early in the game, he consistently has way more farm than most supports are actually getting. And I think it's one of the big reasons that their 2v2 does so well with this pick, because it's a role that, most of these support players are never actually in, and I think are less comfortable having. And I know talking to Doublelift, he gave CoreJJ a lot of credit for that as well. He's like, yeah, that's one of the big reasons, because he farms so well, because he used to play AD. Like he was at that level as a pro player.
I remember seeing some games where CoreJJ is actually out farming the other team's AD carry on support, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just hope they keep picking it as long as it's not like actually becomes a trash can strategy. Just because like people hype G2 and even Clutch like, oh yeah, they're so good with Rumble, you have to ban it, and then like people don't talk about the Sona that way just because it's boring and lame. But it has the same strategic effect where it's like it's this thing that other people aren't playing that you have to deal with, and it's
Team Liquid's pipe.
These audience wanting entertainment.
It's not what it's about.
Well, I think when the player playing the champion actively just trash talks it and says, nerf this champion into the ground, it takes away from a little bit of the mystique of, oh my God, it's Double F Sona. And he's like, I hate Sona. Get her out of the game.
G2 should have said the same stuff with Pyke.
Yeah.
Okay, what's harder to play, Pyke or Sona?
Sona.
No.
Dude, Pyke,
wrong. Try again.
Pyke is so easy. You get poked out, you go, whatever.
This is not an opinion
No skill
question.
shots.
Sona, if you miss position, you're dead. You don't have a gap closer. Pyke just ease out of the way. You can't chase him. You get hit by the undertow. It's easy.
When Double F's on Sona, he hits almost every Q.
You know, when I played Pyke and I sat in the practice room for hours and I just practiced that QE cancel, that's nearly impossible. Pyke's way harder.
You're right.
You're right.
Now you've got the correct
Just because I
answer.
couldn't
Well
do the
done,
QE
Mark.
combo consistently, that's why. Yeah.
Do you guys think, because there's really big stakes coming into this, right? You know, Team Liquid looking to be the first team for the 4-peat, 4 wins in the LCS in a row. Cloud9 haven't won in over 5 years. I think it was 5 years, 4 months, and some amount of days left over. Would you rather be the one coming in, as kind of like the underdog, looking to take down these... think they're too good for everybody else, Team Liquid style, back-to-back winners, paid by Steve type of thing? Would you rather be in the Cloud9 shoes, or would you rather be the defending champions coming in, business as usual?
I would normally prefer to be the underdog, where it's like, oh, we have no pressure on us because there's not that many expectations, but I don't feel like that's quite the C9 story. I feel like they do have a fair amount of expectations because they're supposed to be one of NA's, greatest orgs up there. It's CLG, TL, TSM, and C9, but C9 hasn't won in 5 years. They go to finals and consistently lose, and there's like this curse that feels like it's building up around their finals appearances, and so like that starts adding pressure, and it's not quite just like scrappy underdog, who knew we were going to make it, to like you're expected to finally win one of these. When is it going to happen?
About time. Yeah.
Yeah, like so I feel like in some ways there's almost just as much pressure on as TL, where it's like we're already NA's best team probably, and you want to win, they're going to win, but even if they lose, I don't think it's suddenly like this big like shift in the public mindset where it's like they suck now or something. That's how I feel, at least.
I feel like I would rather be C9 coming into this game just because I think your points are right, but at the same time, like, this match actually doesn't mean that much for TL. Like, sure, they get their 4 titles in a row. No one's done that before. It's really impressive. But at the same time, if they lose, they're still going to Worlds.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't really change anything for them. Whereas I feel like C9, it matters more for them as an organization because there are some stats saying like Sneaky's lost his last 5 finals he's been to, and that's pretty hard. So I feel like they just have a huge drive to win that TL might not have.
Yeah,
they're
so
just kind of like
more pressure, but more reason as well.
Either way,
Right.
like they're just bored of winning.
I don't know if you get bored of winning.
Maybe not.
I don't think you get bored of winning.
Is that what happened with you?
I still think it matters a lot. Oh, that was actually kind of a dig there. In TL, it's like it's still important for them because I think for the org it is important to kind of reach that mark and to have done something that no other team has ever done. I think is kind of special. Plus, talking to the players, their goals certainly are Worlds and success internationally, and I think that they want a high level of competition and to try to like rise to that level of competition. Even like the ProView stuff at the beginning of the split, Double talking about how he's happy with ProView because it can expose the bad players and get them out of the league. Like, he wants competition, and I think that that is a driving force for this team. C9 has made a finals every single year since they've won. They just have never won, right? And that is those 5 finals that you talked about. Sneaky getting second place 5 times in a row, which obviously is pretty tough. But I also think that it is a little bit harder for C9 because Niski, as far as I know, has never played in the finals, right? Like Niski doesn't actually have experience on that level, so that's going to be, his first time, I think, playing with that much pressure, and also going up against Jensen. There's a lot of comparisons that are going to be happening there, so I think there's going to be added pressure because of that. So, it may be a little bit harder for C9 as a result.
I always like the discussions around pressure that come up when we have situations like this. Players on a stage they've never been on, and it being super big, because I feel like people kind of deal with it in a different manner. Yeah, I get super excited when I'm going to some match or something that I haven't been to. It definitely does affect me on the stage game or something too. I'm a little bit more risk prone. Are you a guy that gets more excited, Meteos? You've been doing it for a long time, and maybe you're just always calm. Nothing really gets your heart pumping.
I don't know if it affects me too much. Sometimes in best of series, like the momentum can matter a little bit more. Like if you're winning, you feel really good. If you're losing, you can feel kind of like desperate or hopeless. Yeah. But I think for me, it just kind of feels like another game.
It's always interesting because you have no idea how it's going to affect you until you're playing, right? Yeah. And I think that it does affect every player differently, and that's why sometimes you'll have players come in as a rookie and have immediate success, and you'll have other players that it almost feels like they have this like mental block, on a certain stage where they get too nervous or they get too risk averse, or maybe they're trying to force plays too much, whatever it is. People all handle it differently, and that's always something that I think is scary when you're creating a team, because you have no idea how someone is going to handle that stage until they're sitting on that stage and playing, right? And I think that's something that Niski won't know until he plays, right?
I mean, even beyond pressure of like the moment and the narratives that we're talking about, also just playing in a venue that's huge, and you have to deal with like the stage that is surrounded by people. The look is different. You can sometimes feel
like us right now, Mark.
Oh my God, there are people here.
You feel okay?
But like the stage vibe, you've heard people talk about how like when there's like a kill and the bass plays and the crowd's going crazy, you can almost like feel the vibrations. Like, was that ever something that mattered to you, or were you also able to block that out?
So I think the only time that really comes into play is when you're playing against TSM, because those chants are so loud. Like you have noise canceling headsets, but when it's so loud, it starts coming through your microphone and playing back into all your headsets. Then it's kind of distracting. But aside from that, obviously, there's a lot of energy. It's pretty exciting, but I don't think it's gonna affect anyone like that negatively.
I mean, we did get... that's why I really liked the teaser that they made for the finals, where Niski is saying, why are you even comparing me to Jensen? Like, what has Jensen really done? If you're comparing me to FLICKR or something, then that would be something. So funny, and I was like, oh my God, look at that fire. Like, you can tell the attitude that he has going into it. I think you're right about what will happen on stage.
It's just funny, though, because it's like, I love the trash talk and I love the promo, but Niski's blaming Jensen like, oh, what has he ever accomplished? Niski, you've never played in the finals before. Jensen was in the MSI finals, World semifinals, made it to groups at Worlds a bunch of times. He's never even gone to Worlds. So I did think it was a little bit funny. I love this trash talk. Niski has been amazing this split, but it was like, oh, what has he done? Well, here's his resume.
He missed the layup, too. The layup insult is like, oh, he had to leave to go get a trophy. He had to get carried in double lifts like bag to a final victory. And I'm going to go get C9 their first one since, the old days. Like, I was like, you missed the layup trash talk and went for this weird thing that doesn't even...
To be fair, though, to Niski, I saw him yesterday, and he was like, they made me go first, and Jensen got to see my trash talk and then think of his trash talk after. So you're saying it was rigged?
Yeah, that sounds pretty rigged.
It was pretty rigged, yeah.
All right, trash talk time is over. Are you ready for some predictions then?
Yeah, you can go first, Kobe.
All right, I think that it is going to be Team Liquid getting their 4th championship. I do think it's going to be close. Well, I changed my mind. Honestly, after consulting with a lot of the stats and reviewing, I decided, it's going to be Cloud9 for sure. It's quite obvious. No, I do think Team Liquid's still going to take it. For some reason, I think it's because so many times we've seen Cloud9 fail in these finals. I always come in with so much hope and so much belief, and Reaper's going to do so much in the best of 5. Mm-hmm. Rotating in their substitutes, they've always done that really well, changing around champ select. But in the end, Team Liquid wins.
I mean, Devil's has won, I think it's something like 14 playoff series in a row now. So there is something to be said for that. I mean, he's been absolutely dominant.
But people clearly want a new champion, right?
Yeah.
People want underdogs to win.
And I actually do feel like this is the year. I think Cloud9 is actually going to win. I mean, they 2-0 them in the regular season. I think Svenskeren won MVP. He's playing incredibly well. And I think that we have seen kind of the formula to victory throughout the regular season when both games they play them playing so heavily through mid, with these interesting picks. I think that we can expect more of that to be prepared from Cloud9. More picks along these lines of the FLICKR, of the Qiyana that actually got them those wins in the regular season. If they can get, that mid lane 2v2 advantage, whether it's getting kills there or just having pressure, we have seen how they can actually transition that to the bot lane. And if you're being 4-man, 5-man bot, all of a sudden your 2v2 advantage doesn't really matter anymore. So I think so much of the game can be decided around mid, and I think that C9 are going to have the edge there.
I'm glad you went with the fan favorite because I kept egging it on, but I actually think Team Liquid's going to win as well. But it's like Kobe saying, we're like, yeah, all the points you're saying are right. I agree with everything you're saying.
But double lift.
But the historical context, I feel like you can't just ignore it and how good they've been. And yes, C9 look better in the semifinals. They have the blueprint. They have the 2-0 in the regular season. But just last split, there was that kind of triangle between TSM beating C9 beating Team Liquid, and I forget what it was, but basically the whole thing flipped. The whole thing flipped in playoffs. It was one triangle.
Triangle though.
There's a triangle. There was at least a couple teams involved.
There's 3.
Someone in the comments on YouTube will explain my point better than I am right now. But the point was there was a triangle in spring and regular season that got flipped in playoffs.
Now it's a circle and circles roll.
I think
That's a good one.
It's like Illuminati. Team Liquid win. Is that?
Team Liquid wins. Okay, there you go.
Meteos, bring us home. Balance it out.
I think it's going to be C9 for sure. I predict. I actually think it's going to be a 3-1. Like a 3-2 would be cool, but for me, I think that C9 is just looking really strong right now, and I think the meta fits them a bit better. And we were talking about pressure on stage, and Jensen is one of those players that is known to be affected by being on the big stage, having these high pressure games. And so, I think C9 just going to take it.
All right, we got 2 versus 2 for the finals prediction then. That is going to do it for this episode of The Dive Live. Thank everyone for joining us.
Thank you all these beautiful people for coming out.
We are going to have a live Q&A later, and we are also going to have Jax Anderson playing us out today. Be sure to catch Jax for the opening ceremony for the LCS Finals as well on Sunday beginning at 4 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming.